Chapter 876 Passionless Leader. The skirmishes heated up as the meandering monkeys probed the flagrant sword maidens on all sides. The portend of a battle loomed over everyone's heads, and even the sword maidens started to put away some of their arrogance, as their own scouting mechs continued to suffer a loss against the Vesians. The meandering monkeys had succeeded in gaining the measure out of the Vandal and sword maiden mechs. The same couldn't be said for the defenders, as the abundant amount of tricky battle tactics of their foes continued to confound the Vandal and sword maiden scouts. Ves already saw that the battle between the scout mechs started to go downhill. Damaged scout mechs continued to pour into the workshops. Mech technicians constantly worked double shifts in order to keep on top of the repairs. With the breakdown effect constantly breaking down mechs without rhyme or reason, the workload started getting out of hand. The problem was that Ves couldn't do anything to reverse this adverse trend. Every damaged mech was another mech that they couldn't field in the upcoming battle. If the backlog of damaged mechs continued to grow, the flagrant sword maidens may be forced into a decisive battle with significantly less mechs. Against an enemy as formidable and prepared as the Vesians, every mech counted. Ves pretty much already pushed the mech technicians to the brink. Under his tyrannical leadership, he managed to push their productivity to the highest sustainable state he had ever seen. The fact that their work directly affected the odds of winning also motivated them to work honestly and diligently for once. Yet even then, the backlog of damaged mechs continued to accumulate. Perhaps one day the backlog consisted of 2 damaged mechs. The next day 2 more damaged mechs joined the list. Before they knew it, the Vandals might have as much as 30 damaged mechs waiting in queue to be repaired. Obviously, Ves needed to nip that problem in the bud right at the start. Even the smallest wound could bleed a person dry if left unattended. Ves pulled up his metaphorical sleeves and spent almost every waking morning in the trenches with the other mech technicians. He knew mechs better than all the other mech technicians, and only the most experienced chief technicians among the Vandals could still teach him a trick or two. His speed in fixing up mechs sometimes surpassed the effort of an entire crew. Through this humble sacrifice, Ves managed to stay on top of the bleeding for now. Yet the backlog quickly threatened to grow out of control as the meandering monkeys continued to invade the perimeter of the flagrant sword maidens. They don't know when to stop. They are popping up more frequently every day. It's like they're determined to wear us all down. The lifespans of the Vandal light mechs shortened by months or even a year every time they rolled up the workshops in a beaten and damaged state. Ves intimately felt that the light mechs couldn't take this kind of abuse forever. Is that the goal of the meandering monkeys? If the meandering monkeys succeeded in wearing down or outright breaking their light mechs through these frequent skirmishes, then the flagrant sword maidens missed a vital element in their lineup for the decisive battle. Though the medium mechs took the leading role in any frontal clashes, the role of light mechs couldn't be ignored. It would be too easy for the meandering monkeys to become unrestrained in their attempts to flank the positions of the flagrant sword maidens or to sabotage their supply train. A stab in the back could unsettle the entire arrangements of the Allied forces. In the backdrop, the status updates of the exploration party and the follow-up party fell out of everyone's radar. The brass deliberately let the matter fade away from everyone's consciousness because at this point, nobody knew whether the Vesians slipped in any listening devices. Though the extreme environment and high levels of interference in the air made it extremely difficult to implant bugs among the flagrant sword maidens, even Ves could come up with a dozen or so tricks to bypass these restrictions. The easiest way is to turn someone traitor and have that person feed intelligence. As much as Ves didn't want to believe that the Vandals and sword maidens would turn their backs on their comrades, he was too paranoid to dismiss the possibility. The Vandals possessed a wide variety of personalities. Cowards and weak-willed servicemen also counted among their number, unfortunately. If the Vesians promised safe harbor in exchange for turning their coats, then a number of Vandals might actually take up the offer. The Sword Maidens, on the other hand, possessed a lot more internal cohesion. Every Sword Maiden shared a strong bond with each other, and it would be unimaginable for any of them to stab their comrades in their backs. They would rather die than do something so egregiously dishonorable. Yet the Sword Maidens didn't only consist of indoctrinated warrior women. They also brought along thousands of overwhelmingly male slaves that performed all the grunt work the Sword Maidens found unworthy to do themselves. Though the slaves underwent thorough brainwashing that locked them into perpetual service to the Sword Maidens, who knew if the Vesians could exploit or circumvent these conditions to their own ends. For example, one of the simplest ways to get a brainwashed slave to spill was to impersonate their masters and order them around. The mentally programmed slaves didn't possess the discernment and critical thinking necessary to distinguish between real and fake. Any decent spy that dressed up as a Sword Maiden could easily extract loads of intelligence from an absent-minded slave. Well, it's not going to be as easy as it sounds. I doubt the Vandals and the Sword Maidens are blind to these possibilities. Ves already noticed changes in the camp. Both forces began to institute stricter patrols and inspections. Teams of security officers and armed warriors patrolled every corner of the camp and the nearby perimeter. Bots and high-tech scanners scoured every area for the presence of microscopic bugs or listening devices. The number of people who received the privilege of accessing the status updates dwindled to a small number of core confidants. Ves surprisingly found himself among this gathering. He contributed too much to the Vandals and more than proved his loyalty. There was no way that Ves could turn to the Vesians for asylum. Just his Larkinson pedigree alone precluded a warm welcome. As you know, the follow-up party split up and sent some of the Mechs over the invisible boundary which cut us off from the first exploration party. It took days for one of them to come back. We have just received the first spider bots that brought back their findings. Captain Bird began the meeting in the much emptier meeting room. Right now, all kinds of shielding and precautions blocked any bugs from eavesdropping on the meeting. Ves even activated his signal jammer to boot, though this had the unfortunate effect of shutting down most electronic devices, including the projectors. Why did they take so long to return? Someone asked. The short answer? They entered a territory under the complete control of the Starlight Megalodon. To be more precise, they fell under the control of whoever is currently controlling the Starlight Megalodon's systems. What happened was that any mech that came close enough lost control. Even Kalangso is rendered helpless by a targeted constricting effect. What? The small number of Vandals became gobsmacked. It didn't surprise them that the Starlight Megalodon possessed a means to put any approaching mech under a stasis effect. What surprised them was that it still worked after so many years, and that someone still possessed the expertise to control such a system. Do we know who is in control of the battleship, ma'am? The sole enduring protector who returned hasn't managed to come close enough to discern any details from the Starlight Megalodon. All the footage we've obtained still show the battleship as a distant, hazy shape. However, the surviving mechs still managed to capture the process where our other mechs crossed the line and succumbed to the stasis effect. Tractor beams subsequently picked up the immobilized mechs and dragged them in the direction to the battleship. Their current status is unknown. A very depressed mood spread throughout the meeting room. How many breakdown-proof mechs fell for this trap? Who exactly captured them, and why would they do so? Ves hoped that whoever controlled the Starlight Megalodon's systems would be merciful to the captives. The fact that the Starlight Megalodon opted to capture the intruders rather than to wipe them out with a warship-grade cannon or something gave the Vandals a lot of hope for their continued existence. The success of the mission depended on their conduct. Even if they'd been captured for some reason, at least they had a chance of negotiating with their captors. Captain, what do we do now with this information? Ves asked. There's nothing we can do. Bird answered unwillingly. Fabricating more breakdown-proof mechs will only weaken our forces further. This is extremely foolish considering we are facing the prospect of a decisive battle against the Vesians. Anything else we send inside the capture envelope of the Starlight Megalodon will just be put to stasis and dragged towards the battleship without any way of transmitting any news. I'm not willing to throw any more assets into this proverbial black hole. Let's repel the Vesian attack before we plan our next steps. This was the most prudent course of action. They first needed to address the more acute crisis before they had the luxury of solving this thorny problem. Getting cut off from the exploration party and most of the mechs of the follow-up party worried the Vandals immensely. So much time had already passed. Had the people they sent in suffered a mishap? Were they being tortured? Perhaps they already died, with those outside the red zone none the wiser. All of these possibilities depressed the Vandals, and Captain Bird couldn't do anything to lift them up. She wasn't Major Verl, who always knew how to manage everyone's morale. Ves hadn't noticed this flaw in Captain Bird before, but now that bad news poured in from every direction, the differences in leadership style became especially notable. Captain Bird exhibited a detail-oriented leadership style. She prized data and facts over feelings and hunches. This made her a very thorough commanding officer who paid attention to every detail no matter how boring it may be. Yet such an objective approach failed to stoke the passion of her subordinates. She had no charismatic bone in her body, and while she was capable of expressing emotions just like any other human, she wasn't adept at manipulating the feelings of others. To Ves, Captain Bird seemed like the middle manager type. Ves vastly preferred Major Verl over Captain Bird. Because to Ves, it seemed that Major Verl didn't bother to dig too deep into every detail. He merely needed to receive an overview of pertinent facts and set the broad strokes every policy. As for the details, Major Verl could let his deputies take care of that stuff. A commanding officer never let themselves be bogged down by facts. As the meeting turned to planning against a Vesian attack, Ves continued to observe Captain Bird's handling of the situation. She was doing the best she could, but she handled matters like a bot. No matter how dismayed the other mech officers and chiefs became, Captain Bird paid no notice to their own feelings. What was she thinking? How could she pay so little attention to morale? Ves wanted to speak up and provide some words of encouragement to the Vandals, but he didn't. Not only would it be unbecoming for a mech designer like him to broach this matter, it also risked putting him at odds with Captain Bird. For better or worse, Captain Bird was in charge, and no matter how much Ves disagreed with her methods, they couldn't afford to let dissent run rife among the Vandals. Chapter 877 Prelude to Battle. The Vesians ramped up the pressure against the flagrant Sword Maidens. The meandering monkey mechs not only risked greater injury in an attempt to seriously harm the scouts of the flagrant Sword Maidens, the light mechs of the Hostland warriors also started showing up again. The Vesians are gearing up for battle. The meandering monkeys stopped pussyfooting around. They're trying to fell our mechs. The exhausted light mechs of the flagrant Sword Maidens suffered quite a lot in the preceding days. Not only did Ves have to send the light mechs back into the field with hasty patch-up repairs, the mech pilots themselves underwent a huge amount of pressure. Casualties started to mount. Mechs not only sustained serious damage, but also got wrecked. Fortunately, the mech pilots ejected in time, causing no lives to be lost, but the Vesian light mechs always pounded the downed wrecks into scrap before they left. This meant that even if Vandal or Sword Maiden reinforcements arrived to save the beleaguered squads, the wrecks became completely unrecoverable. Every time they dumped their wrecks in front of Ves, he could only shake his head in helplessness and relegate the remains for recycling. The visible decline of the Vandal and Sword Maiden light mechs ratcheted up the tension inside the camp. As the prelude of the decisive battle, the frequent skirmishes between the scout mech sort of served the same purpose as a duel between champions before a major set-piece battle. Even though the victory or loss of a single champion didn't substantially affect the combat effectiveness of either side, in fact it carried huge implications in terms of morale. Right now, the duel between the Vision and Flagrant Sword Maiden light mech stretched out over days, prolonging the hurt for the losing side. Bad news constantly poured in while good news made itself scarce. Since the camp wasn't very large and everyone could see the damaged light mechs returning from their patrols, the outcome of the skirmishes became obvious to everyone with a pair of eyes. VS figured that the opposite must be taking place at the Vision camp. Each time the meandering monkeys and the Hostland warriors returned from their harassment missions, they'd probably show off their exploits with the full blessing of their superiors. Such actions built up morale and pumped the other Vision mech pilots up for battle. Therefore, the change in morale from one side may not be alarming, but when the differences compounded on each other, the total effect was alarming. The Visions are systematically dismantling us, starting with our confidence. Trashing our light mechs is only a means to an end to them. Devious bastards! The worst part about all of this was that even if the Vandals and Sword Maidens knew what the Visions intended, what could they do? If they pulled back their light mech patrols and turtled close to the camp, wouldn't that let the Visions obtain a detailed view of their combat assets? Not only that, the Visions could easily pepper the camp with long-ranged laser fire, damaging the workshops and other critical facilities. Therefore, even if the Flagrant Sword Maidens knew they were getting screwed, they were forced to play along, because every alternative at their disposal led to even worse outcomes. The Visions are prepping us for the chopping block. Damn it, why don't they attack already? Put an end to our suffering. I don't know why we're turtling up. Why don't we go on the attack? Idiot! Who would go on the attack while we're completely blind? We'll only fall into their trap if we rush out with haste. Even if Captain Bird made the rational and most cautious decision by maintaining the status quo, she unintentionally gave the impression that she lacked a spine. The Vandals never let their enemies treat them as a punching bag. It was usually the opposite way around. The instinct to attack was engraved into their martial tradition. Maintaining a static position and going on the defensive directly contradicted their usual conduct on the battlefield. Usually, the flagrant Vandals possessed the initiative to attack or retreat at will. This time, the mission forced them on a super-Earth where everyone's mobility faced extreme constraints. The entire environment fought them from the start, causing them to fall into this helpless position where their strengths never came into play while their weaknesses became exposed to their enemies. Lydia's Sword Maidens shared the same characteristics as the Vandals. While they were a bit more used to trekking across untamed planets, even they underestimated the amount of rigors they needed to endure on Seven. All of these deprivations severely impacted their morale and sapped their confidence in themselves. The Sword Maidens at least endured many crises before, and their training increased their willpower to insane heights, so they still held faith in themselves. The Vandals, on the other hand, tumbled down as if they lost control of their legs. VS really couldn't stand it. They were so confident and conceited when they faced a weak opponent, but once they faced a serious Vision threat they immediately turned into scaredy cats. This was a typical mindset of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Captain Bird belatedly became aware of the problem impacting the men, but what could she do? Raising morale had never been much of a concern to her, and her stilted, awkward speeches increased their doubt rather than assuaging it. More critically, the Vandals lacked the only competent mech officer who could prop up everyone's morale. The absence of Captain Orphan as a mental cornerstone to their confidence couldn't come at a worse time. They shouldn't have been so eager to send away the exploration and follow-up parties without securing the main camp. Now, due to the mishaps that Captain Orphan, Kilangso, the fast transports, The enduring protectors and the Asterias suffered when they came too close to Starlight Megalodon. The flagrant sword maidens faced the prospect of entering into battle without their help. Even though the Vesian Mechs abandoned their previous efforts to conserve their energy in order to pressure the flagrant sword maidens, they couldn't keep up their wasteful actions forever. At some point, the Vesians needed to pull the trigger. And that time almost dawned upon the flagrant sword maidens. Some of the more perceptive mech officers smelled the critical moment arriving, and they all summed up what courage they had left in preparation for the most critical battle in their careers. Ves worked hard to prep the mechs for an imminent battle. He didn't even have to whip the mech technicians into shape anymore, because they knew as well as anyone how their work might tip the balance of the upcoming clash. During one of his rare breaks, Ves suddenly received an unexpected visitor. He immediately decided to meet him in a closed office with his signal jammer encompassing the entire space. "From the looks of your face, Jimmy, it looks as if you have something urgent to say." Ves didn't have the time to concern himself with other matters lately, so he stopped meeting with talkative Jimmy. Nonetheless, the urgency in which Jimmy sought a meeting alarmed Ves a bit. "My boys and I kept tabs on a couple of shifty fellows. While we haven't caught them doing anything that crosses the line, some of them are making suspicious movements." "Does that include our resident expert pilot?" "Venerable Sia is preoccupied with the repair efforts on his mech. He hasn't been doing anything lately, but his sycophants are keeping close." That didn't mean the foreign expert pilot sat still. Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "What does your intuition tell you?" While talkative Jimmy may be a good-for-nothing when it came to performing his regular duties, Ves couldn't fault his people's skills. Everyone excelled at something, and a person like Jimmy was a good judge of character. Ves even believed that talkative Jimmy may be an agent of Flashlight, though the man was far too incompetent in other areas. Either he played up his role extremely well, or he was simply who he appeared to be. Ves couldn't judge either way. "My gut tells me his abrupt change in pattern is due to something new," talkative Jimmy said with a grave voice. If not for the signal jammer, he wouldn't have dared to voice any doubt about the expert pilot. "You know what I reckon? I'd bet some Vesian spy managed to infiltrate our camp and somehow turned our own expert pilot. He was never fully into the Vandals anyway, and his behavior during our march across the planet has always been rather shifty. There's something wrong about him, I'm absolutely certain." "That's a grave accusation to make. Do you have any proof?" Ves asked. "No. It's just my gut feeling, but I'm not the only one who feels that way. Every buddy of mine who kept an eye on Venerable feels the same way. The man just keeps to himself all this time and isn't taking any action so far. Don't you feel that's weird?" Ves paused for a bit. Now that he thought about it, even Venerable O'Callaghan wouldn't have ignored the perilous drop in morale. While expert pilots generally tended to be aloof and difficult to reach in order to prevent being swamped by rabid fans. In situations like this, a hero like Venerable Sia should have propped us up. Instead of holding up in his pale dancer, he should have been out and among the men, Ves surmised. His inaction runs counter against the interests of the Vandals. That didn't mean Venerable Sia intended to stab the Vandals in the back, but it showed a disconcerting lack of effort on his part to reverse the declining trend. Expert pilots served as the trump cards of a powerful mech regiments. Besides their roles as supreme battle operators, they also served as symbols. Perhaps the Vandals merely chalked up his inaction to his foreignness or his lack of adaptation to working with a mech regiment, but Jimmy thought otherwise. Ves trusted his intuition a lot, and right now it indicated that Jimmy believed in his words. Yet could Ves rely on Jimmy's intuition to be accurate as well? The entire crux of the situation rested on whether Jimmy's guesses and hearsay possessed any merit. Could Ves really take Jimmy's word that Venerable Sia may be plotting something detrimental? Do you have a man on the inside? Ves asked. No way. Jimmy shook his head. I tried sending some of my buddies, but that foreigner is really strict about accepting people in his circle. We tried for months, but none of us managed to earn his trust. That limited their options enormously. At this point, Ves wanted to access the neural interfaces of the Pale Dancer and the customized simulator pod in order to wipe away the evidence of his misdeeds. No matter what happened in the upcoming battle, Ves truly couldn't leave behind any trace of the work he did at Major Vrl's request. I need access to his mech, Ves said simply. Can you get me there? Jimmy frowned. Aren't you the head designer? Why don't you just walk up there? Ves couldn't explain how Venerable Sia likely regarded Ves with distrust. Perhaps his actions directly led to Venerable Sia deciding to turn his coat. After a few more minutes of hushed discussion, Jimmy left the office without any resolution. Neither Ves nor Jimmy came up with any response against the possibility of betrayal by their own expert pilot. While Jimmy already told Ves that he and his buddies already had something in store for the other shifty fellows, there was no way they could touch an expert pilot. It also didn't help that Venerable Sia practically ate and slept inside the cockpit of the Pale Dancer. The man acted with the utmost caution and never left his mech with the excuse that he would be able to jump into battle at any time. To Ves, the expert pilot may be on guard against any attempts at further perverting the Pale Dancer's neural interface. As long as Venerable Sia practically slept on top of it, there was no way Ves could sneak in and adulterate the neural interface any further. The visit from Jimmy warned Ves that the time for indecision was over. He needed to pull the trigger before the matter blew up in his face. Chapter 878 Enigmatic. Stewing in his paranoia, Ves imagined the worst about Venerable Sia. Although they rarely came into touch with each other, Ves grew increasingly more unsettled at the thought of Venerable Sia developing some kind of revenge fantasy against the flagrant vandals. They did screw over the fourth prince, the fallen noble who Venerable Sia trained all his life to protect. Ves cursed Prince Hisclaster and his untimely death while under the protection of the vandals. Why couldn't he cling to his life? The entire basis of the agreement with the vandals and Venerable Sia rested on the premise that the fourth prince was in safe hands. The prince's death sent the vandals down into a tailspin. Ves shouldn't have succumbed to Major Vrl's coercion and agreed to mess with Venerable Sia's neural interfaces. I can't leave this situation hanging, he muttered. 3 tampered neural interfaces existed. Ves didn't have to worry too much about the Parallax Star's neural interface. As a space-borne Lancer mech, it had been left with the fleet that was still under the command of Major Vrl. As the only other vandal in the know, Ves already hinted at him beforehand to take good care of the Parallax Star's neural interface. Therefore, Ves only had to worry about the neural interfaces of the Pale Dancer and the expert pilot's personal simulator pod. If the Vesians ever got their hands on them and dug out their programming, they could instantly tarnish names of Ves, the Larkinsons, the Flagrant Vandals, the Mech Corps, and even the entire Bright Republic with his crimes. Sometimes as serious as being accused of brainwashing an expert pilot was just as bad as plotting to murder them. The MTA wouldn't tolerate such a matter. The entire Bright Republic might be sanctioned for this incident alone. Therefore, this matter affected more than his personal reputation. He needed to take action for the good of the Bright Republic. Never mind that it's my own fault for provoking this crisis in the first place. Yet no matter how much he tried to justify his intentions, he wasn't a spy. How could he possibly sneak to the neural interfaces and access them long enough to wipe away the evidence? There was no way the vigilant expert pilot and his band of confidants allowed outsiders access to his personal territory. This problem continued to confound Ves as time went by. He resumed his duties and continued to prepare the vandals for mechs, but his heart wasn't in his work anymore. His productivity dropped as more than half of mind fantasized about cooking up some wild schemes that allowed him access to the neural interfaces. Yet what could a mech designer do? Nothing. He may wield a wide amount of influence among the Vandals, but he had no effective control over an expert pilot. Even if he advanced to journeyman, he could never surpass the prestige enjoyed by an expert pilot among mech pilots. Even prestige has its limits, Ves grimaced. Even though Ves made up his mind to take action, he simply couldn't come up with something that wouldn't backfire on him. The same limitations that prevented him from doing something earlier still existed. Ves felt as if he was playing a game of chess where he already foresaw that he'd be put in checkmate in a couple of moves. No matter what decisions he came up with, none of them forestalled the disaster that he saw coming. It's like I have no other option but to concede. Yet that was unacceptable to Ves. Even if he only possessed spurious proof for his fears, just the possibility of it was enough to dominate his imagination. His thoughts became very dark as a consequence. When Ves finally put down his work and entered his office to clear his mind, the mech technicians around him sighed in relief. His earth ant creaked as he sat down on the reinforced chair. He activated the desk terminal and called up a basic blueprint of the camp. Due to Venerable Sia's esteemed position, the Pale Dancer and him resided close to the center of the temporary camp where security was highest. There was no way anyone could realistically sneak inside even if they wore an infiltrator suit. The security officers all made use of the stealth detectors adapted from an earlier version developed by Ves. The Vandals all grew concerned that the Vesians might employ cloak saboteurs, even though neither Emodries nor Hafner matched Vanid's dependency on stealth tech. It's not like I have a stealth suit anyway. Ves turned his imagination to more extreme possibilities. If he couldn't forestall a checkmate through legitimate moves, then what about cheating? He could either cheat or flip the chessboard entirely. After all, why should he lie down and consign himself to condemnation? Just as Ves started to explore more extreme solutions, the office suddenly became engulfed in a jamming field. That caused Ves to jump from his reverie and frown. That's strange. Is my signal jammer acting up? His high-powered signal jammer gadget never showed signs of malfunctioning. In fact, even though Ves pretended to tinker with his personal gear on a daily basis, none of his advanced technological devices showed any signs of degradation. He long abandoned any speculation about the inexplicable reason for their immunity against the breakdown effect. When he checked the signal jammer gadget embedded into his earth ant, he found to his surprise that it still remained dormant. It never turned on without his permission. So why did he become engulfed in the jarring signal jammer effect? Mr. Larkinson. Who? Ves immediately jumped out of his chair and drew out his backup laser pistol in the direction of the voice. Standing in the middle of an office stood a very familiar woman garbed in a reinforcement infiltrator suit. Compared to the last time he saw her, the woman obviously beefed up her gear, as her infiltrator suit now encompassed the slimmest gravitic backpack he had ever seen. Miss Calabast! Even though Ves only met Calabast a couple of times, he had a deep impression of the gorgeous, dark-haired lady. She posed herself as an intelligence operative of the Vesians, but Ves would be stupid to believe the image she presented on the surface. Her sudden emergence in his office despite the base's precautions against infiltrators put Ves into an intense feeling of crisis. How did she manage to sneak inside the camp? Come now, Mr. Larkinson, if I was out to harm you, I wouldn't have revealed myself to you like this. Miss Calabast grinned. Let us dispense with the threats, shall we? I've come to talk. May I take a seat? Ves quickly weighed her words and knew she had a point. This was a woman who behaved as if she was fully in control. Even in the middle of the flagrant sword maidens, the raven-haired femme fatale radiated a confident demeanor. Someone as devious as Miss Calabast wouldn't have presented herself to VS without taking precautions. It felt as if she already put VS on checkmate even before beginning the match. It grated on VS that he was compelled into a specific direction by someone else. Yet he also knew his limits. Therefore, VS holstered his useless laser pistol and calmly sat down behind his desk without another word. Miss Calabast took his actions as an assent, and casually plopped herself down on the opposite chair reserved for visitors. "Why are you here?" VS asked grumpily. "Would you believe it if I wanted to see how my favorite mech designer is doing?" VS snorted. "Yeah, right. Are you spying on us on behalf of the Vesians? You did claim to be an agent of the Seven Stars Intelligence Agency back on Harkinson I." Calabast teasingly smirked at VS. "Wouldn't you like to know? I do have to applaud you, though. You didn't take me at my word. You don't exactly do your best to come off as trustworthy. I believe the galaxy is a more interesting place if everyone isn't so honest with each other. Now that you've spent a lot of time away from civilized space, do you realize how liberating it is to escape the influence of the MTA and CFA? Out here in the frontier, everything humanity tries to cover up is exposed. Don't you feel that it's liberating to be out here and be able to do whatever you want?" While VS didn't want to listen to Miss Calabast, he actually agreed with her sentiment. Yet what did that have to do with this conversation? "Stop screwing around and get to the point. So grumpy. Relax, Mr. Larkinson. No one will come and disturb us. We have all the time in the galaxy." VS didn't know why she was confident in her claim, but she was right. He never allowed visitors to come into his office uninvited, as he preferred to work without anyone disturbing his concentration. Even if the mech technicians came up with a problem, they already learned to hold themselves back until VS emerged from his office. "You're no friend of mine or the Vandals, Miss Calabast. I doubt you're here for a friendly visit either, so don't waste my time and get to the point." She still maintained her smirk, as if everything was still under her control. "Very well. I'm sure you have your thoughts about the Starlight Megalodon. This planet, Aeon Corona 7, experienced a lot of changes ever since the battleship crash landed on this planet 100 kilometers away from here. Tell me, from what you've witnessed so far, do you truly believe that the Starlight Megalodon suffered an accident?" "You're driving me to conclude that someone deliberately induced the Starlight Megalodon to crash on Aeon Corona 7. VS responded calmly. "While I have my thoughts on the matter, I don't have any solid proof of what really happened." Someone like Calabast had a way with words, and if VS wasn't careful, he'd fall into her word traps without even realizing it. The scariest form of indoctrination was one where the victim voluntarily believed in something out of their own accord. "Ugh!" Miss Calabast palmed her face, pretending to be frustrated at his obstinance. "You blockhead! Okay, I'll be more direct. As a capital ship and the flagship of a formidable war fleet, the Starlight Megalodon is more than a battle wagon. She's a floating city and houses thousands of different research projects. The CFA may be one of the foremost organizations of human civilization, but it is constantly fighting to maintain its edge over the MTA and any other rival organizations. The CFA has access to huge amounts of funding and the best researchers in the galaxy. It's no surprise they're engaged in the forefront of research." "There's more to it than that," Miss Calabast replied. "While the CFA has erected many starbases and strongholds, they are true space-born at heart. The admirals who wield the highest power keep their most valuable research projects close to their chest, and there is nothing closer than conducting them right on their own flagships. All you're telling me is that the Starlight Megalodon used to host a lot of highly advanced research projects. Is there something special going on there?" You got me, Miss Calabash teasingly admitted while playfully putting up her palms. There are plenty of valuables aboard the Starlight Megalodon. Her vault alone likely contains valuable life-prolonging serum that is of considerable interest to the power brokers that pull on everybody's strings. Ves sat up straighter in his chair. Don't try to jerk me around. If this mission is just about the life-prolonging serum, then I might as well put a laser beam through my own head. Miss Calabash looked taken aback, though Ves believed she was still putting up an act. Her misdirections so far wore his patience thin. That may have even been her purpose from the start. If Ves became unbalanced by her antics, he'd be more susceptible to her manipulations. Ves took a deep breath and forcefully calmed himself down. He even concentrated his mind in order to center himself. Right now, it wouldn't do any good to get caught up in his emotions. Evidently, Calabash caught his actions. She shook her head in disapproval. So boring. He'd rather be boring and retain his rationality than to lose control and fall into whatever schemes she had in mind. Chapter 879. Please take your order. Miss Calabash kept smirking as she sat across the desk. A gadget strapped to her bulked-up infiltrator suit radiated an incredible amount of interference in the office, to the point of distorting the air and bombarding their ears with noise. It was in fact the original signal jammer that inspired Ves to develop a knockoff version. So far, Ves vaguely judged that Calabash's signal jammer was a lot more refined than his own version. This was a piece of extremely advanced technology, and worked on principles that he didn't entirely understand. It signified another area where Calabash enjoyed an advantage. Whoever she worked for must be an extremely powerful and well-funded organization. None of her gear looked cheap, including her armored infiltrator suit. As someone who recently became enlightened in stealth tech, he recognized the masterpiece of her infiltrator suit. Developing something like that was absolutely not simple, and even if Ves studied this field for 10 straight years, he still wouldn't be able to design something as potent without taking up a huge amount of space. Are you finally willing to get to the point? Ves asked after he centered himself again. Now that he put his mind into a state of moderate concentration, he shouldn't be as emotionally affected to her taunts as before. Miss Calabash crossed her arms and tapped the ground with her foot. You possess an interesting mind, Mr. Larkinson. No wonder you've shot up ever since you became a mech designer. That makes me glad I've approached you out of all the alternatives. What are you up to? Nothing much. She casually shrugged. I merely wish to extend an invitation to you to visit the Starlight Megalodon with me. There is something I need to retrieve from the battleship, but I need your help to get past the hurdles. Ves stared at Calabash as if she was crazy. Are you kidding? Me? Enter the Starlight Megalodon? For heaven's sake, I'm not some kind of super spy like you. Besides, there's no reason for me to abandon the Vandals and join you in your wild trip to a place which immobilizes everything that gets close and drags them straight to who knows where. The Starlight Megalodon hasn't harmed your precious Vandals and Sword Maidens, if that's what you're asking. The immediate area around the crashed capital ship has been turned into a safe zone. Those who enter won't be able to exit at will, but at the very least they are treated as guests. And I'm supposed to take your word for it? Ves raised his eyebrow. This is critical information, especially in light of what I have to say next. She spoke, adopting a seemingly sincere expression. The flagrant sword maidens on the ground stand no chance in the coming battle against Lady Amelia's forces. Your defeat is set in stone. Forgive me, Miss Calabash, but I'm not gullible enough to take the word of a foreign intelligence operative at her word. Even if the flagrant sword maidens is disadvantage, I still have faith they'll pull through somehow. I've survived too many crises with the Vandals. I can survive one more. Miss Calabash shook her head. If you are aware of what I know, you wouldn't be so confident. I can say with 100% certainty that the flagrant sword maidens will face defeat. It's only a matter of when. The only hope you have left of surviving the coming massacre is to come with me to the Starlight Megalodon. As soon as you enter the safe zone, even 10,000 Visions won't be able to lay a hand on you. Perhaps you'll even have the opportunity to be reunited with the only surviving Vandals and Sword Maidens on the surface of this planet. The devious woman expressed so much confidence and sincerity in her claims that Ves felt inclined to believe her words. As much as Ves wanted to resist her pessimistic prediction, in his heart he strongly agreed with her sentiment. Her poison was spreading. Do you have any proof? Ves gritted his teeth as he tried to resist being swayed by her argument. I'm not going to abandon my comrades on hearsay alone. Not when it comes from a snake like you. At least with talkative Jimmy, they shared some common ground. Miss Calabast, on the other hand, constantly shrouded herself in smoke. Ves still hadn't pinned down her loyalties. Did she work for the Vision Royals? Did she work for a foreign state from a neighboring star sector? Who knew? Even if I tell you the reasons and serve you up with proof, you'll only cast doubt on them, Miss Calabast accurately pointed out. Let me just state that whether you believe it or not, you'll come running to me the moment the Vandals and Sword Maidens are defeated on the battlefield. I'm gracious enough to forgive your current skepticism. When the time comes, run towards these coordinates near your camp. Miss Calabast passed him a composite print etched with a set of very specific coordinates that he could feed in his calm. While Ves didn't want anything to do with Miss Calabast, her words planted a seed of doubt in his mind. If her prediction came true, wouldn't it be prudent to prepare an escape route? Since she was generous enough to provide him one, he might as well keep the option on hand. He could always choose to disregard the coordinates if the flagrant Sword Maidens won the battle. No matter what you're going to say, I'm sticking to my comrades, he declared. Men, she sighed. Very well. I respect your determination, childish it may be. In any case, I suggest you prepare to bug out sometime within the next 24 hours. While I'm not completely certain when the Visions will launch their attack, they have already begun their final preparations. As much as Ves wanted to believe the flagrant Sword Maidens would prevail, Miss Calabast made a lot of sense. If nothing happened, then Ves only wasted some time. If disaster truly struck, then he'd be instantly ready to leave without any delay. I'll take your advice into consideration, he replied neutrally. You sure seem well informed of the Visions. Are you spying on both our forces? Our eyes have never left sight of your ground expeditions the moment you landed. That sounded ominous. It sounded like a bluff, but Ves could very well imagine that someone as devious as Calabast planted spies among the Vandals and Visions. Perhaps he could take advantage of her spying operations. If you're so well informed, do you know what's going on with Venerable Carol Sia? He's the expert pilot we've picked up in the frontier. He originally hailed from the dark plasma star sector and claims to have turned a new leaf. I have reason to believe he is not as committed to the Vandals as he appears. Ah, your stray expert pilot. He's an interesting man. Calabast smirked in amusement. I'll give you a freebie. We've observed your esteemed expert pilot entering into a clandestine meeting with a Vision spy. While I'm not privy to their conversation, the fact that this meeting took place at all should be enough to know his intentions. If either talkative Jimmy or Miss Calabast claimed that Venerable Sia turned his coat, then Ves would still hold his doubts. Yet if both of them separately came up to him with this claim, then Ves couldn't cling to his skepticism any longer. The odds that Venerable Sia might truly be colluding with the Visions became a very real possibility. It would be one thing if the flagrant Sword Maidens lost their only expert pilot. It would be another thing if Venerable Sia turned the Pale Dancer against them. The expert pilot probably wouldn't spare Ves either if that was the case. Ves believed the Visions would certainly field at least one expert pilot in the coming battle. If the flagrant sore maidens couldn't constrain the enemy expert pilot, the battle might certainly be lost before they knew it. This might be the main reason why Miss Calabast expressed absolute confidence in their defeat. Obviously, you want something from me. Ves spoke, sure of his guess. Since you approach me in such a friendly manner, I'd bet that you won't be able to get what you want from me through force. Whatever you need me for at the Starlight Megalodon, is it because of my mech design expertise? Miss Calabast smiled at Ves but declined to respond. Perhaps Ves was on the track, or perhaps made a completely wrong guess, and she wanted him to stick to his wrong assumptions. Whatever the case, I'd bet you'd rather have my willing cooperation. Maybe it has something to do with the so-called safe zone you just talked about. After all, you can't force me to do anything if you aren't able to make good on your threats. What a clever boy! She chuckled, as if she was praising a precocious little kid who attempted to impress her. Ves really wanted to smack her incessant smirk off her face. I believe in win-win situations. In exchange for saving your life and arranging a way back to your fleet, I merely want you to lend your services to me at the Starlight Megalodon. I get what I want out of the battleship, while you won't get captured and tortured to death by the Vesians. Sounds like a good deal, no? Ves and Miss Calabast entered into another negotiation. The entire reason for her friendly approach and her seemingly generous terms was because she really wanted something that only Ves could provide. While Ves possessed plenty of special qualities, he struggled to come up with a reason why Miss Calabast wanted his help. If she needed a mech designer, she could have approached someone else. Why aren't you approaching one of the many Vesian mech designers with your offer? What I can do, they can probably do as well. If they are fully equipped for this mission, then they doubtlessly sent down a genuine journeyman mech designer to accompany their ground forces. Nice attempt at fishing for information. She smirked, instantly seeing through his ploy. It is true that the Vesians sent down mech designers that have entered my shortlist. You are simply at the top. However, don't misunderstand your value. If you aren't willing to play along, I still have plenty of alternatives. They are just a bit more troublesome to convince. After all, it's not every day a mech designer is about to go down with the crashing ship that is the ground forces of the flagrant sore maidens. Even so, I'd like to obtain some more sincerity from you. As long as you agree to lend me some favors, I'll be much more inclined to cooperate with any schemes you have in mind. Oh? Tell me what you have in mind. First, if the flagrant sore maidens are truly fated to suffer a defeat on the ground, I want to bring someone along with me. Maybe two. Miss Calabast immediately shook her head. It's already a strain to sneak you away from Vesian pursuit. As soon as they win the battle, they'll be scouring the camp and the surroundings for any fleeing vandals and sword maidens. I may have a lot of tricks up my sleeve, but even I'm not capable of hiding more than you and I from their carpet search. I really need this. I trust in your capabilities. Either you promise me this, or I'll rather take my chances with the Vesians. In fact, Ves was bluffing. He tried his best to compose his face and give nothing away, but so long as Miss Calabast rejected his request, he was willing to continue to play along. If Miss Calabast knew his lack of determination, she didn't show any sign of it. Instead, she contemplated the demand and seemingly reluctantly nodded. I think I can make some adjustments to our means of escape. As long as you don't bring too much gear, I think I can squeeze an extra person. Ves smiled for the first time in their talk. Good. You don't know how much this means to me. Even if I can let go of everyone else, I can't abandon the only person I care about in this expedition. Even if Miss Calabast rejected him, he planned to bring along Keddies to the coordinates anyway. If the Vixen still rejected bringing Keddies along, then Ves was willing to take his chances with using force to save them both. Is there anything else you'd like with your order? Calabast asked with a somewhat irritated voice. Yes. For my second request, I hope you can do something specific for me, he said. Since Venerable Xie is committed to betray the Vandals, then we might as well stab his back first. Can you assassinate Venerable Xie for me? Chapter 880 Depths of Despair. Security officers surrounded the entire section of the camp, cordoning it off from curious Vandal onlookers. Something serious happened here. Something so serious, it forced Captain Bird and a handful of mech officers and senior staff to visit the site of the incident in question. The pale dancer stood in the middle of an extremely well-equipped workshop. Miss Lisbeth Ada Denmerskin bawled out her eyes on Chief Key's shoulder. The other mech technicians assigned under their leadership looked distraught as well. A security officer specialized in investigation exited the cockpit of the dormant pale dancer with a serious expression. He put away his forensic tools and shook his head towards Captain Bird. "What did you find?" Captain Bird asked with a stony face. "Nothing, ma'am. The perpetrator left no trace behind. The logs of the mech are wiped clean, so we don't know how they managed to enter the pale dancer in the first place." "The body?" "Venerable Xie died instantly from a sneak attack. A laser beam bore through his skull from behind at close range. There is no way for anyone to miss such a shot. The only question is how the infiltrator managed to get into that position in the first place. Further investigation is required." Captain Bird sighed in resignation. "Someone as professional as this won't leave any traces behind for us to find. Prioritize your men on guarding our officers and deterring further assassinations. As for Venerable Xie, the man died an unworthy death." The gravity of the situation fell on everyone's shoulders. Ves stood absolutely frozen as he stared up to the open cockpit of the expert mech. An expert pilot fell so easily. This was someone who became an absolute terror on the battlefield once they piloted an expert mech. The general rule of thumb stated that expert mechs could easily defeat 100 mechs by themselves. Venerable Xie easily exceeded that standard despite his low resonance strength and unfocused training. His unparalleled accuracy combined with his powerful laser rifle could have annihilated the meandering monkeys no matter how well they dodged and weaved around. Not only that, he could easily entangle an enemy expert pilot and protect the rank and file. Yet he died so easily. Ves couldn't even fathom how the assassin managed to enter the pale dancer's cockpit. Even if the mech remained inactive during the assassination, it still should have been impossible to sneak inside of it without alarming its occupant. Whoever killed Venerable Xie could easily assassinate every other person in the camp. Those sneaky Vesians! The Vesians killed the one person who matters the most. The value of Venerable Xie exceeded the value of Captain Bird. Everyone present believed the Vesians did the deed. While everyone expressed varying amounts of anger, despair, and helplessness, Ves pretended to be grim as well. "It's a shame," Ves lamented in a stilted manner, though no one paid much attention to his awkward demeanor. "The Vesians, they robbed us of our only hope. Venerable Xie didn't deserve to die a dog's death." Now that they lost this crucial figure, the flagrant Sorn maidens became completely vulnerable to the deprivations of an expert pilot. When Ves posed the request to Miss Calabast earlier, she didn't accept immediately. In fact, she looked like she adamantly wanted to refuse the request. "Assassinating an expert pilot is no joke," she responded, even dropping her smirk. "They're highly trained soldiers and possess superhuman reflexes. Their danger sense is off the charts. Do you think it's easy to assassinate an expert pilot? Even if the MTA prohibited the practice, we still won't do it. One slip up and the one who kills won't be us, but him. An expert pilot is a monster in battle even without a mech." This was the first time that Calabas revealed that she came with accomplices. VS figured that they were probably covering the entire perimeter right now in order to guard against any attacks against Calabast. VS did not accept her refusal. This is non-negotiable, I'm afraid. Due to reasons that are none of your business, I've built up a bit of a beef with Venerable Cie. If he is truly set out to betray the Vandals, then I'm the first person on his kill list. I'm sure of it. So if you still want me alive to help you out at the Starlight Megalodon, then you better address this threat. If Venerable Cie really set up his mind to stab the flagrant Vandals in the back, then VS expected the first action the Pale Dancer would perform was to shoot his mech-sized laser rifle straight at VS. With the expert pilot's impeccable accuracy and marksmanship, VS wouldn't even have time to scream before the immense power behind the laser rifle vaporized his body and everything he carried. Even his earth and light combat armor wouldn't last a millisecond against the awesome power meant to pierce through mech armor. And why should we do your dirty work? Miss Calabast crossed her arms. Right now, I'm reconsidering if it's less troublesome to kidnap you outright and whisk you away from this camp. VS paused a bit before he came up with another argument. No matter if Venerable Cie is colluding with the Visions, there's a chance he's merely pretending. Killing him will weaken the flagrant Vandals and impact their morale. It could be said that our defeat is pretty much set in stone if he dies. Won't our quick defeat benefit you more? Calabast smirked again. You make a good point, though you are basically condemning one of the only potential hopes of your mech regiments to death. How callous of you! Do the lives of the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's sword maidens truly mean nothing to you? I'm pretty confident that this is the best course of action for us. Better take an unstable factor off the board than to hope it plays out for us. Miss Calabast eventually acquiesced to his request and left shortly after. It didn't take more than an hour after the initial alarms sounded out throughout the camp. Only after VS saw the aggrieved and hopeless expressions of the other Vandals did VS realize the immense amount of harm his request had wrought. His actions led to the death of one of the biggest pillars of the flagrant Vandals. The news leaked out to the rest of the flagrant sword maidens just minutes later. A news as explosive as this couldn't be hidden for long, and Captain Bird figured it was better to release the news right away rather than to have it explode at a more inopportune time. All the mech officers went out in force to rally the men and prevent them from acting out, but there was no question that their morale plummeted like a rock sinking into an ocean. Surprisingly enough, hatred against the Visions intensified. The assassination of an expert pilot crossed all the lines, and the Vandal mech pilots each vowed to take revenge for their fallen champion. They would not rest until they killed as much Visions as they could on the battlefield. In the meantime, VS suggested he do something about the Pale Dancer to Captain Bird. Captain, none of our mech pilots can pilot the Pale Dancer anymore. Even an expert candidate like Captain Orphan is unable to do anything with it. I suggest we process the expert mech and render it useless. Captain Orphan looked incredibly haggard as she tried to prevent the collapse of the flagrant Vandals. You want to spoil the Pale Dancer before the Visions get their hands on it? Is there truly no way of making use of the mech? VS shook his head. You know as well as I do that it takes an exceptional mech pilot to be able to pilot an expert mech. Advanced pilots can just forget about it. The strain will fry their nerves before they can even make the Pale Dancer take a single step. The mech captain paused in indecision. The Pale Dancer was Venerable Cie's personal expert mech, and originated from the dark plasma star sector. Its presence served as a symbol, even with the death of its original owner and mech pilot. To dismantle it meant that the Vandals admitted that they didn't believe themselves to be capable enough to protect Venerable Cie's legacy. The expert mech of any fallen expert pilot would never be discarded like a piece of trash. The highest honor an orphan expert mech could enjoy was to assign it to another compatible expert pilot so that its mission upon inception continued. This was the respect that expert mechs deserved. While VS respected mechs like any other, he prioritized his safety even more. Even if VS wrecked the neural interface or replaced it with a fresh dummy, a good mech designer would still be able to notice the discrepancies. Expert mechs came with so many advanced systems that VS couldn't ensure that any one of them left some clues behind that hinted at his misdeeds. Therefore, VS wanted to be extra certain and destroy the mech, just in case. As for Captain Bird, seeing as defeat loomed over their heads, she eventually nodded. Do it! Don't leave any useful scraps behind for the Vesians. With her permission, VS brought over a couple of mech technicians and depressingly began to dismantle it piece by piece. Using other mechs and heavy tools, they practically vandalized the pale dancer. Delicate parts got smashed or stepped upon, hardy armor plating became deformed or melted into a puddle of slag under the application of extreme heat. Such a crude way of destroying the components of an expert mech partially ruined the special traits of the highly valuable exotics laced in their structure. Exotics with their myriad of effects and remarkable properties served as the core of the functioning of any expert mech, and all of them possessed some energetic activity. Due to their active states, exotics needed to be handled carefully. The moment their energetic activity leaked or ran out of control, the exotics degraded into mundane minerals. What VS directed over the course of 3 hours was the systematic spoiling of tens billions of credits worth of exotics. Each second that passed, millions of credits worth of exotics got ruined due to their incredibly rough treatment. This was pouring money down the drain. At the end of the spoiling process, nothing remained of the pristine white mech. The fast, accurate, and agile rifleman mech suffered an ignoble death off the battlefield, just like its former master. Neither Venerable Sia or the Pale Dancer deserved to meet their ends behind enemy lines. Yet they both fell at the hands of VS because they posed a threat to his freedom and safety. "I'm not sorry," he whispered to himself as he watched the pile of slag and crushed components being carted onto a fast transport to be scattered over a wide area. Why should he feel sorry? He was merely defending his interests. Even the prestige of an expert pilot didn't stop him from requesting Miss Calabast from arranging an expert pilot's death. VS was merely surprised she acted so decisively, and with such overwhelming success. She even managed to leave no trace behind, allowing the dastardly Vesians to take the blame instead. He admired her capable and elegant handling of this problem. VS could learn a thing or two about her methods. Still, she's extremely well equipped and has a lot of capable subordinates under the wing. I'll have to build up my own capabilities before I can replicate such a feat. His fear and apprehension towards the inscrutable Miss Calabast increased, but his admiration rose as well. If VS possessed the same capabilities, he would have a lot more options available to him. At the very least, he wouldn't be forced into a helpless state when confronted with the hostility of an expert pilot. The thrashing of the Pale Dancer inspired the rest of the Vandals and Sword Maidens. Though they didn't wish to contemplate defeat, they began to make arrangements in the event the Vesians overrun the camp. The engineers rigged the power reactors to overload on command, while Chief Dakin prepared to spoil the god crystal generators by infecting them with a murky crystal. Others began to tidy up the databanks and rig them up to blow. If the enemy managed to obtain a victory, then they could forget about taking over their valuables. Chapter 881 Fiery Hearts. A fatalistic mood overtook the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens. Both of them knew that the Vesians wouldn't spare any of them even if they laid down their weapons and surrendered. The only way they could survive was to eke out a victory. Therefore, even if everyone's morale was awful, they burned with the willingness to battle. They wanted to chop as much Vesian mechs as possible to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Lydia's Sword Maidens possessed firm wills that would never be shaken so easily. They faced worse odds and managed to overturn the situation around. As long as they fought to their heart's content, what was there for them to regret? At the very least, the Sword Maidens would still live on without Commander Lydia and the land-bound forces. While Lydia's Sword Maidens may no longer be called by that name upon the death of their founder, their sisters would still be able to rise up from the ashes. Therefore, the Sword Maidens trapped on the surface needed to fight as hard as they could so they would not dishonor their names. Victory in battle! Glory in defeat! The Sword Maidens shall live forever! Death is not the end. Death is nothing to be afraid of. If death comes for us, then let us laugh in its face. The war cries thundering throughout the Sword Maiden side of the camp practically bowled over the Vandals. They could feel the grit and determination of the female warriors and couldn't help but be inspired by their unity and determination. This was how mech pilots ought to behave. The Vandals didn't want to let themselves be shown up by a bunch of frontier pirates. While fear still racked their minds, they tried their best to push it back. If they must die, then they wanted to go kicking and screaming. It was only when their backs were pressed against the wall that the Vandals truly acted with the demeanor of soldiers. The Vesians might have thought they managed to sap their wills, but instead they stoked them into a raging wildfire. Even if the Vesians won in the end, they must absolutely suffer every step of the way. Ves met with Captain Bird, Chief Dakin and Dr. Tillman to discuss the disposition of some of their most sensitive assets. When they entered Captain Bird's office, the mech officer prepared 3 high-capacity secure data chips for them. These data chips not only stored much more data than the cheaper varieties, they also possessed much stronger encryption as well. Regular hackers needed decades to crack the encryption through brute force. Bird gestured towards the data chips. Please take the data chips and store them well. Each of them contains full logs of what has transpired in our expedition. The data chips also has plenty of room for you to fill up with any pertinent research data that you may feel the need to add. Why are you giving us these data chips? Dakin asked. In the event of a defeat, I want you to make a run for the Starlight Megalodon. The Vesians are cutting us off from entering the red zone right now, but in the event of a battle and defeat, they may lose too many mechs for them to be on guard against some small fry running away on foot. That is the best opportunity for some fish to slip through the net. Everyone became depressed at the thought. What Captain Bird actually suggested stood almost no chance of succeeding. Even if they ran past the encirclement of the Vesians, they still needed to traverse more than 100 kilometers before they reached the safe zone around the Starlight Megalodon. The Vesians could easily track their footsteps and catch up to them before they made it far. Therefore, what Captain Bird suggested was extremely unlikely to come to pass. No one called her out for it because even a sliver of chance of success sustained this attempt. As long as someone managed to slip away against overwhelming odds, the flagrant Vandals and the Mech Corps gained valuable intelligence on what transpired on the ground. The authenticity of the logs wouldn't be called into question despite all the outlandish discoveries they made as long as no one tampered with the records. Ves picked up the data chip first. Unlike the others, Miss Calabast already arranged his escape route. Therefore, he felt more assured that he could complete Captain Bird's final request. I'll make sure this data chip falls in the right hand if I manage to survive and make it out of this planet, he pledged solemnly. This was one promise he was determined to meet. The sacrifice of the Vandal ground forces shouldn't be in vain. Having witnessed how the Vandals climbed out of the pit of despair with fiery hearts, Ves couldn't help but get caught up in their fervor. They were Vandals. They were servicemen. They were Briters. Rolling over to die was not in their blood. Even when the Vandals faced imminent defeat, they still wanted to do what was best for the Bright Republic. How could Ves not respect such patriotic determination? He felt helpless and powerless at his inability to turn the tide. He hated how little a mech designer's influence reached when it came to situations like this. If he possessed the battle prowess of an expert pilot, Then at least he'd be able to fight on their behalf. Yet his awful genetic aptitude precluded him from ever entering the cockpit as a mech pilot. Ves felt extraordinarily frustrated at his lack of combat capabilities. Even if he possessed the powerful Amastendra, the most he could do was shoot 10 high-powered laser beams that might, or might not be able to pierce through the armor of a light mech. What then? He'd die as quick as that when a single mech retaliated against him. He'd either die from getting stepped upon by a melee mech or being vaporized out of existence when a ranged mech fired a laser at his position. The boiling blood running through his veins urged him to fight back anyway. His pride and heritage as a Larkinson insisted upon it. How could a Larkinson hold themselves up in the rear and cower in the face of an enemy attack? How could a Larkinson think about abandoning their comrades and scurrying away from danger? As Ves left Captain Bird's office and returned to his office in order to load up the data chip with a bunch of research data from all of the research projects the Vandals conducted, he tried to reconcile his conflicting urges. "I may be a Larkinson, but I'm not a warrior," he muttered. "I have no place on the battlefield. My presence makes no difference." Ves inadvertently reminded himself of Eric Kichiro, the mech designer of Chopra Security Services and one of the few surviving Shoprans the fleet picked up from a debris field in space. The mech designer survived by being one of the first Shoprans to abandon ship and eject from his escape pod. He still remembered the phrase uttered by Eric. "Cowardice is a virtue." Of course, Eric subsequently died a coward's death. A Chopran mech captain sneaked into his holding cell and executed the mech designer. Did Eric deserve his death? He definitely had it coming. His early flight set off a premature evacuation and practically ruined the Chopran's chances of winning against the Enion that stabbed them in the back. Yet if Ves fled the Vandals, would he be committing the same sin as Eric? Ves didn't think so. First, the situation on the ground was a lot different than in space. A few people on foot trying to flee wasn't as conspicuous as a bunch of escape pods emerging from a ship. Second, Captain Bird already tacitly consented to such behavior when she passed over the high-capacity data chips. In fact, she even hoped that some of them might successfully flee. The Vandals on the ground must not be forgotten. All of their deeds and actions needed to be returned to the Bright Republic so that their sacrifice could be honored. Third, Ves did not plan to flee too early in the battle. Captain Bird spoke correctly when she said that nothing could sneak past the Vision blockade at their full strength. Perhaps the means arranged by Miss Calabast might be an exception, but even then their chances of success became much greater if they fled at a time the Visions incurred the maximum amount of losses possible. "Cowardice is not a virtue," Ves concluded as he finished stuffing the data chip with all the research data he found valuable enough to carry away. "Cowardice is a sin." To flee from battle was a natural tendency. To fear death and value your own life was as human as it got. Yet Eric's actions accelerated the downfall of the Shoprans. Ves decided not to flee before the battle became decided. After Ves finished stowing away the high-capacity data chip in a secure slot in his earth ant, he spent some time to prepare some supplies. Aware that he couldn't bring too much, he mostly limited himself to carrying nutrient packs, water, a medical kit, batteries, and some extra tools. The nutrient packs contained enough calories to keep him alive for a very long time. As the ultimate survival food the galaxy, they were jam-packed with nutrition, and Ves could easily stretch out his supply for quite a long time if he went on a starvation diet. On the other hand, he carried much less water, but his earth ant already contained an integrated water purifier. As long as it remained working, it could easily recycle his urine as well as filter any water source he found in the wild. Even though the astral winds covered the entire horizon, the ecosystem still supported rain, and plenty of rivers and lakes dotted the lands. The only difference from a typical terrestrial planet was that 7 predominantly consisted of land. After Ves finished preparing his pack of gear, Ves decided to pay a visit to Myra. He walked over to the Sword Maiden side of the camp and became inspired by the way the Sword Maidens pumped themselves up for battle. Even if the Vandals resolved to fight to the death, they couldn't help but exhibit some fear. It was different for the Sword Maidens. Their warriors and mech pilots underwent an extensive amount of brutal training. All of their cowards already died or left the sisterhood. The only ones who remained successfully hunted an exhibeast in the wild with nothing but their own bodies and a sword. Sword maidens capable of succeeding in their graduation ceremony no longer showed fear. They even thought the Vandals might have exaggerated the threat posed by the Vesians. They still believed they stood a good chance of winning. Ves entered a familiar workshop and met with Myra. "I have something important to say. Please call up Kedis." Shortly afterwards, they entered a small office. Once Ves activated his signal jammer, he began to broach the topic of escape. "I've come into contact with a third party," he revealed. "I've made a private arrangement with that person. In the event of a defeat, the third party is willing to sneak me to the safe zone around the Starlight Megalodon and save me from Vesian pursuit. I managed to negotiate the right to bring along an extra." The pirate designers frowned. Kedis still remained a little confused, but Myra's eyes grew sharp. The news that a third party might be staring at the flagrant Sword Maidens and Vesians particularly caught her attention. "Is this supposed third party trustworthy in any way?" "No," Ves admitted. "I don't even know who she really is or who she works for. However, I think she's sincere enough because she needs my cooperation with certain matters. The point is that I may have a way of giving Kedis a way out." "Hey!" Kedis growled. "If anyone's getting away, it should be Myra. The Sword Maidens in the fleet still need her. I know my worth. I'm a nobody right now." Myra immediately cut in, causing Kedis to halt. "Absolutely not. In no way will I allow this opportunity to fall on anyone else but you. Although the offer from Ves sounds dubious, if anyone among us deserves an out, it should be you." "But why?" "Because I'm old, and you're young." Ves stood by the side, not wanting to intervene. He felt touched by their selflessness and willingness to sacrifice themselves. Kedis thought of the good Myra could still do. As a journeyman mech designer, she could absolutely reinvigorate the surviving Sword Maidens. As for Myra, she considered Kedis to be her own adoptive daughter. A parent should never put their own lives over their children. Her sense of motherhood towards her protégé compelled her to give Kedis the opportunity to escape and start a new life. Because for Myra, she loved Kedis more than she loved the Sword Maidens. Chapter 882 Difficult Dilemma. "You are worth more than the Sword Maidens!" Myra shouted, trying to convince her recalcitrant protégé that her sacrifice meant nothing. "I would not be able to live with myself if my survival comes at the expense of your life. I might as well commit suicide in that case." Kedis couldn't accept that argument. "But what about the Sword Maidens? Our sisters still need your help to rebuild the sisterhood." "We have sacrificed enough for the Sword Maidens." Myra sneered, revealing her disillusion for the organization she served for several decades. "Commander Lydia abandoned all she has built in order to be at the beck and call of a figure in the shadows. Our entire sisterhood is built upon a lie. We aren't giving women in the frontier a better chance. All this time, we've been training them to become a hidden tool to some rich and powerful magnate from civilized space. Open your ears and listen to my words. Do you believe that I am talking nonsense?" Kedis wanted to refute with a fiery retort, yet she couldn't form a reply. Myra told her much about the inner dealings of the Sword Maidens, including the existence of a secret backer who assisted Commander Lydia from the very start. "This. Even if we answer to another boss, That still doesn't invalidate what the Sword Maidens have done, she feebly responded. We've upheld our ideals and become a force to be reckoned with in the frontier. Our dreams will die if you aren't there to help the sisters that we left behind in our fleet. Myra snorted. Our other sisters will do just fine without out. They are my sisters as well, so I know they can take care of themselves. Besides, that hidden backer of ours won't discard their investment so easily. They'll be just fine even without a journeyman mech designer presiding over their mechs. I can't believe you! How could you say that about the Sword Maidens? The shock exhibited by Kedis showed that she always put the Sword Maidens up to a high pedestal. To see Myra throwing shade over the organization shattered all of her preconceptions. She respected Myra immensely, but she loved the Sword Maidens with pure devotion. To choose between the two tore her apart from the inside. Kedis couldn't handle the confrontation any longer and ran away as if her life depended on it. Rather than continuing to confront her dilemma, she'd rather flee from it entirely. She'll get around. Myra sounded unapologetic for forcing her protégé into this position. She's not capable of abandoning the Sword Maidens yet, but I'll make sure she preserves her life. What about you? Ves asked. You should know the fate of any pirates that fall into the hands of someone like the Vesians. Pirates rightfully received the penalty of death for their misdeeds. Even if people tended to throw around the label of pirates a bit too liberally, it didn't change that it was an absolute death sentence for any pirate to land in the hands of others. It didn't matter if the pirates served as a non-combatant such as a cook. They contributed to the depravities of other pirates, and thus were accomplices to the crime of piracy. Civilized space detested space piracy to the core. Human civilizations spread themselves out among the stars, to the point of engulfing half the galaxy. This was an immense amount of territory population by trillions of people. Such a vast and mostly empty space could only be sustained if trade continued to flow between the stars. Space pirates preying the trade channels formed the greatest threat against intersystem, interstate, and intersector trade. States did everything possible to curb the tide of piracy that weakened their prosperity, and their mech militaries almost always abided by zero-tolerance policies when it came to pirates. I'll try my luck with the Vesians. Myra nonchalantly shrugged. She was already resigned to do so even without Ves offering a lifeline. Even though pirate designers are worthy of death, I don't believe I've ever accrued a bounty. I'm different from the fugitive mech designers who committed heinous crimes and has been forced to flee to the frontier. I'm a complete unknown, and as a journeyman mech designer, I am more valuable alive than dead. Ves realized what kind of hope that represented. You hope the Vesians will take a shine on your ability and use you for their own ends? The chance of that happening is not high. If the Vesians back home know they employ a pirate designer, they'll catch a lot of flack. They'll have to keep me hidden and locked up in a secret base, then. She shrugged. It's better than nothing. As long as I cooperate and lend my expertise to my captors, I'll be treated with respect. That's far better than being captured by pirates. It still left a lot of question marks behind. Back when he studied mech design, Ves heard whispers about unscrupulous entities kidnapping mech designers and forcing them to work on shady projects at gunpoint. Some mech designer students dismissed such stories as conspiracy theories. Ves initially took such rumors with a grain of salt, but with his experiences so far he knew better than to dismiss such stories. Journeyman mech designers may not be as rare as expert pilots, but it took a considerable amount of effort to secure the services of one. Novice mech designers were as numerous as the stars in the galaxy, while apprentice mech designers flooded the labor market. It didn't take much effort to hire some average mech designers, though it was unlikely someone would be able to procure the services of talented apprentices. Those with actual ability already succeeded in running their own mech companies. While good and bad journeyman mech designers existed, Even the worst of them could easily surpass some of the best apprentices. Only extremely powerful organizations and mech militaries had the power, wealth, and influence to employ them as large numbers. Some of them also continued to serve under seniors and masters in the hopes of advancing their learning. Still, an overwhelming amount of journeymen set up independent businesses. This was why procuring the services of even one journeyman took quite a bit of effort. Each one could easily worth billions of credits in the amount of value they offered through their services. Simply put, someone like Myra was pretty much a walking bag of money. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to squeeze this much value out of a mech designer, and it took a lot of time for the payoff to be worth the effort. However, a considerable amount of value could be gained over time. The more Ves thought about it, the more it sounded plausible to his ears. Still, once Myra fell into the hands of the Vesians, they would never let go. Are you prepared for what might be in store for you, Myra? Your life may end in that secret base. She smiled ruefully at Ves. It is not the worst retirement I've heard. Pirates generally don't get to live old age. I think some peace and quiet while I get to pursue my craft without any outside concerns is rather attractive compared to roaming the frontier. I hope they'll treat you right when the time comes. I'll look for you after the war for Ketty's sake. Don't. Only trouble will come your way. Wait until either of you advance to senior. Only then will you have the leverage to seek me out. Ves respected her decision and her willingness to sacrifice everything for Ketty's. As for advancing to senior, even if he felt confident about his chances of advancing quickly due to his advantages, it would still take a couple of decades for him to reach that height. After he left Myra's workshop, he returned to the Vandal side of the camp and joined the final preparations of the fight. Much of the camp had been booby-trapped or rigged to blow. The only reason why the Vandals and Sword Maidens hadn't ruined anything yet besides the Pale Dancer and some other sensitive goods was because they still hoped they might prevail in the coming battle. A couple of tense hours went by as the drums of war rang louder and louder. The Vesian scout mechs changed their patterns. Seismic sensors faintly detected large amount of heavy objects approaching the flagrant Sword Maidens. In order to prevent the camp from suffering any collateral damage, Commander Lydia and Captain Bird decided to force the engagement a dozen kilometers from the camp. They brought most of their combat-capable mechs to their chosen site, which granted them a small elevation and terrain advantage, and dared the Vesians into attacking their lines straight away. A dozen kilometers was far enough that the camp and the supply train wouldn't be affected by collateral damage. The distance was also close enough for the main combat force to cover the camp in the event the Vesians wanted to circumvent them and hit their weakest point. For a battle of this magnitude, the commanding officers didn't stay back this time to lead the troops from the rear. Commander Lydia and Captain Bird both decided to enter the fray in their mechs. Commander Lydia piloted a custom Silver Valencia, while Captain Bird piloted a spare rifleman mech. Ves took up his usual post inside the temporary command center. He could still contribute a lot to the battle by analyzing the enemy mechs and pinpointing their weak points. He had no intention of fleeing early like Eric Kichiro once did. As the head designer of the Vandals, Ves enjoyed a high position among the Vandals. Subsequently, he became subject to a lot of scrutiny. There would be hell to pay for him if he fled without good cause. Vandals, I won't lie to you. This will be a hard fight. Captain Bird began her speech. Every Vandal listened to her projection no matter if they resided in a cockpit or stood by back in camp. This will be the battle of our lives. The hatred between us and the Vesians is irreconcilable. They'll never let us go if we end up in their hands. Since we're already marked for death, we might as well take as much of their lives in the process. Because you know what? Because we are the flagrant Vandals. We take what is ours. We take what is ours. Everyone echoed in unison. Even Ves joined in. We take what is ours. We take what is ours. Captain Bird's projection grinned. For the first time since he saw her, the mech captain actually looked inspiring. Ves figured that she specifically practiced for this speech beforehand. Someone else may have even written this speech for her as well. Since the founding of the Flagrant Vandals, we've been called pirates, we've been called scoundrels, we've been called scum who don't belong in the mech corps. Ha! We've fought and bled as much as any other mech regiment. We've seen our fair share of combat and do the dirty work that others aren't willing to do. The way I see it, our naysayers are right. We're thieves. We are stealers of lives, and right now hundreds of trained Vision mech pilots are delivering their lives to our doorsteps. Kill them! Steal their lives! The Vandal mech pilots entered a state of utmost preparedness. All of their mechs had been checked by overworked mech technicians, and Ves spent as much time as he could to personally tune them up. All of them waited for the Visions to arrive. The seismic sensors continued to track the slow approach of an enormous mass of heavy footsteps. The decisive battle loomed. They're coming. According to the seismic sensors, the number of mechs approaching the main lines likely numbered around 500. They already outnumbered the Flagrant Sword Maidens by a small margin. While it still left the defenders with some hope for victory, Ves knew that quantity didn't count for everything. Chapter 883 Set Piece Battle. No more doubt plagued the Vandals and Sword Maidens. Now that the Visions arrived at their doorsteps, the unruly mech pilots all calmed down. In a battle for survival, doubt led to defeat. With roughly 400 to 500 mechs deployed on each side, the front lines stretched for kilometers. The temporary headquarters only managed to keep in touch with all of their mechs through the use of relays. The environment imposed many restrictions on the battle. The interference in the air this close to the red zone hindered communications and discouraged both sides from spreading their mechs thin. It would be too easy to become isolated and cut off from backup. The heavy gravity also complicated the fighting. The Flagrant Sword Maidens previously tore apart the cage tongs by surrounding their mechs and taking out their gravitic backpacks first. Without their personal anti-grav fields, the afflicted mechs became forced to fight against 6 times normal gravity. This practically crippled the mech's combat effectiveness. Not only that, the high energy consumption of gravitic backpacks discouraged long, drawn-out engagements that typically happened when hundreds of mechs clashed against each other on land. Most land-bound engagements actually took place over multiple days. Battles in virtual games such as Iron Spirit didn't serve as an accurate example of how they were ordinarily fought because their endurance and supply situation were subject to artificial restrictions in order to hurry them up. The main reason why the Visions moved ahead with a frontal clash was because they couldn't sustain the enormous energy expenditure of lengthy medium-intensity battle. They would rather prefer to fight a quick high-intensity battle and end it quickly to prevent any accidents concerning their energy reserves. What a grand occasion! Ves remarked quietly as he saw the seismic sensors continuing to display a vague blob of heavy objects moving towards the prepared battle lines of the Vandals and Sword Maidens. Neither side played any maneuvering games. The Flagrant Sword Maidens were forced to draw a line in the sand because of their duty to shield the camp and supply train. The Visions deliberately attempted to cross that line because a straightforward confrontation suited their needs. Thus, a rare occasion occurred where both sides willingly pushed for a set-piece battle. Such glorious battles regularly entered the annals of history. No matter if a side won or lost, as long as they fought at their best, the entire mech regiment received an immense amount of honor. Their performance would be turned into a glorious battle record and be added into the archives, and in turn enrich their martial tradition. A mech regiment with a long list of battle records carried much more weight than a mech regiment with few notable battles to their name. One of the hidden sources of inferiority to the Flagrant Vandals had always been their dearth of battle records. Small, inconsequential raids and trade interdiction didn't deserve to be turned into a battle record. Only major engagements such as the Dietmar operation turned into a point of glory. Ever since the Vandals embarked on their historic journey into the Ves kingdom, they continued to fight arduous battles that sacrificed many of their brothers and sisters. Yet their sacrifice was not in vain. Not only did they accomplish their mission or survive time and time again, the battles also contributed to the elevation of the flagrant Vandals. No one would dismiss the flagrant Vandals as the scum of the Mech Corps after the war. Every Vandal veteran could easily bring up honors they earned with their own flesh and blood. Some Mech regiments wished they fought as frequently against the Vesians as the flagrant Vandals. Look at our battle records. Tell me if we haven't fought as valiantly as the Mech regiments in the front line. Right now, many Vandal Mech pilots fought not just for their own survival, but also to leave behind their legacy. The Mech Corps always treated the descendants of fallen Mech pilots generously. Those affected by the loss of a warrior received preferential treatment and subsidies. This was a way of motivating Mech pilots to battle without fear and to sustain popular support for the war. In fact, the Bright Republic only copied the Vesians in this manner. Vesian commoners generally didn't receive good treatment in their society, but it was wholly different once someone in their family became a Mech pilot. Any commoner could become a knight if they distinguished themselves in battle. This was also why the Vandals expected the Vesians to fight just as hard, if not harder. The Vesians held the upper hand, after all. The main force is coming into range. Hold your fire. We won't hit much at this range. Due to the interference in the air, the effective range of laser weapons practically halved. There was no question about their power, but accuracy suffered a severe impact after a range of more than a couple of kilometers. Combined with the integrated ECM systems incorporated in any modern mech, perhaps only 5 to 10% of laser beams landed on a mech. Both sides expected the main battle to be decided in a melee clash. This suited the sword maidens just fine, as they always held utmost confidence in their mech swordsmanship. For this reason, their main line consisted of sword maiden mechs. The Devil Razors and Silver Valencias were especially conspicuous. Myra's designs all took the forefront and inspired the rest of the sword maidens into an unprecedented amount of battle lust. This was a battle for the ages for the sword maidens. As for the flagrant Vandals, they positioned their mechs at the flanks and at the rear. Their mech roster was a mixed bag and lacked cohesion. However, this also granted them a lot of flexibility, and for this battle they decided to plug up the gaps the sword maidens couldn't fulfill. Ves likened the deployment of the flagrant sword maidens' mechs as a strong fist surrounded by wings. It was the job of the fist to slam straight against the enemy, thereby providing enough opportunities for the wings to cut the enemy from the flanks. Therefore, the sword maiden mechs played the most critical role. The longer they held out against the Vesians, the larger the chances of cutting the Vesians apart. The meandering monkeys began to flit back and forth at the edge of medium range. The Vandal and Sword Maiden ranged mechs itched to fire their lasers at the annoying light mechs that made their lives hell in the past week, but their commanding officers firmly held them back. The meandering monkey mechs are taunting us to fire at them. Their dodging patterns are too exquisite for us to hit them at this range. We'll only be draining our energy faster, Captain Bird emphasized. Even though the Vandals prepared a decent stockpile of batteries and energy cells, that didn't mean they could do whatever they wanted. They also faced some energy constraints. The vanguard of the Hostland warriors are coming into view. VS recognized some of the mech models of the Hostland warriors from archival footage. However, the Bright Republic never paid much attention to the disposition of the Hafner Duchy. The territory's placement on the opposite side to the Ves Kingdom meant that the Hafner mech legions rarely deployed against the Bright Republic. Therefore, VS spotted many new mech models. The Hostland warriors resembled the flagrant Vandals in that they didn't specialize in a narrow role. They fielded knight mechs, swordsman mechs, rifleman mechs, light skirmishers, striker mechs, frontline mechs, and more. They didn't field any heavy mechs, either because they didn't own any or because their energy budget couldn't sustain such an enormous burden. Despite that, the battle lineup of the Hostland warriors immediately made it clear that this was a mech regiment that could stand toe-to-toe against other frontline mech regiments. The reputation of the Hostland warriors don't do them justice, someone said. They're fully geared for pitched battles. The tragedy of the Hafner Duchy was that a mech regiment like the Hostland warriors rarely had the opportunity to flex their muscles. They neighbored the Rhineland Republic, a state that never formally declared war against the Vesians. That didn't stop their unruly mech pilots to form completely unrelated pirate gangs and raid the Hafner territories. Most of the time, the Hostland warriors split up their forces and took up garrison duty, waiting for an attack that almost never came due to the formidability of the warriors in direct battles. Therefore, the Hostland warriors also looked forward to this coming battle. The flagrant Vandals may not enjoy that good of a reputation among mech regiments, but they more than proved their valor against the Vesians in this latest war. Defeating the Vandals and their formidable-looking pirate allies would also earn the warriors a lot of glory. As more and more of the Hostland warriors moved into range, either side sent any envoys. A normal tradition in set-piece battles was that both sides would send out envoys to parley or champions to duel to the death. Neither side felt the need to resort to such artificial traditions. This was a fight to the death. This deep into the Stormlands and this close to the Starlight Megalodon, either side could afford to let any of their adversaries escape. The success of their missions hinged upon eliminating their greatest rivals on the surface of Aeon Corona 7. Perhaps other pirate ground forces lingered in the vicinity. Even if any of them made it all the way to the Red Zone, the flagrant Sword Maidens and Vesians doubted they retained much combat effectiveness. Only they themselves were the kings of the battlefield. Yet this region was only big enough to support a single crown. Neither side could abide each other's presence any longer. In the end, Captain Bird issued out the first command. Akara Mechs, suppress the enemy battle line! The 10 heavy cannoneers lessened the disparity in strength for the flagrant Sword Maidens. They possessed an unimaginable amount of firepower, but could only play out their full advantages over time. The earlier they unloaded their firepower, the more the enemy suffered. Therefore, Captain Bird did not hesitate to employ the Akara first. Their laser cannons possessed considerable range, and their targeting systems were all top-notch. Their mech pilots all specialized in piloting both heavy mechs and ranged mechs and consisted of a rare group of elites among the Vandals. Thick laser beams streaked across the battlefield with the speed of light and instantly scorched against the exterior of the enemy mechs. At this range, a significant amount of laser beams hit their mark. The Hostland warriors hadn't prepared to come under fire at this moment, so most of the stricken mechs had been slow to dodge to the side. Detecting elevated heat signatures among the Hostland warriors, they're firing back. The Vesians quickly retaliated with hundreds of smaller laser beams. The Vandals and Sword Maidens already moved their mechs beforehand, causing fewer of them to be hit. The battle commenced in earnest now. Ranged mechs, spread your wings! While the melee mechs slowly converged upon each other, the rifleman mechs from both sides started their dance with each other. Just like with the battle against the cage tongs, the duel between rifleman mechs played out like an elaborate dance. It was like a magnified skirmish encompassing more than 100 mechs on each side. The ranged mechs of the Hostland warriors proved themselves to be remarkably skilled and solid in their marksmanship and dodging abilities. The Vandal ranged mech pilots, on the other hand, each displayed an inconsistent amount of skill. Their backgrounds were too varied and most of them underwent their basic training outside of the Vandals. Nonetheless, the varied means of the Vandal ranged mechs also prevented the host land warriors from honing in on a specific weakness. The Vandal riflemen mechs each acted independently, but also stuck to a general strategy that could only clearly be seen from an overview. The Vandal ranged mechs spread to the flanks and forced the host land warriors to send their own ranged mechs in pursuit lest they leave their flanks open against ranged harassment. The Vandal riflemen mechs successfully drew the bulk of the ranged mechs of the host land warriors away from the Sword Maiden battle line. The rest is up to you now, Sword Maidens! Chapter 884 Frontal Collision. Laser beams raked across both sides with radiant splendor. Without eye protection of eye augments, many people risked being blinded by the sheer amount of light being thrown around. Fortunately, as laser weapons became more ubiquitous, every person in the galaxy received minor eye augments. This not only corrected their vision, but also added shielding to their retinas. This prevented them from being blinded when lasers started firing around. Of course, not a single person on foot dared to be present at the battle right now. Only mechs fought against each other, and every mech pilot observed the battle through the sensors of their mechs rather than their naked eyes. Even then, the brilliance of lasers overwhelmed some of the sensors and made it a bit more difficult to observe their foes. Both the left flank and the right flank of the flagrant Sword Maidens became engulfed in a torrent of laser fire with their opposite among the visions. The flanks stretched out as the riflemen mechs needed more room to maneuver. Light mechs from both sides also started to dart back and forth. The meandering monkeys deftly attempted to close in, only to be deterred by vigilant Vandal riflemen mechs. However, this distraction reduced the pressure against the ranged mechs of the hostland warriors, allowing them to hit their targets with a little less concern. The highly mobile clashes at the flanks resembled giant skirmishes. Due to the distance and the inherent damage potential of laser rifles, it would take a long time before a large amount of casualties emerged. For now, the flanks remained at an equilibrium. Neither side sent any further reinforcements to tip the balance of the scales. Instead, they devoted most of their efforts at the center. The Sword Maiden mech pilots are running out of patience, a Vandal sitting behind a sensor console yelled. They're about to surge forward. Tell them to hold out longer. Let the enemy come to us. It's no use. Even Commander Lydia can't keep her own Sword Maidens in line. Commander Lydia enjoyed a vast amount of respect from her subordinates, but the Sword Maidens had been trained to act decisively and ferociously when it came to battle. Even their founder's prestige failed to hold them back. This was the product of specific training. It turned the Sword Maidens into great berserkers but awful soldiers. The Vandals commanding at the rear and the temporary headquarters all looked at each other in dismay. They already kept an eye on the Sword Maidens for this kind of behavior, but they couldn't believe these female pirates could be stubborn. Captain Bird patched in from her rifleman mech. As of now, she stuck to the main line instead of joining the other riflemen mechs at the flanks. She was much closer to the Sword Maiden mechs, and thus knew exactly how little patience their allies had left. Switch to Plan B. If the Sword Maidens are so eager to charge forward, then we should do everything to support them from the sides and rear. Prepare to move out. Yes, Captain. The Vandals learned their lessons. This time, they formed a battle plan with the assumption that the Sword Maidens charged straight at the enemy battle lines. The Vandals may not be able to exert any control over the actions of their allies, but they could always accompany the Sword Maidens and fight at their side. They're off! Hundreds of Sword Maiden mechs poured forward in an incredible if uncoordinated tide. There was no hint of formation or coordination in their charge. The faster mechs ran ahead of the slower mechs. The Silver Valencias, which served as the prestige mechs of the Sword Maidens, boldly took up the vanguard position and attracted a lot of errant laser fire. The Hostland warriors mostly emphasized melee mechs, but many of these mechs came equipped with laser pistols that dealt light damage and ran out of energy fairly quickly. Nonetheless, the warrior mechs negated the inherent disadvantages of their weapons by concentrating their firepower. Their target? The Silver Valencias. However, these upgraded swordsman mechs designed by Myra made use of premium compressed armor plating produced at Maligan's pit stop. Compressed armor was a rarity in the frontier, and the sword maidens invested heavily in procuring all of this plating. The light swats from the laser pistols hardly scorched the exterior of the Silver Valencias no matter how many lasers swept their form. Not only that, just like the Devil Razors, the Silver Valencias came with a lot of sustained and burst mobility. They already moved fast, but low-profile boosters built into their frames gave the Silver Valencias an extra push whenever they dodged or strode forward. Ves sighed in admiration at Myra's best design. Though not cheap by any means, the Silver Valencias more than earned their considerable investment. They're even better than my Crystal Lords in defending against laser fire. Lydia's sword maidens always became restrained by their limited manpower. Few sword maiden mech pilots successfully survived their brutal training regime and extremely challenging graduation ceremony. This caused them to invest a considerable amount of resources into the quality of their mechs. Their best and most deserving sword maiden mech pilots received the privilege of piloting the Silver Valencias. Each of them possessed the mindset of a champion and valiantly took leading positions to serve as examples for their fellow sword maidens. Charge! Charge forward! Show these military mechs what the sword maidens are made of! With their gravitic backpacks running at full tilt, all of their mechs traversed the ground quickly. In the face of such an uncoordinated charge, the Hostland warrior mech ceased their steady forward progress and formed into defensive formations. Compared to the sword maiden mechs who moved like a horde, the warriors neatly moved into exquisite formations. Knight mechs at the front, striker mechs at the side, swordsmen and spearmen mechs in the second line, all of them appeared ready to meet the oncoming charge. The variety of mech types allowed them to exhibit an unimaginable amount of flexibility. Right now, they set themselves up to meet a huge uncoordinated charge. As long as they blunted the charge and prevented the sword maidens from breaking through, they could easily bog down the rabid sword maidens and exploit their weaknesses in defense. Yet the charge of the sword maidens arrived with much greater ferocity than the Hostland warriors expected. What is this? The intelligence report stated that these are pirates. How come they're so powerful? The sword maiden mech struck with their great swords with the full weight of their momentum behind the initial blow. Even if they chopped straight into the shields of knight mechs, the incredibly sharp swords cut through them and dug deep grooves into their armor plating. Watch out for those swords. They're sharp. Lydia's sword maidens always worship swords from their inception. The mech pilots trained to handle a sword with their own bodies, allowing them to master this weapon no matter if they wielded them in their own hands or with a mech. Right now, they put all of their skills on display. Combined with their sharp and resilient swords, they momentarily buckled the defensive lines of the Hostland warriors. Come on, Vandals! Don't let the sword maiden show us up! As hardened military mech pilots, the Hostland warriors didn't let themselves be affected by their surprise for long. Orders poured in and the warrior mechs instantly adjusted their formation to cope with the unexpectedly fierce aggression. Even if the sword maiden mechs fought valiantly, they mostly fought individuality. The distance between each sword maiden mech was a lot wider than usual. This gave them enough room to put their considerable mobility and swordsmanship to full play without the possibility of harming their fellow sisters. Yet this dispersed formation also allowed the warrior mechs to surround the sword maiden mechs and prevent them from assisting each other. The Hostland warriors are attempting to defeat the sword maidens in detail. The warriors formed strong strike teams that went from sword maiden mech to sword maiden mech. They didn't intend to match the sword maidens in skill. Not a single of the warrior swordsman mechs came close to matching the female pirates in pure swordsmanship. Yet their excellent coordination allowed them to move their mechs around and flood the separated sword maiden mechs with sheer weight of numbers. However, the Hostland warriors only managed to fell a dozen mechs this way before the Vandal mechs arrived to relieve the pressure. Unlike the sword maidens, the Vandals enjoyed considerable support from the rear. The temporary headquarters continued to evaluate the circumstances of the battle and provided plenty of advice to the mech captains. This increased their coordination and allowed them to come up with the correct response to the enemy movements. Support the sword maiden mechs and cover their flanks. Constrain the warrior strike teams and pin them in place if possible. The Vandal mechs might not fight as ferociously as the sword maiden mechs, but they picked and chose their fights to achieve the greatest effect with the least amount of effort. Their efficiency constrained the Hostland warriors and prevented them from outmaneuvering the sword maidens. It's a stalemate. Ves paid little attention to the battle playing out in the main projection. He devoted most of his attention to analyzing the performance of each enemy mech. How many mech designers are working for the Hostland warriors? They've developed so many different mech models. Ves recognized many commonalities among the different designs. The Hostland warriors evidently didn't lack for mech designers, as they made great use of internally developed designs. In general, the Hostland warriors emphasized armor over mobility. They were designed to endure the rigors of pitched battles like this one. Their endurance was only moderate as they didn't specialize in long drawn-out engagements. As long as the Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs held out for an hour, then the Hostland warriors would gradually run out of steam by then, especially in this frigid battle where none of the mechs dared to hold back. Yet will we even be able to hold out that long? The Hostland warriors may have received a nasty surprise when the Sword Maiden mechs almost buckled their line, but they recovered smoothly and even gained the advantage in some areas. Thanks to their defense-oriented mechs, the Hostland warriors quickly steadied their battle lines. They became as stable as a rock in the face of Sword Maiden and Vandal aggression. The lack of forward progress annoyed the Sword Maiden mech pilots and caused them to fight back even harder. They wanted to hack down the resilient warrior mechs. The battle at the center became so intensive that the meandering monkeys didn't dare to stick their noses in it. Their light mechs simply wouldn't be able to block the immense great swords of the Devil Razors and Silver Valencias. Instead, besides helping out the ranged mechs at the flanks, they also tried to outmaneuver the flagrant Sword Maidens. However, the Vandals and Sword Maidens deployed enough light mechs in turn to constrain the meandering monkeys for now. Though they couldn't match the meandering monkeys forever, it was no problem to hold them up for a short amount of time. Casualties started to mount as both sides became more familiar with each other. While Ves worked hard to pinpoint the weaknesses of the mechs of the Hostland warriors, their designs were inordinately thorough and rounded. Their mech designers left very few openings, and the weak points that Ves pointed out mostly amounted to common weaknesses that every mech type shared. On the other hand, the mech designers working for the Hostland warriors detected a lot more weaknesses in the mechs of the Vandals and Sword Maidens. The speed in which the Hostland warriors defeated their adversaries increased. A chill ran through Ves as he observed this trend. The Vesians benefited from a mech designer with lots of experience and a good eye. That person may even be a senior mech designer. Once he realized that, Ves worked twice as hard in deciphering the enemy mechs. He couldn't let this difference widen the disparity between the two forces. Senior or not, I won't admit defeat. Chapter 885 No Ejection. A mech lieutenant of the Hostland warriors gritted his teeth while he piloted his spearman mech in support of his fellow warriors. When he heard they were about to fight the infamous Vandals along with a bunch of melee-oriented pirates, he expected to fight a running engagement. When he saw that the enemy formed battle lines and charged forward in a ragged mess, He thought the warriors would easily be able to break the backs of these unruly dogs. Reality proved much different from his expectations. The warriors had always considered the Vandals and pirates as scum who only won through trickery and misdirection. The Vesians never imagined their foe to be so ferocious and undaunting in a pitched battle. And these sword maidens? Who the hell are they? Some kind of force of exiled elites. Though the sword maiden mechs exhibited very poor coordination and teamwork, their hyper-aggressive approach forced the hostland warriors into a passive state. They constantly needed to hold the line against these mad women who knew no fear. No matter how disadvantageous it might be for them to push forward, they threw themselves forward without any regard for logic or safety. This normally wouldn't fluster the hostland warriors so much were it not for the Vandals following after their aggressive allies. The Vandals knew exactly how the sword maidens fought and neatly covered their backs, preventing the warriors from surrounding the sword maidens any further. The battle in the center devolved into a contest of attrition. With the fighting constantly heating up, casualties mounted in quick succession. Dozens of mechs fell before fatal spear strikes or enormously powerful sword chops. Hold on! Keep fighting! Don't you dare die before you take a warrior mech down with you! Our comrades are counting on us! It not only became a contest of arms, but also a contest of willpower. The hostland warriors arrived on the battlefield with confidence born of their inherent superiority over their foes. Their mech regiment was made to fight these kinds of battles. The excellent performance of the meandering monkeys in the previous skirmishes also inflated their confidence in the previous days. The mech pilots of the meandering monkeys constantly bragged about how they ran rings around the enemy light mechs. This gave the warriors the mistaken impression that they could easily crush the pathetic enemy mechs in a straightforward battle. Yet the truth proved to be different, and it mostly came down to willpower. The sword maidens already possessed a lot of courage. Yet the grit and courage of the flagrant Vandals not only surprised the Vesians, they even surprised themselves. They hadn't become affected by the dwindling morale or the despair that spread when word of Venerable Sia's assassination spread throughout the camp. Ves guessed that the mental resilience training sessions that he invented contributed significantly to the strength exhibited by the Vandal mech pilots. They learned how to cope with pressure and continue fighting even with the entire galaxy stacked against them. Even as their mechs got banged up or received near-fatal damage, they still fought as if they didn't know how to retreat. Our mech pilots aren't ejecting! Someone in the headquarters yelled. The Sword Maiden mech pilots aren't ejecting either! The Vandal and Sword Maiden mech pilots collectively came to an accord. They decided to fight to the death in the truest sense of the phrase. They cut off nearly every possibility of ejecting from their mech in favor of inflicting maximum damage to their enemy. Once the hostland warriors realized this, their courage flagged a bit. A mech pilot with nothing to lose became an atrocious opponent. They fought twice as hard as normal and traded wounds without any hesitation if the situation called for it. The only instances where they ejected was if their mechs had already become crippled. There are still some spare mechs back in camp. Let's board them and go back into the battle. The mech pilots of the hostland warriors didn't possess the same determination. Since they believed they held the upper hand against their enemy, they never even considered making a pact to fight to the death. This behavior was far too crazy. Ha ha! Die! 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 Kill them all! If I can take one more warrior down with me, then I haven't lived my life in vain! Look at the warrior mechs beginning to hesitate. Are these the Vesians we've been so afraid about? Their courage is not even a tenth of ours. Ha! Look at these cowardly warrior mech pilots pulling the ejection lever when their precious mechs suffer some scratches. Pansies! The deadly battle in the center slowly swung in favor of the flagrant sword maidens despite their obvious weaknesses. If the mech pilots of the host land warriors continued to keep their cool, then they might have noticed that their opponents left a lot of openings. Yet the unmatched aggression of the Vandals and Sword Maidens was like a punch in the face. The disoriented host land warriors were constantly being put on the back foot. The only reasons why they hadn't collapsed yet was because their discipline forced them to hold out, while their resilient mechs bought them a lot of time. Even though the flagrant Sword Maidens made a lot of strides in the center, their mechs couldn't entirely keep up. The Devil Razors especially incurred an increasing amount of battle damage. While their mobility and offensive power more than matched the host land warriors, Myra hadn't been able to invest in much of their defenses. The workhorse mechs of the Sword Maidens started falter in their aggression. The accumulated battle damage along with the steady counterattacks of the host land warriors continued to deplete the combat effectiveness of the Devil Razors. The Silver Valencias were different, and held out longer than their cheaper cousin. Each Sword Maiden piloting a Silver Valencia were all veteran Sword Maidens who possessed a considerable amount of skill. All of them entangled the officers of the host land warriors, preventing them from running wild in their superior mechs and skills. To VS, the battle in the center slowly reached a new equilibrium. While the warriors didn't have an answer against the courage shown by the flagrant Sword Maidens, they nonetheless trusted their defenses to hold out long enough to wait for a change in conditions. They're patient buggers. The Vesians are smarter than they look. They know we're going to run out of steam faster when we fight this hard. Energy expenditure became an increasingly more important factor the longer the battle stretched on. While the flagrant Sword Maidens possessed more energy reserves, it still took time to withdraw their mechs and replenish their exhausted energy cells. The problem right now was that the Vandals and Sword Maidens couldn't afford to let up on their push. As long as they withdrew, the host land warriors would lose their constraints and be able to employ advanced formations. Someone in the command center observed something alarming. Our ranged mechs are getting pushed back. They're not as skilled as the warriors. The Vandal rifleman mechs couldn't match the warrior rifleman mechs in quality or skill. The only advantage they held was that they fought without concern for energy, but even this advantage was fleeting because of heat constraints. Almost every Vandal rifleman mech ran piping hot at this stage. Steam billowed out of their frames, and the mechs all employed their emergency coolants to keep the heat at bay. Having reached the limits of their heat capacity, the fire rate of their laser rifles abruptly reduced, giving their warrior counters plenty of room to breathe. Unlike the Vandal ranged mechs, the warriors exercised much greater trigger discipline. They always fired their laser rifles steadily in order to pour down a steady amount of lasers in the midst of their enemies. Each laser beam landed close or on the Vandal mechs with disturbing regularity. Their lasers are hammering us like clockwork. They're timing their shots. As for the light mechs, the Vandals and Sword Maidens simply weren't able to field as much as the meandering monkeys. The Vesian Reconnaissance Regiment consisted almost entirely of light mechs, so possessed a decisive advantage in this area. The number of Vandal and Sword Maiden light mechs reduced at an alarming rate. The only area in which the defenders gained the advantage was when they employed their heavy mechs. The Tenikara mechs unloaded laser beam after laser beam at their distant foes. Their steady targeting and prodigious firepower enabled them to down any enemy mech as long as they enjoyed a clear line of sight. The only problem was that the battle in the center became jam-packed with mechs from both sides. The tight ranks of Sword Maidens and Vandals prevented the Akara heavy mechs from blasting the enemy center with impunity. Instead, they split up and supported the faltering flanks with suppressive firepower. While this wasn't the best way to use them, at the very least the sparser flanks precluded the chance that they would hit their own side. Thanks for the help, big guys. This temporarily propped up the flanks of the flagrant Sword Maidens and prevented them from collapsing. The pitched battle devolved into a number of stalemates on all fronts. Mechs continued to be down by the dozens, but at this rate, the losses sustained by the hostland warriors threatened to become extremely egregious. Even if the Vesians won at the end, they would only be able to enjoy a Pyrrhic victory. What was the meaning of killing 1,000 men but losing 800 men in the process? None of the hostland warriors wanted to be part of the 800 men that sacrificed their lives to achieve this victory. These vandals and sword maidens are too tenacious. We should regroup. This psychological tendency caused the center of the hostland warriors to fall back time and time again. Unlike the flagrant sword maidens, they hadn't mentally prepared themselves to fight to the death. It was at this time that a booming broadcast engulfed the entire battlefield. Enough! This single word came with such volume and force of will that it practically forced the sword maidens to come out of their blood haze. All of the mechs paused for some reason. The vandal and sword maiden mechs unwillingly took a step back now that they lost their momentum. The hostland warriors in the center split into two as if someone parted a sea. A single, resplendent mech strode forward in the space opened up by the warrior mechs. The warrior mechs acted as if royalty graced their presence. This was not a normal mech. The vandal and sword maiden mechs, on the other hand, couldn't help but take a couple of steps back. They felt a faint but unimaginably potent pressure in the back of their minds. Merely glimpsing at the approaching mech caused their instincts to rebel. Flee! Run! Danger ahead! In the command center at the rear, before anyone asked a question, Ves already spoke up. The hostland warriors brought out an expert mech. This is absolutely not a simple expert mech either. The expert mech that emerged wore the regimental colors of the hostland warriors with pride. However, it also carried a small amount of embellishment that denoted its extraordinary status. The exquisite machine was a customized swordsman mech that not only carried a sword, but a small arsenal of auxiliary weapons. However, Ves didn't pay too much attention on its varied loadout, or its simple but incredible firm design. That expert mech incorporates a huge amount of Rorica's bone. What? Isn't that the exotic material all the forces recently fought for at the glowing planet? A mech laced with Rorica's bone was absolutely not a trivial machine. Such a mech gained the ability to regenerate battle damage as long as it had access to a source of energy. The more Rorica's bone a mech incorporated, the faster and more extensive this regeneration process became. Usually, a mech that consisted of 1 or 2% of Rorica's bone was an extravagant luxury that few forces could afford. Such a ratio already made a mech unkillable over long engagements because they could constantly regenerate their exterior battle damage at the cost of expending some energy cells. Yet the expert mech that appeared from the rear of the hostland warriors paled in comparison to those examples. Ves simply couldn't believe his eyes at what he saw. Yet all of the sensors pointed in the direction of the expert concurred with his initial impression. An entire third of this expert mech consists of Rorica's bone. Its regeneration abilities are insane. The vandals in the command center didn't understand the magnitude of the situation. This expert mech incorporated so much Rorica's bone that the Hafner Duchy practically wasted half of its quota of this valuable exotic on a single mech. This was pure extravagance. Chapter 886 Extravagant Mech. Ves still remembered the Glowing Planet campaign. A single rogue planet that likely emerged from the galactic heartland or galactic center randomly streaked through the galaxy like it was on a pleasure cruise. For countless years, no one ever discovered the glowing planet coursing through interstellar space. It was actually quite hard to detect planets traveling through the void as they hardly ever leaked any signals. The glowing planet's discovery within the borders of the Bright Republic was a complete coincidence, but the unimaginable amount of wealth contained sent the entire Komodo star sector into a frenzy. The Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom, the two nearest states, only scratched the surface of the unimaginable wealth contained on the planet. Once the Hexadric hegemony and the Friday Coalition barged in, they claimed over 95% of all the wealth locked inside the planet. As of now, all that remained of the glowing planet only consisted of loose rubble floating through interstellar space. Even if the two dominant second-rate states obtained the lion's share of the glowing planet's unimaginably valuable minerals and exotics, the Briters and Vesians at least recovered some scraps. Rorica's bone was a genuine high-value exotic material with the consistency of bone. Its regeneration properties made them essential materials in any high-value mech. Even though it cost a lot of energy for them to regenerate battle damage, they naturally drew ambient energy from the air, allowing them to repair delicate components laced with Rorica's bone as long as some time had passed. This made them the ideal exotic to use in mechs intended for long deployments in difficult terrain. However, it would be an enormous waste to employ them in guerrilla mechs or the like. Their high value and exceedingly wondrous properties made them far more suitable to be incorporated in expert mechs. Let alone expert mechs, even ace mechs didn't shy away from taking advantage of this great material. This was because not only would Rorica's bone be able to grant a mech regenerative properties, it also enormously enhanced its resonant abilities. When alloyed with non-resonant materials and exotics, a small addition of Rorica's bone allowed them to undergo a huge transformation, granting them resonant properties. For an expert mech, the higher the proportion of resonating materials, the easier it was for the expert pilot to exhibit stronger resonating abilities. However, any expert mech would have already gained a decent boost if only 0.1% of its material composition consisted of Rorica's bone. To use up 1 or 2% would be a generous gift, but elevating the use of Rorica's bone as the main material for the armor plating, internal frame, and all of its core components was extravagant to the extreme. Ves wanted to puke out blood at the sight of this expert mech from the hostland warriors. He didn't believe a single battle mech regiment could afford the consumption of practically half the Rorica's bone available to an entire duchy. With the same amount of Rorica's bone, the Hafner duchy could have outfitted 2 or 3 companies of extremely resilient elite mechs. Such a great number of elite mechs designed for frontline combat would have been a much more versatile use of Rorica's bone. That was because if the extravagant expert mech ever got defeated, the Hafner duchy would suffer an unimaginable amount of losses. Such a devastating injury might even force the current Duke of Hafner to step down. Yet Lady Amalia somehow managed to convince the hostland warriors to bring this extremely expensive mech in her extremely risky jaunt into the deep frontier. The amount of political capital the lady or her backer expended must have been extremely considerable. Yet Ves had no doubt that the Vesians considered the price to be worth it, because this expert mech was nearly undefeatable against mundane mechs. Even many expert mechs wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on this mech, including Venerable Sia. Without sufficient penetration power that could take out the cockpit in a single hit, anyone could forget about defeating this mech. The only other strategy one might be able to deploy was to exhaust its energy cells. But would this expert mech be kind to let its energy reserves be drained? The more the Vandals heard what Ves had to say about this ridiculously expensive mech, the more they despaired. Even if we were still able to field the Pale Dancer, it can't do anything against this mech, Ves decisively declared. There's no way its upgraded laser rifle can penetrate its self-regenerating armor plating. While Rorica's bone isn't the toughest material, a laser rifle excels at pouring out a steady amount of damage over time. That's exactly what Rorica's bone is meant to counter. If we had someone like Venerable O'Callaghan piloting a land-bound Lancer mech, the story would be entirely different. This also signified that the expert mech that showed wasn't undefeatable despite its profligate use of exotics. Some mech archetypes naturally constrained other types. An expert mech based on Rorica's bone may seem extremely resilient, but as long as a Lancer mech or something charged straight at it with incredible force, It wasn't out of the question for an empowered lance to pierce through all of the Roric bone-empowered armor plating and demolish a core component. Ves looked at some of the sensor readouts and saw that the expert mech openly broadcasted its transponder without any encryption. The name of the expert mech sounded deceptively simple: Belisarius. Such an act practically dared the Vandals to bombard it with laser beams. Yet no one moved at this time. Even the mechs fighting in the flanks separated from each other. Every mech pilot worshipped expert pilots, and the entry of one of their kind compelled everyone to halt. Not even the flagrant sword maidens dared to disrespect an expert pilot. This was a common fault of all mech pilots, and one that extraordinarily frustrated Ves right now. A mere announcement from the expert mech halted all the momentum the Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs accumulated through blood and sacrifice. After a long pause, allowing the Vandals and Sword Maidens to drink in the Belisarius, the expert pilot spoke once again. Her voice thundered through the battlefield. Flagrant Vandals, we meet again. You have no idea how much I looked forward to our reunion. Do you remember bullying me at Nova Migalatus? How could they not? All of the Vandal mech pilots present on the battlefield participated in the simple mission for the Vision rebels. Who knew that an expert candidate could be so man-eating? Captain Relia Foster not only put up a hellish fight, she also advanced to expert pilot and immediately exhibited forced resonance that forcefully elevated her bog-standard mech into a pseudo-expert mech. A lot of Vandal mech pilots lost their lives in order to subdue this newly risen expert pilot. Who knew she bore such a hatred of the flagrant Vandals that she'd be willing to go all the way to the deep frontier to satisfy her vengeful urges? Anyone could tell she held an unimaginable amount of animosity towards the flagrant Vandals. The acidic pressure emanating out of the Belisarius suppressed all of the Vandal and Sword Maiden's mech pilots no matter how much armor plating stood in the way. This was an expert pilot, a demigod capable of performing the impossible. And this time she wasn't piloting some standard training mech like last time, but a custom-designed expert mech utilizing the most expensive materials and exotics the Hafner Duchy had on hand. No amount of expense had been spared to design this extremely formidable expert mech. The strength of an expert pilot always rose in proportion with the quality of their expert mech. Even if she only advanced to expert pilot for a short time, her low resonance strength didn't hinder the fact that her mech was massively powerful even if she didn't pull off any fancy tricks. This was literally throwing money at Venerable Foster to forcibly elevate her effective combat power to the upper ranks of expert pilots. Every Vandal underestimated the amount of importance the Hafner Duchy placed on this young expert pilot. Some even thought they should have demanded double the ransom to return Venerable Foster. At least that way the Hafner Duchy wouldn't have so much resources to spare on developing this obscenely expensive expert mech. Captain Bird's rifleman mech calmly stepped out from the reserve ranks. The standard quality of her looted Vision rifleman mech stood in stark contrast of the Belisarius. The Vandals were always forced to scrape by, and they obtained much of their mechs by raiding Vision shipping convoys and mech factories. Almost every Vandal who compared the two mechs lamented at the unfairness of this face-off. Captain Bird could have exhausted all the batteries of her laser rifle and still not be able to scratch the armor plating of the Belisarius. Yet Captain Bird strode out anyway, because her duty compelled her to resist an enemy expert pilot's prestige. The amount of courage it took to confront an expert pilot as a regular pilot must have been considerable, yet she faced the pressure head-on with hardly any visible hesitation. Venerable Foster, the Vandal mech officer responded in the open. What happened in the past is just business. Is there truly a need to show up here when you despicable Visions assassinated our expert pilot against MTA conventions in the eve of battle? Venerable Foster snorted. What expert pilot? Stop talking fantasy. I see no experts here, not that you cowards ever deserve any. While I'm disappointed at how few Vandals are present here, Putting you all to death will be a fine appetizer for what I have in store for the rest of your mech regiment. I will not rest until every pirate and vandal that crosses my path are dead. On this I swear." The Hostland warriors echoed her declaration. "Death to pirates! Death to pirates! Death to pirates!" As a Hafner mech regiment, the Hostland warriors always detested pirates to the core. The Reinald Republic frequently stirred trouble by disguising highly trained mech pilots as pirates and sending them out on destructive raids across the border. Therefore, in the eyes of every Hafner mech pilot, the flagrant vandals were no different from the Reinald Republic's despicate pretend pirates. VS recognized the conviction in Venerable Foster's word. This hatred transcended opinion and became an ironclad belief of hers. When it came to expert pilots, VS knew more than anyone here how their beliefs and convictions formed the basis of their willpower. An expert pilot almost never changed their minds when it came to their core convictions. Venerable Foster truly meant what she said when she wanted to annihilate the flagrant vandals down to the roots. As if recognizing that the flagrant sword maidens stood no chance at defeating the Vesians anymore with Venerable Foster's entry, Captain Bird pleaded for mercy. "Can you at least promise us to spare the non-combatants after the battle?" "No," Venerable Foster ruthlessly declared. "Pirates deserve no reprieve. According to all the relevant legal conventions, pirates all deserve to be executed. You can forget about." This caused all of the vandals in the command center to adopt ugly faces. They pretty much expected they wouldn't be let off due to the sensitive nature of this mission, but to hear the truth spoken so crassly by a respected expert pilot caused their morale to plummet. Nonetheless, the rifleman mech piloted by Captain Bird boldly raised its laser rifle and pointed the muzzle straight at the Belisarius. "Then only one course of action is left. Even if you claim our lives, we will bleed you Vesians every step of the way. Vandals, fight!" Commander Lydia's customized silver Valencia stepped forward as well and pointed its great sword at the Belisarius. "Sword maidens, let us fight as well! Show this naive young woman what pirates are really made of!" Many vandals let loose an unconscious worry in their hearts. VS and some of the more suspicious vandals feared the sword maidens would give up or even turn their swords against the vandals. After all, a shrewd pirate leader such as Commander Lydia wouldn't be resigned to fight a losing battle. However, the sword maidens on the ground faced a dead end in every direction. Venerable Foster's ironclad beliefs left no leeway for pirates at all. Even if the sword maidens stabbed the vandals in the back and knelt down in front of Venerable Foster and begged for mercy, the only outcome would be death. Chapter 887 Blooming Valencias. The battle resumed the moment Captain Bird's rifleman mech shot out a laser beam at the Belisarius. Venerable Foster made no moves to dodge the attack and allowed it to splash harmlessly against the surface of her mech. Out of the varied armament of the Belisarius, Venerable Foster slowly drew out a short sword in one hand and a compact laser carbine in the other hand. The heroic bearing of the Belisarius doubled just by wielding this set of weapons. Is the Belisarius a hero mech? Strictly speaking, Venerable Foster specialized in piloting swordsman mechs, but a talented expert pilot never limited themselves if they so choose. This was why a considerable amount of expert mechs broke the strict conventions of their archetypes. As long as enough money supported their design and development, nothing was impossible. Both Commander Lydia and Captain Bird began to engage the Belisarius without any hesitation. The custom silver Valencia raced towards the Belisarius with the tip of its sword pointed straight at the cockpit. Myra already told Commander Lydia that the only way to crack open the expert mech's shell was to deliver a devastating piercing attack. However, the Belisarius made a single lazy swipe with its short sword and neatly deflected the silver Valencia's great sword in the most efficient manner possible. The silver Valencia almost lost control, but Commander Lydia quickly recovered. In the meantime, Captain Bird kept firing laser beam after laser beam at the Belisarius without result. Akara Mechs, concentrate on the enemy expert mech! The heavy cannoneers hesitated at the thought of attacking an expert mech, but they knew their duty. They unloaded on the Belisarius, which showed no signs of trying to evade. Over 40 beams of full-powered laser cannon beams struck the Belisarius head-on. Many of those lasers focused their fire straight at specific portions of the prone mech, such as the joints. No result. How can this be? The combined firepower of 10 heavy cannoneers proved to be completely insufficient to leave a scratch on the expert mech. The Belisarius has already activated its energy field, Ves spoke. It's a completely internal energy field that enhances the resilience of its armor plating. The armor plating of the Belisarius consisted largely Rorica's bone. This not only enabled it to regenerate, but also made it extremely easy to resonate with the mech pilot's will. An energy field that empowered the armor of the expert mech. Captain Bird, leave this battle to the Sword Maidens. Commander Lydia gritted her teeth over the channel. We have never feared a greater foe, and we will not falter now. Silver Valencias! To me! All of the Silver Valencias in the front line pulled back and rallied to Commander Lydia. The gathering of a dozen or so Silver Valencias made for a very awe-inspiring sight, yet Ves knew that the disparity in skill and mech quality was far too wide for them to pose a threat to the Belisarius. Yet the Sword Maiden champions still showed courage against these overwhelming odds. Fight! Fight as if we're facing the greatest exabeast in the galaxy. The valiant mech pilots of the Silver Valencias overcame their fear towards expert mechs and undoubtedly started to surround the Belisarius. They didn't underestimate the expert mech and adopted tactics geared towards fighting exabeasts. The Silver Valencias put their mobility and offensive power to good use by darting forward and making a quick sword strike before falling back out of range. Due to the presence of the laser carbine, the Silver Valencias also tried to stay in the expert mech's rear if possible. For some reason, the Belisarius hardly roused its might. It parried the simultaneous sword strikes with contemptuous ease. It was as if she was an adult slapping away some recalcitrant children. In the meantime, the other mechs resumed their battle as well. This time, the battle firmly tilted in the favor of the Vesians. It couldn't be helped. The mere existence of Venerable Foster on the battlefield pressed down on the flagrant Sword Maidens. Not only had they lost their only expert pilot recently, they also saw how easy the Belisarius withstood so much laser fire. There was no way they could crack this mech. While the Sword Maidens drew inspiration from the rabid but largely futile attacks of the Silver Valencias, the Vandals possessed frilier hearts and couldn't help but be affected by the disparity in strength. As a military mech regiment, they knew better than anyone how the presence of an expert mech skewed the balance of powers. Sometimes, knowing more was not always an advantage. If only they were as ignorant as the Sword Maidens, who still harbored hopes of taking down the Belisarius. Our center is being pushed back. There aren't any Silver Valencias to hold back the warrior mech officers. The champions and mech officers of the host land warriors lost the constraints of the Silver Valencias. While the mech officers of the Vandals tried to plug the gaps, the Vandals never possessed many talents in the first place, so they simply couldn't make up for the disparity in numbers or skill. Not only that, the loss of morale among the Vandals imperceptibly slowed their responsiveness. They fought like a deflated balloon, and the difference in battle intent became extremely stark when compared to their Sword Maiden allies. You bunch of good-for-nothings! A Vandal mech officer cursed his subordinates. Where's your earlier conviction? Keep fighting! Don't give up! Even if we'll all die, we'll drag down as many Vesians as we can. Even if the Vandals gathered their courage and continued to fight, Venerable Foster's presence in the middle of the battlefield served as a form of unbridled suppression that weighed down on all of their hearts. The fear and respect they held towards expert pilots was simply too huge. As a bystander who possessed a clear overview of the battle, Ves observed this tendency with clear detail. He discreetly shook his head. The worship of expert pilots has always been a double-edged sword. The battle ramped up around the flanks as well. The riflemen mechs became less affected by the presence of the Belisarius. Right now, they only focused their attention on each other. The meandering monkeys stopped playing around and fought with much greater urgency. It was as if they all wanted to distinguish themselves in Venerable Foster's presence. While they took much more risks, they also achieved greater results. The Vandal and Sword Maiden light mechs fell in much greater frequency than before, and it would only take about 15 minutes before they were wiped out. The clash between light mechs favored the meandering monkeys so much that some of them already broke off and tried to harass the center force of the flagrant Sword Maidens. Their threats towards the rear threw the ranks of the Vandals and Sword Maidens into slight disarray. It made an enormous difference if they were forced to watch their rear. All of this accelerated the slow collapse of the center. As Venerable Foster hailed from the Hostland Warriors and still enjoyed the position of mech captain in this mech regiment, their mech pilots fought with greater courage and inspiration. Don't shame yourselves in front of our little lassie. Let us prove we can reach Venerable Foster's heights. Venerable Foster has promised an hour of private tutoring for each pirate mech you destroy. That last offer practically supercharged the warrior mech pilots. Nothing was more valuable than personal attention from an expert pilot. The warriors responded with incredible fanaticism at the thought of their personal idol bestowing their attention on them. How could they not let this chance slip past their fingers? Fight, fight, fight! They're just pirates! Look at them flustering under our might! Even though the reallocation of the Silver Valencias shouldn't have affected the battle in the center that much, the flagrant Sword Maidens continued to be pushed back time and time again. The absence of the Sword Maiden champions, the meandering monkeys pressing at their rear, and above all else the huge disparity in morale decisively tipped the balance. The main force of the flagrant Sword Maidens no longer possessed the power to vanquish the Hostland Warriors grinding against them. They lost too many mechs while the Hostland Warriors mostly managed to hold on by virtue of their coordination and defensive prowess. The difference in quantity continued to increase, putting more and more pressure on the surviving Vandals and Sword Maidens. Even if they resolved not to eject, they hardly held out longer than if they ejected earlier. The Belisarius, on the other hand, started to showcase more of its prowess over time. While Venerable Foster still behaved as if she was fighting against children, the Silver Valencias did not dare to slack off. They put their utmost effort into fighting the Belisarius, and did not spare a thought for the consequences. At some point, the Silver Valencias changed their fighting pattern. Commander Lydia appeared to have issued a drastic order that caused the Silver Valencias to storm at the Belisarius all at once from each direction. This caused the Belisarius to sweep her short sword around in a full circle to parry all of the attacks. Yet the moment it did so, the Silver Valencias all released their grips on their great swords and instead dove in to hold the Belisarius with their limbs. The Sword Maiden mechs wanted to press down the expert mech. Brilliant! Ves exclaimed. The strong points of the Belisarius are that it possesses a versatile loadout. It's extremely tough and it's capable of self-regeneration. However, a single mech has its limits, and it's impossible for it to possess the power to lift a dozen mechs with its own strength. It wasn't easy to increase the mechanical power of a mech. The Belisarius was like a turtle with an unbreakable, self-regenerating shell. Yet even a turtle could be immobilized as long as someone piled enough rocks on top of its shell. Yet how could such an extravagantly expensive mech be vulnerable to pile-up tactics? VS already had a bad feeling about this as soon as the Silver Valencias all mobbed the seemingly unprepared Belisarius. The energy field encompassing its tough exterior caused the Silver Valencias to be corroded at the touch. It was extremely harmful to stay into physical contact with the energy field. The Sword Maidens only hoped that the Belisarius ran out of energy before the mechs pressing down the Belisarius whittled away. Some of the Silver Valencias attempted to damage the expert mech's gravitic backpack. Even its gravitic backpack was a class of its own, being especially small and thin. Yet the energy field covering it allowed the Sword Maidens no purchase. The Belisarius started to glow. VS saw its resonance spiking as Venerable Foster activated one of the special abilities of the mech. The amount of activity the sensors detected that the Belisarius started to activate a powerful ability. At this moment, Commander Lydia issued a fatal command. Silver Valencias, self-destruct! At this moment, some portion within the Silver Valencias bloomed and brightened. Just seconds later, they all blew up as their power reactors overloaded. VS realized the Silver Valencias had already run their power reactors at the edge of running out of control. Not only that, the Silver Valencias carried many volatile materials that enhanced the explosions. Myra must have planned this from the start, he uttered in amazement. While it wasn't so unusual to rig a mech to blow, for them to explode with such potency required a lot of specific measures. This couldn't have been prepared on a whim. The Sword Maidens piloting the Silver Valencia's plan to sacrifice their lives from the start. The huge overlapping blast came so suddenly that the entire center started to stagnate in their fighting. They waited for the blast to die down and the smoke to drift away. Had the Sword Maiden champions managed to harm the Belisarius? Once the smoke of the simultaneous explosions drifted away, the Belisarius came back into view. Its laser carbine turned into scrap. It hadn't survived the explosions. Yet besides some scorch marks and some extremely tiny cracks, the Belisarius managed to survive the suicide attacks unscathed. No! How can this be? Even the cracks started closing up at visible speed due to the remarkable properties of the Rorica's bone. The Belisarius calmly climbed up to its feet. It experimentally tested its range of motion and observed no damage to its limbs. It held out its short sword and pointed it at the nearest mechs at the center. Playtime is over. Chapter 888 Final Resbec. Besides Commander Lydia's personal mech, the Sword Maidens lost all of their Silver Valencias. Their combined suicide attacks subjected the Belisarius to an enormous amount of damage, yet the expert mech hadn't suffered any harm. From the force of the explosions that the sensors observed, VS estimated that it should have stood a decent chance at crippling the Pale Dancer. Yet this enormous sacrifice was in vain as the Belisarius only lost its laser carbine. This time, even the Sword Maidens quaked. This Belisarius was too perverse of a mech. This mech can't be stopped. Venerable Foster outright ignored Commander Lydia and turned around to storm at the Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs fighting in the center. Like a wolf among sheep, her Belisarius reaped the lives of those she considered pirates without holding much back. The Belisarius moved with power and gusto, showcasing the power behind its frame. It was not only an unkillable bulwark of a mech, it also possessed enough strength to cut through medium mech armor with a single sweep of its sword. Venerable Foster felled mechs by the second, paying little attention to what came in the way of her mech. She utilized the most fundamental sword moves instead of any transcendent techniques empowered by resonance. Nonetheless, her killing efficiency was extremely dreadful as her simple-looking but extremely sharp and sturdy sword cut through every mech even if she slashed through the thickest chest armor portion of a mech. Spread out! Don't fight against the Belisarius! Storm the Visions and take them down with you! For the Republic! For the Republic! The Vandals collected themselves and adopted the most appropriate tactic in the face of this indomitable expert mech. Since they couldn't kill the Belisarius even if they threw more than 1,000 mechs at it, then they might as well focus on her comrades instead. The Hostland warriors faced a renewed offensive as the Vandal mechs suddenly fought as ferociously as the Sword Maidens. While the warriors became extraordinarily valiant when battling alongside Venerable Foster, the flagrant Sword Maidens took extreme risks in order to take down their opponents. Many times, they traded wounds, attempting to down the warrior mechs at the cost of their own. More sinisterly, the Vandals and Sword Maidens aimed most of their attacks at the cockpit area. The Hostland warriors could forget about ejecting from their down mechs so that they could live to fight another day. The flagrant Sword Maidens wanted them to bleed. In ordinary circumstances, mech pilots didn't specifically aim at the cockpits of their opponents due to several reasons. First, depending on their enmity, they didn't wish to escalate the killing. Replacing a mech was just a matter of spending more money, but replacing a trained mech pilot could be inordinately difficult at some times. Second, mech regiments that gained a reputation for bloodthirstiness easily attracted retaliation. Those who dish it out should always accept that someone else might dish the same in return. Some conflicts never inflicted much casualties on both sides because they formed a gentleman's agreement not to go too far with regards to killing mech pilots. Third, the cockpit was one of the most protected portions of a mech. The higher the quality of a mech, the higher the degree of protection. In order to win a battle in the most efficient manner possible, a mech pilot only had to disable a mech, and that could be done in easier ways than targeting the cockpit. However, the war between the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom long surpassed those limits. The unending hatred between the two states led both of them to target the opposite's mech pilots whenever possible. This was because the manpower for mech pilots only ran so far. The Vandals aiming at the cockpits of their Vesian counterparts knew that they would never be able to survive this battle or its aftermath, so they wanted to make their sacrifices meaningful and contribute to the war effort. The faster one side began to run short on mech pilots, the closer it came to defeat. As for the Sword Maidens, they didn't think that much. They merely wanted to prey on the lives of the warrior mechs because of spite. They never slacked off their killing intent even against rival pirate gangs. The crazier they fought, the more their reputation glowed. "The battle is going downhill for us," a staff officer announced. "The Belisarius should have expended a lot of energy, right? How much longer can it fight like this?" "I estimate that the Belisarius can fight at least an hour or two," Ves analyzed. "The expert mech looks like it is fighting intensely, but in truth it isn't performing at its peak performance right now. In fact, Venerable Foster even have the strength of her mech's energy field to save energy." With this decision alone, she basically expressed that she didn't need to be on guard when fighting against the riffraff in her way. Those in the command center witnessed the frigid battle with fading eyes. They could read the progress of the battle as well as anyone. They were losing on all fronts. The center rapidly fell apart under the loss of the Silver Valencias and the unrestrained butchering by the Belisarius. The flanks fared a little better at first, but once the meandering monkeys shifted their focus to attacking the Vandal and Sword Maiden riflemen mechs, it all went downhill there as well. The natural opponent of riflemen mechs were exactly these fast and mobile light mechs. The Akara heavy mechs tried to relieve the pressure, but even their prodigious firepower couldn't match a tenth of the killing potential displayed by the Belisarius. In fact, the Akara mech pilots placed their fingers on the self-destruct button. One of the most depressing jobs that the mech technicians had done over the last few days was to add this option to the heavy cannoneers. No matter what, the Vesians could forget about salvaging these strategic mechs. Captain Bird's projection appeared in the middle of the commander center. Her voice patched in shortly after. She sounded extraordinarily weary even as her rifleman mech contributed to the fighting in earnest. "The battle is lost," We have lost too many mechs. Even if the Belisarius falls back right now, the rest of the Hostland warriors and meandering monkeys outnumber us 3-2, and it is only getting worse. I'm ordering a full evacuation. You know what to do. Don't leave anything left to the Vesians. Split up and run to the Starlight Megalodon. I hope that some of you live to tell the tale of our fall. Don't let the Vesians publicize a one-sided narrative. When the Vandals looked at Captain Bird's crestfallen expression, they saw the defeat in her eyes. Hope had faded and the sun had set on the flagrant sword-maiden ground forces. Captain. Another staff officer hesitated. It has been an honor. Everyone stood up and saluted Captain Bird's projection. None of them had any complaints about her leadership. The Vandals could only blame their bad luck at encountering the Vesians at this juncture. None of them foresaw they'd meet an indomitable existence like Venerable Foster. A tragedy always occurred when a force accompanied by an expert pilot clashed against a force without one. Mech pilots died at extraordinary speed. The Hostland warriors became profoundly enraged at the Vandal and Sword Maiden mechs for deliberately targeting their cockpits. They didn't show any mercy and crunched any cockpit they encountered. The hatred between the two sides had reached such a heated stage that they cared more about snuffing out lives than downing mechs. Hundreds of mech pilots from both sides lost their lives, and this was only the start. The Vesians were indeed paying a grievous price even with Venerable Foster's intervention, but the Vandals and Sword Maidens could only look forward to total annihilation. As soon as Captain Bird gave the final authorization, the entire camp and supply train began to buzz. While Ves and many other Vandals downloaded the records of the battle to his comm, others started scuttling valuable equipment and supplies. Numerous detonations racked the camp as databanks, 3D printers and other highly valuable machinery got blown to bits. The flagrant Sword Maidens also primed more powerful explosives and set them up as nasty surprises for any Vesians that came close. Hundreds of Vandals and Sword Maidens boarded fast transports prepped for evacuation. Fast transports with empty cargo holds all spread out and entered the red zone while marching at full tilt. While these vehicles would likely break down very soon due to being subjected by the red zone's strong breakdown effect, the head start they provided the passengers might allow them to reach the Starlight Megalodon before the Vesians got around to catching up. As for the heavy transports, they were way too slow to escape any pursuit. Each of them blew up in quick succession as pre-planted explosives did their work in scrapping them entirely. Throughout all of these explosions, Ves quickly ran out of the temporary headquarters with a pack slung behind his earth ant. He ran over all the way to the Sword Maiden side of the camp and pushed his way through the dazed crowd of evacuating slaves. The Sword Maidens idly sent the slaves packing and ordered them to run in each direction. With thousands of slaves spreading out, the Vesians would have to expend a considerable amount of manpower in chasing them all down. This increased the chances of the Vandals and Sword Maidens of reaching the safe zone. "Keddies, where are you? It's time to go!" Ves yelled as soon as he entered a familiar workshop. Myra and Keddies faced off against each other. Both of them appeared in there fully armed and armored. The only difference was that Keddies prepared a pack of supplies while Myra seemed resigned to the situation. "Why are you so obstinate? Please go with us. You still have a chance of making it out," Keddies pleaded. "I'm old, Keddies. You're young and still full of life, but I'm already past the prime of my age." "That's a crap argument. You can easily live 60 more years." Myra shook her head. She gazed at Keddies with sadness and love. "I have already lived a life of adventure alongside Commander Lydia. I'm tired. I don't want to run anymore. I'll take my chances with the Vesians. They won't easily ignore the value of a journeyman mech designer who isn't registered with the MTA. Even if the Vesians sentence me to death, I have no regrets." As Keddies puffed up and prepared a response, Ves placed his gauntlet on her shoulder armor. "Stop it!" Myra made her choice. Please respect her wishes and go along her arrangements. She only wishes the best for you. Tears streaked from her eyes. I don't want what's best for me. I want what's best for us. I want that as well, but we can't have everything. We're simply not powerful enough to change this circumstance. Kedis gritted her teeth and squeezed the tears out of her eyes. What will it take to save everyone's lives? Become more powerful. Advance your mech designer rank. Once you become a master, you only need to utter a single sentence to save someone's life or condemn them to death. Ves exaggerated, of course. Even master mech designers possess foes, and each of their actions came with considerable weight. Yet his words succeeded in stoking the fire of ambition in Kedis. He specifically threw out those words to motivate her to greater heights. She would forever recall this disaster and use it as a reminder to grow stronger. Myra threw a sharp glance at Ves, but she tacitly consented to his trick. Listen to Ves. Follow him. I know not what kind of escape route he arranged, but it is better than running around blindly. Even though they never became close, both Myra and Ves respected each other due to their shared profession. They never exhibited any rivalry, and neither did they take their rank differences into account. Nonetheless, Ves felt extraordinarily honored to have received her recognition. I promise to take good care of your protégée. She will surely live on. Chapter 889 Unexplainable Feelings. Ves and Kedis ran out of the workshop with their packs slung behind their backs. The sword maiden mech designer attached the floating scabbard that usually floated after her on her back this time. Caught up in their panic, fear of death, and gleeful vandalism, the vandals and sword maidens around them didn't notice the odd pairing. Those who left instinctively grouped up but didn't really care about who they fled with. Others didn't bother about running and resolved to wreck as much gear as possible. Run, brothers! Live on and tell our tale! Don't let our mech regiment forget about our sacrifice! The centuries of hatred fermenting between the Briters and the Vesians, along with the sensitive nature of the mission, ensured that few would live past this day. Perhaps in civilized space the two sides didn't dare to go too far, but out here in the deep frontier the Vesians anything could happen. A lot of servicemen and pirates already evacuated beforehand on the fleeing fast transports. Though they wouldn't make it far into the red zone, they still hoped to reach the fabled safe zone. Nonetheless, plenty still remained behind to perform some final errands. They also figured that the Vesians would pursue the fast transports first. They gambled upon fleeing in a neglected direction and used their field craft to hide their presence from Vesian pursuers. The hilly, craggy, half-broken and complex terrain in the red zone easily allowed small figures to squeeze through the cracks and hide themselves from most scanners. With so many vandals and sword maidens fleeing in the red zone, Ves figured there might be a decent chance for a handful of them to make it to the Starlight Megalodon. No matter what, the intense breakdown effect and the interference in the air enormously complicated any searches. Where are we going? Kedis asked as she followed after Ves. The third party I've contacted is waiting for us at a specific location. Let's hurry up because she won't linger around forever. Both of them jogged out of the collapsing camp and headed into the red zone at an angle. They avoided the straightest route towards the Starlight Megalodon, and instead honed in on the outer edge. Not many vandals and sword maidens fled towards this direction as it didn't bring them towards the safety of the red zone. Right now, the mechs of the flagrant sword maidens no longer maintained their combat cohesiveness. The hostland warriors and meandering monkeys surrounded them in order to annihilate them to the last mech. Some of the meandering monkeys already turned towards the enemy camp. Their approach was only a matter of time. It's here, Ves said after they ran for 10 minutes straight. Calabast! Where are you? A stealth vehicle emerged into view. It consisted of a small, slim aircar-sized crawler. 6 sturdy legs supported a narrow chassis. Ves immediately recognized the exquisite application of stealth technology. The 6-sided dice he jointly developed with Chief Avanian was like a horse cart in front of this crawler in terms of stealth refinement. A hatch opened up, revealing Miss Calabash sitting behind the controls. "Get in quick! The meandering monkey mechs are already surrounding the perimeter. The sooner we go, the smaller the chance we get caught." While Keddies looked stunned at the appearance of the stealth crawler, Ves shoved her inside and squeezed in after her. The interior of the crawler obviously underwent some hasty modifications. The rear portion of the interior should have held a crash seat or the like, but someone crudely cut away the fittings in order to make room. Even then, Keddies and Ves barely fit in the rear. Their armor pressed and chafed against each other as they tried and failed to get comfortable. Keddies even had to detach her scabbard and place it on her lap at an awkward angle to make room. The crawler had never been designed to accommodate more than 2 people. "I see now why you said we couldn't bring Myra along," Keddies uttered with barely any emotion. "If this vehicle was bigger." "Sorry, doll, but this stealth crawler is a state-of-the-art all-terrain infiltration vehicle," Miss Calabash said from the front. Garbed in her semi-flexible reinforced infiltrator suit, she looked completely out of place from the passengers wearing rigid combat armor. "To be frank, we only ever use this crawler to sneak in or extract solo operatives. Its capacity may not be much, but its stealth systems are top-notch. Bigger isn't always better." As someone who studied stealth technology from the ground up, Ves knew what she meant. The larger the vehicle, the more energy and processing power required to sustain active stealth. A crawler like this was obviously designed to minimize all possible forms of emissions on land. A stealth shuttle may be faster and possess more reach, but the disturbance thrown up in the air by a passing vehicle in flight was a lot harder to cover up. Obviously, its long but narrow profile was a deliberate design feature. The small size of the crawler also allowed it to squeeze through narrow terrain features or even smaller alleyways. Stealth vehicles stereotypically consisted of broad, squat shuttles, so a crawler like this fell out of most people's expectations. "What's this vehicle called?" he asked with evident curiosity in his voice. "Who designed this crawler?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" Miss Calabash smirked. Evidently she knew more but kept her mouth shut. This crawler was a highly sophisticated stealth vehicle designed by a considerably powerful organization. Calabash didn't dare to mention any names because that might allow someone to trace its origins. The crawler engaged its stealth systems again and began to plod slowly into the red zone. Ves noticed that the crawler moved fairly briskly under a complete anti-grav field. "Isn't it risky to run a full anti-grav field? Any mech with a decent set of gravitic sensors will be able to detect its presence," Ves questioned. Miss Calabash nonchalantly shrugged. "Relax, Ves. This crawler has a lot of capabilities. Combined with the interference, a mech has to come within a kilometer to be able to detect anything amiss. That's plenty of time for me to deactivate the field. We'll have to endure the heavy gravity head-on when that's the case, so I suggest you lie down." That was easier said than done. Ves and Keddies barely squeezed together in a sitting position due to their bulky armor. In order to lie down, they needed to lay on top of each other, which neither of them wanted to do. As the crawler went underway, a raft of emotions flitted through Keddies. She became increasingly distressed at the implications of this defeat. Many of her sisters would surely lose their lives. Myra's fate remained unknown, and her possible death cast an enormous shadow over her heart. Ves tried to exercise some self-control. He adopted a rigid expression in order to avoid giving any ammunition to the extremely perceptive Calabash. Still, he couldn't slow down the fluctuations of his heart. The flagrant vandals were his comrades as well. Even though he never held a permanent position within the mech regiment, Ves spent too much time among them to remain detached. He held a considerable amount of respect for the likes of Captain Bird, Chief Dakin, and Dr. Tillman. The thought of their imminent capture and execution weighed heavily on his mood. He felt profoundly helpless that a mech designer like him was absolutely powerless in the face of superior Vesian might. Just like Kedis, Ves yearned to obtain the power to protect those he cared about. He did not want to repeat this miserable experience ever again. The battle between mechs only involved 1,000 mech pilots at most, but the support personnel added up to 10,000 men and women. The outcome of the battle affected all of their lives, condemning them to death no matter how hard they fought back. This was the tragedy involving battles between mechs. Once a side lost its capability to field mechs, they no longer possessed the power to resist their enemy's predation. The strong devoured the weak, and on a battlefield like this, there was nothing stronger than a mech. Even after incurring all of those losses, the host land warriors and meandering monkeys each retained more than 100 functional mechs each. Just this might was more than enough to sweep away most of the fleeing vandals and sword maidens. "Why did you choose to bring me along?" Kedis suddenly asked, interrupting the tense silence in the crawler. "You're a brighter, right? Why not choose to rescue one of your own?" Ves asked this question to himself many times. When Miss Calabast initially consented to his request of bringing along an extra, he spontaneously settled on Kedis. Why? Frankly speaking, while Ves considered Kedis his student and his friend, properly speaking the Vandals belonged to his own side. Why did he decide to skip over his own brothers and sisters? As a novice mech designer with a patchy foundation, Kedis possessed no value to Ves. What she could do, Ves could do better. Besides her considerable swordsmanship and combat prowess, she added nothing to the table. On the other hand, if Ves extended the invitation to someone else, he might have been able to gain more confidence in their survival. Bringing someone like Chief Dakin along enormously enhanced their technical prowess. A chief engineer specialized in the operation of starships, so Chief Dakin would have been the perfect companion to accompany Ves and Miss Calabast into a battleship. Opting to rescue someone like Dr. Tillman, on the other hand, plugged a very crucial gap in understanding the local life. With all of the deliberate genetic modification going on, they would certainly encounter biological horrors along the way. One of the biggest reasons why the ground forces of the Flagrant Sword Maidens achieved significant success was because they managed to research some of the mysteries surrounding the wildlings and the god species. Nonetheless, Ves didn't forget about the initial exploration party and the follow-up party of mechs and transports. If Miss Calabast didn't lie about the safe zone, then there was a good chance he'd be able to reunite with the Vandals and Sword Maidens cut off from the rest. After a long and obvious pause, Ves finally answered the question. "I guess I care about you more than the Vandals. I think you hold a lot of promise as a mech designer. It's a shame for you to land in the clutches of the murderous Vesians." Kedis may be a mech designer, but she was also a sword maiden who fully embraced their traditions. Her extensive genetic modification changed her outward appearance and strengthened her beyond the baseline human norm. To the undiscerning Hafner mech pilots, they would certainly paint her in the same brush as depraved pirates such as the Red Tongs. Her fate wouldn't be good. Yet that didn't sound like a sufficient reason for Ves to opt to take her along. In truth, Ves simply couldn't explain it. The thought of picking anyone else over Kedis just felt wrong to him. Why was he being so irrational about this momentous decision? It felt as if he couldn't exert control over this aspect. No amount of logic and rationality could defeat his feelings on this matter. Miss Calabast smirked behind the controls, but she refrained from fanning the flames. As the crawler slowly trod deeper into the red zone, Ves tried to distract his attention away from this unexplainable conundrum. He'd rather talk shop than talk about his feelings. "We're venturing straight into the heart of the red zone, right? Won't this technologically advanced stealth crawler break down very quickly? Ves asked. Miss Calabash shrugged. I never intended for us to make it all the way across in this crawler anyway. Rest assured, there are still ways for us to circumvent the Vesian search parties when we are forced to go on foot. Don't forget that the Vesians are subject to the same effects as well. They only developed a limited amount of mechs that are resistant to the destructive environmental effects, and they'll be keeping their eyes peeled on much more visible stragglers. As long as we make a decent effort at hiding our emissions, their impaired sensors won't be able to pick us up. That didn't sound very reassuring, but it was better than nothing. Chapter 890 Cheat Mech. A day quietly passed while the stealth crawler traversed the rough terrain. Due to the highly uneven elevation and the crawler's many limitations, the vehicle only traversed 20 kilometers or so. They still had 4 days ahead if the crawler made it all the way through. Strange. Miss Calabash muttered behind the controls. While some of the parts are already starting to creak, it's not deteriorating as fast as I thought. I think we can make it at least 2/3 of the way before we have to abandon the crawler. This sent Ves into thought. Did he somehow extend the same immunity against the breakdown effect towards the crawler? It still sounded as if the range of this immunity field wasn't all that extensive, as the crawler still suffered from a shortened lifespan. Nonetheless, the longer the 3 occupants rode the stealth crawler, the less they needed to worry about traversing the red zone on foot. The rear compartment truly didn't offer Ves and Ketty's much room to settle in. Only after an extensive amount of squirming did they manage to settle into a somewhat comfortable half-leaning position. No one entered into conversation. The shock of losing the battle and the trauma of losing their comrades affected Ves and Ketty's profoundly. The only person who didn't care about the final fate of most of the Vandals and Sword Maidens calmly piloted the stealth crawler. She needed to put her full attention on navigating through the complex terrain. Not only did she need to be attentive about encountering gaping crevices and sheer cliffs, she also needed to keep her senses peeled against highly corrosive and radioactive craters. The closer they got to the Starlight Megalodon, the denser the hazards in their way. The fighting that occurred in the past left very few traces behind. Ves occasionally spotted remnants of ancient mechs and other pieces of corroded equipment scattered among the terrain. He zoomed in on them with the crawler's screen projection and attempted to figure out the properties of the remnants. He wanted to understand what exactly went on all those years ago, but so far he found little clues. Some infighting occurred between the survivors of the Starlight Megalodon, but what did they fight for, and why did their differences become so heated that they didn't hesitate to come to blows? You're not going to find out anything no matter how intently you stare at the remains, Miss Calabash remarked without turning back her head. My operatives attempted to decipher the history behind the traces left behind by that ancient battle, but too much time has passed. Time wipes away all traces. The only way you can ever uncover the truth of what happened so long ago is to dig it out from the Starlight Megalodon. It seemed the battleship held every answer. The reason for the mission, the justification for all the sacrifices, and the truth of Aeon Corona VI's grand design. You know something, do you, Calabash? Ves tried to fish for information again. Since you went through all this effort to retrieve me from the sinking ship of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens, can you tell me now why you need my help? Patience, Ves. All will be explained in due time. There is no need to go into the details right now. Can you at least tell me if it has to do with designing mechs? I'd like to know the answer so I can mentally prepare myself. Miss Calabash threw a brief glance behind her shoulder. It's a little complicated, but you will definitely be required to demonstrate your design abilities. The better you are, the higher the chances of success. Rest assured that I won't skimp out on the rewards as long as you put in your full effort. Ves frowned at that. If it's design ability that you need, why didn't you approach Myra of the Sword Maidens? She's a bona fide journeyman mech designer. She's a woman. Calabas shrugged. What I need is a man. Ketty shot up at that, causing both her and Ves to jostle in the rear compartment. Hey! What is that supposed to mean? It's exactly what it sounds like, kid. There are strict identity requirements. A woman won't do. Out of all the available mech designers in the vicinity, little Ves here ranks at the top of the list. Neither Ves nor Ketty understood Calabas's intentions. However, Ketty still felt indignant that this inscrutable spy passed over a highly capable mech designer like Myra in favor of a much younger Ves. If Calabas approached Myra, then Ketty might not have lost her mentor. She adopted a pained expression as she stared daggers at Calabas. The spy took no notice of the girl, dismissing her as an inconsequential passenger. Ves understood he wouldn't be able to milk any information from someone as shrewd as Miss Calabas. The woman only released information that she wanted him to know, and nothing more. His intuition always warned him that this woman constantly weaved truths with lies, and she did it with such a deft fashion that even the most advanced lie detector would be thrown into confusion. The matter of her allegiance still nagged at Ves. It was like a discordant noise hitting his ears that just didn't go away. Who did she work for? What was her position? How did she arrive at Aeon Corona 7? Too many questions of this nature lingered in his mind, and Ves had the feeling that he was overlooking something huge the longer he was ignorant of her true loyalties. Even the technology and gear that Calabas bandied about didn't reveal anything about her origin. The stealth crawler and reinforced infiltrator suit seemed to be a bit too advanced to be supplied by an intelligence agency of a third-rate state, but they were also somewhat underwhelming for an intelligence agency of a second-rate state. Ves couldn't even rule out if she was an agent from another star sector or even from a transgalactic organization. Naturally, none of the gear she used displayed any brands or symbols. Ves doubted he could even find a single serial number even if he disassembled the entire stealth crawler. A slight rumbling rattled the compartment. A beep sounded out from the control panel. Incoming enemy mech! Hold on, we're hunkering down! Miss Calabas warned. She quickly guided the stealth crawler against a small cliff that blocked it from view from many directions. The crawler folded and restricted its 6 insectal legs and turned its stealth systems up another notch while deactivating every non-essential systems. The moment the vehicle secured itself against the ground, Miss Calabas leaned back on her chair, causing it to press against the passengers of the back. Only then did she slowly dial down the anti-grav field until it faded away entirely. Painful moans escaped from Ketty. 6 times standard gravity pressed down on their bodies without any discrimination. Surprisingly, Ves didn't feel too much pain, though he still suffered from the discomfort. The interior of the stealth crawler simply didn't offer enough room for the 3 of them. The increase in gravity only amplified their suffering, but everyone tried to bear it in their own way. Both Calabas and Ketty seemed surprised that Ves didn't show any signs of further pain and discomfort. They figured him to be a weak-bodied mech designer. His transhuman physique came in handy this time. Ketty suffered the most, but her genetic modifications allowed her to hang on without fainting or suffering any other ill effects. As for Calabas, she showed nothing but stoic determination at their circumstances. It was as if the heavy gravity formed a minor hindrance to her. Ves was really curious to know how far her body's parameters exceeded the baseline human norm. No one asked each other secrets, though. Everyone bore the heavy gravity in total silence, as if afraid that a single word might attract the attention of the enemy mech. Only a handful of passive sensors remained active, allowing those inside the crawler to see a glimpse of the mech hunting for stragglers. As soon as the mech came into view, Ves and Ketty widened their eyes. That's the Belisarius! The appearance of Venerable Foster's expert mech shook the both of them. This was a supremely advanced mech with the power to withstand the attacks of several mech companies at a time. Yet it was also a highly complex mech that incorporated countless advanced systems. How could it recklessly appear in the red zone where the breakdown effect did its best to wreck all kinds of technology? The dreaded Belisarius walked out into view and held a new laser carbine in a casual grip. It seemed that Venerable Foster was leisurely hunting for pirates. Miss Calabas sighed. I can't believe the two of you are so blind. Think about what the Belisarius is made of. Are you still surprised that it's able to function this close to the Starlight Megalodon? Rorica's bone! Ves uttered. This wondrous exotic's main property was to bestow regenerating properties to anything it's blended with. A normal mech accumulates an increasing amount of stresses and faults that will slowly cascade into a mechanical breakdown. Yet a mech like the Belisarius is constantly repairing those stresses and faults as soon as they pop up, preventing them from building up to a breakdown. Kedis looked dazed at that revelation. Isn't that a massive cheat? That's so unfair. How can a mech like this show up on 7? None of our breakdown-proof mechs can last a single second against the Belisarius. The magnitude of this revelation stunned Ves and Kedis as they continued to think over the implications. Such a mech being able to operate in the red zone with impunity would be able to stomp over any other mech no matter how well they were designed. That was because the Belisarius wasn't bound by the limitations imposed by the environment. The only entities that could ever stand a chance against the Belisarius was a sacred god. This wasn't good news for the flagrant sore maidens that went in first. Kalankso may be a powerful sacred god, but her abilities lean towards defense. A capable expert pilot like Venerable Foster wouldn't be so stupid to let the lumbering Kalankso whack the Belisarius with its limbs. Don't worry. Miss Calabas soothed them. While I'm not too clear on the details of the safe zone, it's not so easy to shake off its shackles. Even if the Belisarius steps inside the range of the Starlight Megalodon, the battleship will surely restrict it from massacring those already inside. How do you know that? Ves asked pointedly as the Belisarius continued to search the surroundings without any result. You're quite well informed about what is going on over there. Miss Calabas grinned despite the deathly threat roaming just a few hundred meters away. It's my job to know things, kid. You may be someone of some stature in the mech industry, but you have no idea what someone in my field is capable of. The secrets of the Starlight Megalodon aren't completely inaccessible to me. You just need to have the right capabilities. She had a point. Ves knew little to nothing about spy craft or whatever Miss Calabas specialized in. He did not have an affinity for this kind of murky business. Yet his continued entanglement in these matters prompted him to do something about this deficiency. He realized that if he ever wanted to go anywhere in the future, he would need to recruit someone who could take care of these matters on his behalf. The idea of forming a shadow force as a hidden counterpart to his personal force gained a higher priority. Still, even the best laid plans could go to waste without a good leader at the helm. After all of his ordeals, Ves knew that selecting the right people for the right position mattered enormously. Where could he find a trustworthy spy to lead his shadow force in the future? And did a trustworthy spy even exist in the first place? Chapter 891 Chasing a Bone. The Belisarius didn't linger for long. For all of its amazing capabilities, the mech designers who developed this extravagantly expensive mech focused their full efforts on enhancing its direct battle capabilities. While Ves guessed that it possessed some stealth detection capabilities, the mech likely didn't excel in this area. It was also a question whether Venerable Foster activated those systems in the first place, as they drained a considerable amount of energy. The scavenger-like flagrant vandals shouldn't have access to stealth vehicles anyway. 20 tense minutes went by as the Belisarius slowly drifted out of sight. Even then, the occupants waited for 2 full hours until Miss Calabas finally lifted the lockdown. The stealth crawler climbed back up its legs and its anti-grav modules began to emit an anti-grav field that covered the entire vehicle. After cautiously emerging from their hiding spot and scanning their surroundings, Miss Calabast finally felt relieved enough to resume their journey to the Starlight Megalodon. Over the next couple of days, the stealth crawler occasionally bumped into Vision's search parties. They never encountered the Belisarius again, but they did stumble upon the host land warrior version of a breakdown mech. Seems they have the same idea as Myra back then, VS noted as they uncomfortably hunkered inside the unmoving stealth crawler. Calabast always deactivated the anti-grav modules during these instances. Nonetheless, that didn't stop VS from dissecting the breakdown-proof mech the host land warriors cobbled up. Seems to be a tiger mech. While it consumes a bit more power, it's also capable of pouncing with greater strength than Myra's Asteria design. What do you think, Keddies? Mentioning Myra briefly caused Keddies to flicker with pain, but she bravely suppressed her sorrow. VS did not wish for Keddies to get bogged down by her regrets. He deliberately pushed her to use her mech design ability to use in order to keep her from wallowing in her darker thoughts. The tiger mech they designed shows that the Visions aren't too worried about power consumption. Did they manage to reverse engineer the Vandal attempts at developing a god crystal generator? That would be extremely bad news if the Visions cracked the secret. Didn't Chief Dakin ensure all of the god crystal generators would be dismantled? The Vandals also arranged their god crystals to be rendered useless by infecting them with the polluting energies of their murky crystal. By all rights, the Visions shouldn't have been able to reconstruct a god crystal generator. The Visions brought a lot more power generators along than your expedition, Miss Calabast threw out. While it doesn't match the output of your god crystals, it still leaves them with a sufficient amount of energy to empower their specially designed tiger mechs. The Visions came better prepared, in other words. They didn't possess the same urgency to develop an alternative source of power as the flagrant sword maidens. VS pointed out another pertinent fact. We also have to take into account that the earlier battle downed a lot of mechs on both sides. Even if the Visions are able to salvage and restore 100 of so mechs, they'll still be left with fewer mechs than they started with. The damage our mechs had dealt on their mechs, but especially mech pilots, is extremely considerable. This means their total energy expenditure is also lower than before. Now that the Visions defeated their strongest rivals, anyone else that reached the edge of the red zone stood no chance against their martial prowess. The presence of the Belisarius alone provided them with an absolute advantage against the ramshackle pirate and private sector outfit mechs that managed to make it this far. They essentially didn't have to worry about the competition threatening their absolute hold over the edge of the red zone. This problem quietly concerned VS over the days. He couldn't figure out how he'd be able to escape this planet without relying on Calabast's assistance. Though VS found her to be an amiable woman so far, there was no telling when she'd stab him in the back. If there was anything he learned these days, it was that he should always prepare an escape route if things went sour. Right now, VS felt immensely stifled by the fact that he only had her promises to go on when it came to evacuating from this planet. It was impossible for him to cross tens of thousands of kilometers on this heavy-gravity planet. Even if he devolved into a savage like a wildling and lived off the land, he would still take 10 years or more to cross this vast distance. For better or worse, his only hope lay in Calabast keeping her word. VS hated relying verbal promises, especially since he was the disadvantaged party in this exchange, but what could he do? Fortunately, Miss Calabast seemed to need his services for some reason, so he still possessed some leverage. The problem for VS was what would occur after she got what she wanted. Even with the unfathomable immunity that VS exerted against the breakdown effect, the stealth crawler finally gave up the ghost on the 4th day. Due to all the delays, they still needed to traverse 30 more kilometers to reach the safe zone. It sounded like a day or two of walking away, but the craggy and hazardous terrain meant the final stretch was an arduous journey. Without the stealth crawler's maneuvering capabilities, we'll be lucky to cross this distance in 4 days. Miss Calabash sighed as she slipped her own pack over her shoulder. She brought a lot more supplies than Ves or Keddy's. What are you waiting for? Let's move! Ves still stared at the broken-down vehicle and itched to take it apart. If he could study some of its stealth mechanisms, his understanding of this field might make a small leap. Going on foot is rather dangerous with all of the hazards in our way, he said. Just the residual radiation alone can partially penetrate our suits. Isn't it better to have this vehicle shielding us? Let me try and repair it. I think I can get it up and running in 2 hours. It's wrecked, Calabash declared. I may not be a technician, but it's quite clear that there's no way you can repair this crawler with handheld tools. You won't know if I don't try. You may be an awesome super spy or something, but you don't know what a mech designer is capable of. We're not limited to tinkering around with mechs. He grinned. Miss Calabash showed some discomfort at his argument. She said something similar a few days ago, and now Ves used that same argument against her. The only thing Ves didn't know was if she was pretending to be upset, or if she was actually upset. Ves has a touch with machines. Keddy's vouched for him. She even gave him a thumbs up. Come on, let's give it a try. I'm not looking forward to crossing this terrain on foot at all. Not only will it slow us down, but we'll be in huge trouble if our gravitic backpacks start failing. The breakdown effect only grew stronger the closer they got. Merely staying in this spot for a week would probably wreck their gravitic backpacks for sure if the strange immunity field didn't play a role. Calabash showed some actual doubt now. 1 hour. No more. We can't linger here for long. The crawler is too exposed now that we can't engage its stealth systems. That wasn't good enough for Ves. Even if he couldn't fix the stealth crawler, he still wanted to study its inner workings to deepen his understanding on how to apply stealth tech. It wasn't every day he came across a mostly intact stealth vehicle. 2 hours, he said firmly. No less. I won't step away before that no matter what happens. You'll have to pry me from this stealth crawler if you want to leave too soon. Ves and Miss Calabash stared at each other's eyes. He may not be able to fathom Calabash's depths, but when it came to mechs and machines, he firmly held his ground. After half a minute of staring, Calabash acquiesced first. She let out a deep breath and shook her head. Friggin' mech designers! You lot always slobber over shiny pieces of tech. You're worse than dogs chasing after bones in that regard. Fine. 2 hours it is, but you better get this piece of junk back to work. He didn't bother thanking her for the opportunity and set down his pack. He pulled out some tools and placed them on the rocky soil in order to have them ready. Keddies, come and assist me. We don't have any bots at our disposal that can lift any stuff, so I'll have to ask you to do that in their stead. Are you equating me to a bot? She yelled. You can look at what I'm doing when you're not lifting anything. I'll even explain some things. Her mood immediately swung around. Oh, why didn't you say so? Can you teach me how this stealth stuff works? That's not something you can pick up on a single day. Even I needed a month of study to decipher the basics. Still, I can teach you some principles. It's up to you whether you understand the gist. He proceeded to lift his multitool from a slot in his earth ant in order to open up the engine compartment. It took half an hour to partially disassemble the stealth crawler. This phase took quite long because the measly tools that Ves had at his disposal slowed down the process. He frequently needed to assist Keddies in lifting up some of the heavier components as well. When Ves saw the guts of the stealth crawler for the first time, he sighed in admiration. While the vehicle was by no means a mech, the internal architecture looked like a highly optimized piece of work. A team of experts must have designed this stealth crawler, Ves uttered in admiration. There's little individuality left in its design, but all of its capabilities are brought to their most optimal state. Miss Calabast crossed her arms. What does that matter? Just get this crawler back to working condition. The stealth crawler didn't possess any X factor or any notable spirituality. Its design flavor leaned towards efficiency and reliability rather than power or performance. These traits reminded Ves of Master Olsen, but he didn't recognize her in this work. A team of highly capable vehicle designers should have designed this craft. Ves did not detect any principles associated with mechs. Unfortunately, the clean and efficient design left almost no unique design flares that Ves could have used to trace down its origins. No matter. Ves wasn't out to figure out where it came from and who designed this craft. He slowly identified the major problems that prevented the stealth crawler from continuing to traverse the terrain. The highly compact engine was one of the major weaknesses of this vehicle. The power reactor also exhibited some problems. None of those obvious problems hindered him in any way. Ves only worried about the problems he might have missed. Still, he didn't forget what he came for. Besides inspecting the components responsible for moving the stealth crawler, Ves also meticulously studied the parts related to its stealth capabilities. Look at this part. This is the good stuff. When he felt somewhat generous, he pointed at a specific component and explained to Kedis what they did and how they did it. When broken down this way, it was a lot easier to explain to her how stealth vehicles worked. Miss Calabast, on the other hand, threw her hands up at all of the technical jargon being thrown around. She left the mech designers to their devices and opted to patrol the surrounding area. It would be disastrous if a Vision mech snuck up to them while they were out in the open. 2 hours later, Ves and Kedis neatly assembled the stealth crawler back together. Despite their lack of heavy-duty tools, Ves easily managed to perform some patchwork repairs. While it didn't restore the crawler to its peak condition by any means, it shouldn't be a problem to rely on it for another day or two. Here you go, Calabast. 2 hours, no more, no less. It better work, she grumbled. Surprisingly, the stealth crawler came online without any major hindrances. Ves successfully repaired the vehicle. Chapter 892 Constricted Majesty. Ves obtained a lot of gains from his brief 2-hour study. He learned a bit more on how the stealth crawler managed to hide itself from detection. More importantly, however, Ves also managed to deduce the weaknesses of this application of stealth tech. More than that, he also deciphered some of the holes that circumvented these means. These loopholes not only worked on the stealth crawler, but any other application of stealth that worked on the same technological principles. Ves guessed with a high degree of confidence that the infiltrator suits that Calabast and her operatives made use of shared the same principles. As long as Ves tuned his stealth detector gadget with settings that exploited these loopholes, it might very well be possible for him to detect Calabast and her invisible bastards when they thought they were sneaky. This gain may very well exceed his other gains. To be frank, Ves didn't learn all that new in terms of theory, but his insights in how to apply his knowledge on stealth tech made considerable leaps. In any case, fortune blessed their journey as the stealth crawler made it all the way to the presumed border of the safe without a hitch. They weren't alone. The Vision breakdown-proof mech pretty much parked themselves around perimeter to catch any vandal or sword-maiden stragglers that miraculously made it all the way through. They truly made a lot of effort in trying to prevent their mortal enemies from reaching the Starlight Megalodon. Fortunately, the stealth crawler swaggered its way past the Vision patrol without a hitch. Miss Calabast placed a lot of confidence in the stealth technology utilized by her organization, showing no hesitation in passing less than 500 meters from the nearest Vision mech. Ves and Kedis pretty shook in their suits of combat armor because the enemy mech could have easily noticed something amiss at that range. Fortunately, the stealth crawler did not leave behind any overt tracks as it calmly crawled forward. "That was close!" Kedis exclaimed. Ves tried to calm his shaking heart. "I think the only reason why we made it through is because those Vision mechs aren't using the most advanced sensors and processors. A more modern mech would have noticed some environmental discrepancies." Nonetheless, the safe zone finally came within reach. Ves studied the projection, but the stealth crawler's optical sensors only detected the vague outline of a colossal capital ship looming over everything in the vicinity. The hazy contours of the starlight megalodon resembled a long and cylindrical whale that seemed to stretch out from one end of the horizon to the other. The length of the starlight megalodon absolutely matched many medium-sized cities, and though her width and height were shorter in order to present a narrow profile in battle, she still possessed a humongous amount of internal volume. To call her a floating city fortress in space would be an understatement. Most space stations never match her size. Truly, a battleship more than 11 kilometers long served as the apex battle weapon of the human race. The human battleship defined the age of conquest and paved the way for humanity's rapid expansion and tyrannical self-destruction. They became the hammer in which humanity beat up the aliens and themselves to a pulp. Nowadays, only the Common Fleet Alliance and the Mech Trade Association commission battleships these days. It sounded strange that the MTA made use of warships up to and including battleships, but they wouldn't be able to throw their weight around in the galaxy without the strength to back up their threats. Yet no matter how well the MTA designed their battleships, they couldn't hold a candle to the largest and most powerful naval organization in the galaxy. The CFA truly knew their battleships, and even if the Starlight Megalodon was 300 years past her prime, she could still crack planets if she chose to. The evidence suggested that she miraculously retained some functionality over the years. From this distance, the stealth crawler's sensors could also see the dense streams of astral winds escaping from a very visible crack near the stern of the battleship. Ves never got tired at the sight as nobody figured out how her FTL drives managed to sustain such a phenomena without degrading or breaking down. FTL drives notoriously demanded a lot of maintenance, especially after heavy use or when they aged a couple of decades. By all rights, the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives shouldn't have worked for so long. "Let's enter." The stealth crawler crossed over the invisible boundary claimed by the Starlight Megalodon. Just a few seconds after they entered, a pale beam instantly struck the entire vehicle. Everything stopped. The stealth crawler stopped. The occupants inside stopped. Their perception stopped. It was as if they were frozen in time. A nearby Vision Tiger mech noticed the stasis beam and became alarmed. Just as it turned around to face the strange vehicle that managed to sneak to the safe zone from under their nose, a tractor beam reached out from the distance and lifted up the stealth crawler. As soon as the crawler gained sufficient height, the tractor beam swiftly retracted the captured vehicle straight towards the Starlight Megalodon. An uncertain amount of time later, the tractor beam placed down the stealth crawler at a clearing right before the hull of the battleship. The stasis beam that froze the stealth crawler also disengaged. "What happened? How did we get so close all of a sudden?" To the occupants, the transition immediately threw them off balance. While Miss Calabas benefited from prior warning, both Ves and Kedis felt as if someone robbed them of their memories. This was a highly unpleasant sensation. "Calm down, you overdramatic mech designers! Nothing happened besides getting dragged over alongside the Starlight Megalodon. We're here." The gravity of the situation dawned upon the two. Indeed, as soon as the hatch opened up and everyone stepped out, Ves looked up at the aged but mostly intact hull of the Starlight Megalodon in earnest. Her metallic dark blue hull plating long lost its shine due to age and corrosion. What coating the battleship used to be covered with long wore out from millennia of exposure to the elements. This also wiped away most of the markings and symbols painted on her hull. The only markings that remained were those embossed in her hull. Ves easily made out the giant words that proudly declared her identity. Starlight Megalodon. At least we got the right battleship. Kitties joked as she admired the battleship in her own way. After so much time and so much travel, Ves almost couldn't believe he finally reached the fabled lost CFA capital ship. What struck him the most about the Starlight Megalodon wasn't her immense size, nor the immense Corvette-sized gun turrets. As an example of human engineering at its greatest height, Ves already expected the battleship to be an imposing colossus built for war. This is a battleship with history. The Starlight Megalodon radiated an aura of age, majesty, dominance, and invincibility. She possessed a faint, mixed but highly complex blend of meanings normally associated with historical relics. The most historic machine that Ves had ever seen was the Larkinson ancestor's personal mech. Back at Rittersburg, Ves never knew that the history and experiences of a machine could accumulate its X factor. Yet even that impressive historical mech was a toy in front of the Starlight Megalodon. Although only 300 years had passed in the outside galaxy, the surface of the planet experienced 3,000 years. Not only had the survivors of the crew spent their entire lives around the crashed battleship, many generations of their descendants must have lived their lives in the vicinity as well. All of their accumulated beliefs and superstition continued to pile up on the Starlight Megalodon, causing it to become more than just a crashed vessel. It became a totem of belief, a container of spirituality ascribed by those who lived in this region. Ves became intoxicated by her multifaceted X factor. All of his original mech designs may possess stronger and more concise X factors, but they were ultimately artificial constructs conjured up by his own imagination. Even if Ves considered his imagination to be vivid and rich, he was only a single individual. His individual imagination could never surpass the imagination of millions of humans. This was the strength of a group. Just witnessing the spiritual splendor of the battleship advanced his understanding of the X factor. The insights he gained from this glimpse alone almost made the entire trip worth it. Ves even developed some ideas on how to improve or replace his old triple division technique. Those constructs. What is that? Kitties asked as she gestured at the extra additions built alongside the hull of the Starlight Megalodon. Ves stared at the constructs and noted that they looked like primitive sand structures. It was as if someone built a partial sandcastle around the massive hull. The distribution of the sand structures was fairly random, and besides the open windows, Ves couldn't tell anything else besides that they used to house tens of thousands of people. Those sand structures are the principal reason why the Starlight Megalodon encountered a mishap 300 years ago. Miss Calabas smirked. What you're looking at is the remains of a highly advanced Sandman mothership. Sandmen? Ves and Kitties practically jumped, but Miss Calabas quickly calmed them down. There's no danger here. The Sandmen have all been rendered inert down to their Sandman admiral. Right now, what you're seeing is their carcass. Over the years, the survivors of the Starlight Megalodon hollowed them out and turned them into living space. If the crew of the Starlight Megalodon didn't see fit to remove all of the sand that constricted the battleship inside and out like an infectious disease, then the threat they posed must have long been gone by now. Aeon Corona 7 would have been a very different planet if the Sandman mothership defeated the battleship and all of their crew. Still, the knowledge that they were standing beside an immense Sandman amalgamation didn't put them at ease. Most Sandman motherships posed little threat to a CFA warship, but certain Sandman admirals grew and learned to such an extent to where they became incredibly formidable. A Sandman mothership that dared to attack a CFA battleship and succeeded in constricting her to this extent should not be weak. If the Starlight Megalodon is riddled from inside out with Sandman remains, Is there anything left inside? Kedys asked. Miss Calabash snorted. Look at the size of her. There's no way a single Sandman mothership can crush her insides. We're fairly confident that the core compartments aren't affected. As for the outer compartments, perhaps 30 to 50% are grinded down with sand, but there's plenty of goodies left in the remaining compartments. Her explanation put down their apprehensions. While Ves still questioned how such a formidable Sandman mothership died all of a sudden, this wasn't the time to puzzle over these questions. Miss Calabash led them alongside the battleship but didn't approach her yet. Ancient rusted prefab structures surrounded the crash site. Obviously, this area used to house a lot of people, but that was in the past. Not a single human emerged from these eerily empty structures. When was the last time someone lived in this settlement? After 10 minutes of walking, the three finally came within view of some familiar mechs. There are asterias and enduring protectors up ahead, Kedys exclaimed. Ves spotted the mechs poking above the structures up ahead and quickly counted their number. All the mechs of the exploration party and the follow-up party that are unaccounted for are present. They are safe. Seeing those mechs dormant but unharmed and without a single scratch put down some of his worries. It seemed the vandals and sword maidens trapped in the safe zone hadn't encountered any hazards that posed a threat to their mechs. The huge, hulking form of Kalankso resting close to the breakdown-proof mechs also reassured him somewhat. Both Kedys and Ves eagerly wanted to reunite with possibly the only survivors of the flagrant sword maiden ground forces. Can we go and meet our comrades? Miss Calabash casually gestured them forward. Go ahead. That's why I brought you here. You should understand their situation first. They're kind of stuck right now. Once you become acquainted with their difficulties, you'll see why it's in your best interest to cooperate with us. I'll pick you up after 24 hours. Don't tell them about our existence. It's for their own good. She sounded like she wasn't worried at all that Ves might possibly renege his end of the deal. This implied that Ves, Kedys, and the other flagrant sword maidens trapped in the safe had no way to progress inside the battleship without Calabash's assistance. We'll see, Ves replied. Chapter 893 Recruitment Test. The moment they walked towards the collection of mechs situated closer to the Starlight Megalodon's hull, Ves and Kedys suddenly tripped and floated in the air. What the? The gravity! It's normalized! The two hadn't expected to walk into an area affected by an anti-grav field. This existing field superimposed with the effects of their active gravitic backpacks, causing them to turn virtually weightless. Ves quickly calmed down once he realized what had happened. Gently dial down the power of your gravitic backpack. Don't do it instantly or you'll drop like a brick. Their armored forms slowly descended into the ground as the gravity affecting them gradually increased until it matched the gravity of old Earth. The little jaunt in the air discomfited them both, but they managed to retain the contents of their stomachs. It was still unpleasant to be thrown into the air like that when they didn't expect such a thing. For a moment, Ves believed that Miss Calabash deliberately sent them ahead without a warning as a prank. That woman has a sense of humor, he muttered. Next time, I'll smack her face, Kedys shamelessly boasted. The anti-grav field emitted by the Starlight Megalodon reduced one of their worries. It wasn't a good idea to keep their gravitic backpacks active all the time. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also wore them out through continuous active use. It would have been disastrous if the gravitic backpacks malfunctioned all of a sudden. The two resumed their short journey towards their comrades. They passed through broad corridors of old prefab structures. Ves peeked through the windows and saw nothing but empty, dust-laden rooms. Ves found it eerie that he couldn't find any furniture and objects inside that could tell him what kind of people used to live here. It didn't seem like the previous occupants evacuated this sprawling settlement in haste. It seemed more as if someone calmly cleaned up the place and threw out the trash a few hundred or 1,000 years ago. The people who lived here, what happened to them? How come no one's left? Kedis asked the obvious question. Ves wondered about that as well. Cities are razed and abandoned all the time in human history. They're usually forced out of their old homes when faced with a calamity. A thriving settlement of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people became nothing but abandoned ruins over time. Ves found the emptiness to be a huge shame. They walked around the corner and finally spotted their comrades. The moment the pair of mech designers walked into view of the members of the exploration and follow-up party huddling in some sort of abandoned park, both sides stopped and stared at each other. Mr. Larkinson? Captain Orphan rose up from the dirt. Kedis? Lieutenant Dice called. Why are the two of you here? While the exploration members all became befuddled at the new presence, Ves and Kedis all stared at what their comrades were doing. The dug-up trenches, the plants placed inside of them, and the pulverized contents of nutrient packs sprinkled on top of them made for an unimaginable sight. Are you turning this park into a farm? Kedis called out. Lieutenant Dice grimaced. It's a long story. The appearance of the pair of mech designers raised everyone's spirits, but the news they brought spoiled the reunion. In the next hour, Ves huddled with the 100-odd members of the two parties that ventured into the safe zone and filled them in on the disaster that struck the flagrant Sword Maidens. He activated his military-issued comm and projected a portion of the footage of the battle against the meandering monkeys and the Hostland warriors. The appearance of the Belisarius, and the ease in which it tore apart the Vandal and Sword Maiden's mech all led to a round of cursing and sorrow. The outcome of the battle and the fate in store for those who remained caused many of them to be racked with grief. Though they were too far from the battle to experience it as it happened, they had no reason to doubt the news. Ves even uploaded the data of the battle to everyone's comms so they could study the records by themselves. The more the Vandals and Sword Maidens watched the footage, the more they became angry and despondent. Even if Ves didn't show them the butchering that surely happened afterwards, they knew the score as well as anyone. If they were in the shoes of the Vesians, they would have done the same. So many of sisters are dead now. We've lost our way out. There's no rescue awaiting us outside. We're stranded. Captain Orphan immediately cracked down on such talk. Pipe down. You don't know anything. As long as we're alive, we still have a chance of finding a way out. Didn't this battleship send out FTL-capable shuttles into space? A battleship easily carries hundreds of shuttles. As long as we manage to get inside and hijack a couple of shuttles, we can still go back to the fleet. Her words roused everyone's hopes, but only slightly. Ves looked at their expressions and saw that they hadn't been doing well lately. Miss Calabas's warning that the survivors had gotten stuck rang in his ears. Why hadn't they managed to get inside the battleship? Ves stared back at the Starlight Megalodon and saw plenty of minor cracks and rents in the hull. Was there something blocking their way? As the Vandals and Sword Maidens settled down and pored over the battle footage by themselves, Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice brought Ves and Kedis inside one of the nearby abandoned structures. As they entered the prefab house, Ves saw that the survivors welded pieces of loose metal into pieces of furniture. Though the fast transport provided some accommodation, it seemed as if the survivors settled in for the long haul. As the four sat down at a table, the true discussion began. Can you tell us what is going on here? Ves asked with a sense of urgency. Why are you setting up a farm of all things? Captain Orphan sighed. It's because we can't enter and exit this region. Ever since the battleship tractored us over here, we've been exploring our surroundings for days. That's when we realized we've entered a ruin. We haven't found anyone even after circling the entire crash site. There's no trace of natives or any of our rivals until a week ago, when some Vision Tiger mechs got dragged inside. Did you come to blows with them? He asked. We tried, but as soon as we boarded our mechs and attempted to fire our laser cannons, the Starlight Megalodon suddenly put all of our mechs into stasis and separated us as if we were unruly children. Over the following days, we've tried to attack the Visions several times, but the battleship keeps preventing us. What's with the farm then? We're trapped here. Captain Orphan sighed. We tried to walk away, but the blasted battleship immobilizes us with a stasis beam and forcibly drags us back. We've been starting up a farm in case the worst-case scenario happens and we run out of nutrient packs before we're able to find a way out. Kedis found the sequence of events to be perplexing. Since the Megalodon is so insistent on keeping you here, did you try to enter her instead? There's a hindrance, Lieutenant Dice replied, taking over from Captain Orphan. No one appears to be in control of the battleship. Yet that doesn't mean the Megalodon has gone dormant. She's highly automated and is acting on ancient directives. VS frowned at that. What does that mean? Without a competent crew at the helm, the battleship's AIs and automated routines are operating by themselves. The AIs that are in control are still following their directives faithfully, but they're very inflexible. Every time we interact with them, it's like talking to a bot. From what we've found out so far, the AIs are currently acting on the directives of the original executive officer of the Starlight Megalodon. The short version is that he revoked everyone's authority and set a test for someone to obtain entry and some privileges from the systems that are currently running the ship. This sounded exceptionally weird, but not that unthinkable. VS didn't know the story behind the executive officer and why he issued such an extreme command. Is this test only eligible to the original crew, or is anyone allowed to try? The test the battleship serves up isn't limited to anyone. Each of us have walked up to the Megalodon to give the test a try. None of us succeeded. Why? Because it's basically a recruitment test of the CFA, Captain Orphan revealed with an exasperated voice. We can apply to numerous starting positions, such as applying to become an able spacer, a cook, an engineer, an internal security officer, a marine, a mech technician, a mech designer, you name it. As long as the position exists on the battleship, there's a way to apply for them and become a legitimate crew member of the Megalodon. This sounded very shocking. Such a test came with a lot of implications. If just one of them succeeded, they not only gained access to the Starlight Megalodon, but also enjoyed the privileges of their position. While the automated systems wouldn't let a lowly spacer access to the restricted parts of the ship, they might be able to salvage some goodies in the less important sections. Yet, from the glum faces of Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice, it seemed that passing the test was no joke. VS knew why. The CFA rarely ever recruited outside people these days. Those not born from a CFA or connected space-born lineage faced huge hurdles if they wanted to become a member of humanity's most powerful fleet. The recruitment tests they served to outsiders was impossible to pass for the average person. Only prodigies, talents, and geniuses in their professions stood a chance of passing the famously rigorous tests. Supposedly, only those who received specific grooming and an abundant amount of genetic treatment stood a realistic chance as passing these tests. Therefore, the majority of outsiders who entered the ranks of the CFA tended to come from the hugely prosperous galactic center. Country bumpkins from the galactic rim like the Vandals and Sword Maidens need not apply. The tests are too difficult. Captain Orphan slammed her fist on the crudely welded table. The AIs are too obstinate and aren't willing to lower their standards no matter how much we try to convince them. They're dumb as rocks. I've seen cleaning bots who are more intelligent than the AIs who call the shots at the battleship. The two mech officers explained that they all tried to apply for a variety of positions. Even the lowest sanitation engineer, which was just a fancy way of referring to janitors, needed to be the equivalent of mechanical engineers who could design and develop state-of-the-art cleaning machines. After all, a shipboard janitor these days mainly cleaned a ship by managing the cleaning bots. Some knowledge about the ins and outs of how the bots worked should be a given, but the CFA wasn't satisfied with that. Not even the best professors of mechanical engineering in the Komodo star sector would be able to pass the test to become the Starlight Megalodon's janitor. The more Ves heard about the ridiculous demands the recruitment test imposed, the more he became confounded by the executive officer's intentions. Perhaps the original crew of the Starlight Megalodon were smart and capable enough to pass these tests, but what about their descendants? On a planet where technology constantly degraded, how easy would it be to raise offspring and educate them to a ridiculously high standard? So you see, Ves, this is why we're stuck here. The battleship won't allow us to leave, and she doesn't allow us to enter either unless we pass her tests. Ves could see now why the survivors started farming. Chapter 894 Virtual Officer. Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice regaled them with their attempts to pass the test. All of the challenges took 2 hours to complete, though everyone usually got kicked out within 5 minutes after failing the very first hurdle. Even if the recruitment tests adhered to outdated standards and customs, it still took an immense amount of talent and skill to pass them all. When we attempted to pass the test for mech pilots, we got dumped into a simulation where we piloted a random 300-year-old mech on a random battlefield. Did you know what the first challenge asks us to do? We needed to defeat 40 mechs of the same quality by ourselves within 10 minutes. There's no way that we could pass such a ridiculous test. That did sound like an enormous hurdle to Ves. Perhaps only expert pilots would have been able to pass the challenge, but so what? Numerous other tests awaited them right afterwards. All the other tests for other positions imposed equally ridiculous standards right at the start, causing none of the survivors to be able to pass the first test. Ves started to think. Maybe I have a chance. Mech design is a very new profession. It doesn't have much history and only existed for about 100 years since the Starlight Megalodon went missing. Both Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice shook their heads. They chuckled at his confidence and believed he would fall flat as soon as he attempted the test on his own. The AIs administering the tests may be adopting outdated standards when composing their tests, but the galaxy didn't change all that much in the last 300 years. It was impossible to rely on a generation advantage to get the upper hand in the test. You can try, but you'll fail. The recruitment tests of the CFA are no joke. The Starlight Megalodon might be using an abridged 2-hour test to determine whether you're qualified, but that doesn't make it easier. Is there any consequences for failure? Nah. You'll only get locked out by the AIs for the remainder of the 2 hours. There's no way you can make an attempt one after another. Therefore, each time someone failed, they needed to wait around 2 hours to try again. Such a cycle of instant failure and constant waiting would have worn down anyone's spirits. Few people possess the willpower to undergo continuous failure and lengthy boredom for long. Do you know why the executive officer implemented this recruitment process in the first place? Ves asked. Captain Orphan shrugged. The AIs don't tell us much. They're all obstinate and constantly reply that we're not authorized to ask them any questions. However, from what we guess, the AIs administering the test is supposed to distinguish between CFA and non-CFA people. The AIs don't recognize us as CFA spacers, family members, or true space-born humans, so we all got served with the more difficult tests for non-CFA people. None of the Vandals or Sorn Maidens possessed any connection to the Common Fleet Alliance. Demanding to take the easier test for CFA personnel wouldn't work. Even if it was easier, the CFA still maintained ridiculously high standards. Perhaps they might pass the first or second challenge, but they would never be able to last 2 hours. Ves wanted to try anyway. He turned to Kedis. You go try as well. Even if you don't stand a chance, it doesn't hurt to open your eyes. Can I skip, please? She whined. I don't want to get beat up by a test. I know my limits. There's no way I can satisfy the standards of the CFA. You're going and that's it, he insisted. Don't try to finagle your way out of it. At the very least, the ways in which the Starlight Megalodon simulates the testing environment should be a unique experience. Before they left, Ves and Kedys discussed a few more matters with Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice. The latter two had both been cut off from the ground forces, and as the highest-ranking officers of the survivors, they needed to understand the threat of the Visians to lead the remnants. He didn't tell them about the high-capacity data chip he carried that contained most of the logs and essential research data. He mostly told them about the Visian forces and their combat strength. He described the Belisarius in vivid detail and mentioned that its regenerating properties allowed it to operate in the red zone with impunity. Captain Orphan erupted at that last detail. That's cheating. If we have to face off against this Belisarius with our enduring protectors and Asterias, it'll be like a fox in a henhouse, and we're the hens. Even Lieutenant Dice of the Sword Maidens looked hopeless. For a Sword Maiden, her complete lack of faith in winning a battle against an opponent was extremely characteristic. Yet the description provided by Ves was simply too overwhelming. 12 silver Valencias attacking the Belisarius at the same time to the point of self-destructing didn't leave a permanent mark on the Belisarius. How could she possibly think their outdated, simplistic breakdown-proof mech stood a chance against a genuine expert mech? The Sword Maidens may be courageous, but they weren't delusional. The topic then turned towards how Ves and Kedys managed to escape the Visians and make it all the way through the red zone without looking like a mess. From the appearances of their combat armor, they hardly looked as if they stepped outside. To this, Kedys looked at Ves with an uncertain expression. He knew that he needed to provide a satisfactory answer. If Ves said anything wrong, the survivors might suspect they turned their coats. Furthermore, he also needed to explain what might happen when Miss Calabas took him away. If he ended up missing without a word, they might think he encountered a mishap or abandoned the survivors. He decided that even if Miss Calabas warned him not to tell the survivors anything, he couldn't leave them with nothing. He decided to throw them a few bones, enough for them to chew on without completely displeasing his temporary partner. To be honest, we made it here after being rescued by a third party. Both mech officers instantly shot up straight. Is it one of our pirate rivals? No. The natives? No. Who then? I'm not allowed to tell, Ves replied simply. I don't think there's a conflict of interest, though. However, there's a price for my rescue, one which I'm about to pay soon. Don't be surprised if you can't find me anywhere. That's all I can say about this issue. Just tell you this much is already crossing the line. Both Orphan and Dice pressed him a bit, but Ves remained unfazed. Unless they beat the answer out of him, he was determined to keep his mouth shut. This frustrated the mech officers, but they didn't push the issue any further. From the hints that Ves already told them, they knew this third party shouldn't be simple. They also extended some trust to Ves, but only up to a point. A small barrier formed between Ves and the others. What Ves said about getting involved with a third party made them a bit less willing to be open in his presence. He knew that this outcome might happen, but as long as they didn't accuse him of being a Visian spy, he didn't mind the suspicion. He intended to redeem himself in time. Whatever is going on, I hope you don't forget that you're a part of the Vandals, Ves. Captain Orphan finally said. This mission is way over my head. While Major Vro filled me in on some of the details, only Captain Bird knows the full scope. Do you know what our superiors want to retrieve from the Starlight Megalodon? Ves asked with sharp eyes. It would help if we know what constitutes a success in their eyes. Captain Orphan shrugged and smiled. Let's talk about that once one of us managed to get past the battleship's recruitment tests. The discussion ended soon after that. Ves and Kedis left their packs behind and approached the hull of the battleship under the guidance of the mech officers. All the other survivors noticed where they were heading to and followed suit. They wanted to witness a good show. When they almost came close enough to throw a rock at the aged and partially corroded exterior of the battleship, the mech officers halted. Once you step past this point, the battleship will throw you into a physical projection. No one outside will be able to witness what you're experiencing, and you won't notice our presence either. You're all alone out there. Good luck. Ves and Kedis looked at each other before stepping forward. Both of them instantly got caught in some kind of illusion. To the spectators watching outside, both of them became engulfed in a dark cube that appeared out of nowhere. This dark cube isolated every senses and threw those caught inside in their own simulated reality. Inside one of the cubes, Ves only encountered darkness. It was so dark in fact that he couldn't even see his own limbs. A few seconds after trying to puzzle what happened, a shuttle-sized logo of the CFA materialized into being in front of him. The logo representing the mightiest space-borne battle spear of the human race adopted the iconic shape of a stylized battleship in blue. A white four-pointed star pointing in each cardinal direction rested behind the battleship. The black background representing interstellar space featured a random distribution of tiny speckles that represented the stars in the galaxy. Each aspect about the CFA's logo carried profound meanings, but Ves didn't spend the time to think about them right now. In front of the logo, a majestic projection of a CFA officer materialized into view. The officer wore a uniform in a style typical to what CFA personnel used to wear 300 years ago. From the rank insignia of the projection, Ves gathered that this person was a lieutenant junior grade. Yet the moment it opened up its mouth, Ves heard a flat, robotic voice. I am Virtual Lieutenant Junior Grade Ves Larkinson. Please present credentials if you are an active serviceman or an affiliate of the Common Fleet Alliance. I have no connections to the CFA. Emergency Protocol Theta 37 is in effect, the stiff lieutenant declared. All humans up to moderate alien hybridization are allowed to undertake a simplified recruitment test to enlist in the CFA. Please state the profession or position which you wish to apply for. Guests are authorized to ask a limited number of questions. Ves gathered by now that this so-called virtual lieutenant must be one of the AIs governing the battleship in the absence of living humans qualified to serve as active CFA personnel. He found it interesting that an AI presented itself as an officer. He didn't know whether it was a good or bad idea to give AIs ranks in the first place. Are there any living CFA personnel serving aboard the Starlight Megalodon? Ves experimentally asked. You are not authorized to ask this question. What is the current time and date? You are not authorized to ask this question. What is the name of this star system? The name of this star system is the Aeon Corona system. How did the Starlight Megalodon crash on this planet? You are not authorized to ask this question. Why are the FTL drives leaking higher dimensional particles? You are not authorized to ask this question. I am your father. Your query is invalid. Non sibi sed Homo sapiens? Semper Fortis. The MTA are a bunch of children playing with toys. Agreed. Interesting. Ves smiled at some of the answers this virtual officer spat out to his statements. He didn't have to ask a question to prompt an opinion from this artificial intelligence. It seemed as if this AI didn't have to adhere to its strictures and possessed some leeway in its words and actions. I'd like to apply for the position of Mech Designer. Chapter 895 Rule-Bound Tradition. The CFA never really saw eye to eye with the MTA. Both claimed stewardship over humanity after the dark days of the climax of the Age of Conquest, yet one always thought they were better over the other. One organization represented the most powerful weapons of war known to man, while the other organization pushed for a new hope. Their ideological clashes regularly divided human space. Their rivalry also kept them in check against each other, preventing any single organization from becoming the only hegemon of human civilization. Yet hostilities became so heated in some cases that extremely destructive incidents occurred from time to time. Therefore, as soon as Ves declared he wanted to take the recruitment test for mech designers, Virtual Lieutenant Ves Larkinson immediately threw him the stink eye. The AI may act like a bot sometimes, but its programmers pretended to give it some personality. Commencing recruitment test in 10 seconds. Chosen profession, mech designer. Please stand by. Warning, cheating is not allowed. Violators will be disintegrated. Ves took that last warning extremely seriously. With all the high technology the Starlight Megalodon revealed so far, he knew she possessed 1,000 ways to kill him in the most horrific way possible. The entire surroundings morphed into an extremely well-equipped workshop and design studio. Ves looked around and noted his metallic surroundings and peculiar markings. It seemed as if he entered one of the Starlight Megalodon's many mech workshops. Virtual Lieutenant Ves Larkinson appeared into view again. He stared at Ves with a cool glare before raising his palms. A projection of a timer appeared on one palm. It started at 5 minutes but already started counting down. The test had already begun. From his other palm, a data pad appeared. Please read the mission contents and complete the assigned task within the allotted time. Ves picked up the data pad and felt the weight and shape of it through the feedback from his Earth ant. So this is the fabled physical projection. The projection technology common in the galactic rim conjured up realistic illusions. People could easily distinguish fake from real when it came to cheaper projections. More premium projection systems lacked this flaw and could easily project a convincing environment. Combined with a positional sound projection system, it was as if two speakers light years away from each other were right next to each other. The only flaw was that poking your hand through a projection instantly broke the illusion. No matter how realistic a projection appeared, it was ultimately a product of sound and light without any ability to interact with touch. Yet physical projection technology broke this rule. Through some means which Ves didn't understand, a physical projection system possessed the ability to resist force. While such systems inevitably possessed a limit, preventing it from projecting a deadly mech or an unbreakable object, such a development still provided a lot of potential, expanding the applications of virtual reality. Task: design an original space-borne light skirmisher mech with the following parameters. The first task demanded that he design a fully fledged mech. He didn't have to design it from scratch as the virtual workshop offered him a library of in-house component designs. Ves figured the mech type and the parameters he needed to meet would be randomized each time he repeated the task, because the demands the task set sounded extremely eccentric. What are these demands? The specific demands on the shape and performance metrics of the mech prevented him from designing an existing light skirmisher design from memory. Obviously, the recruitment test already foresaw such possibilities. The problem was that the minimum performance of the mech that the task had set was way too high. Not only that, he had less than 5 minutes to fulfill this task. With his current capabilities as an apprentice mech designer on the verge of advancing to journeyman, he might be able to rush his design in 2 or 3 hours. However, even with the advantage of future knowledge in the perspective of the time period of the Starlight Megalodon, his design would only be able to perform 60% from the task requirements. That 40% performance gap was too massive as the law of diminishing returns came into play. This test is impossible to complete in the allotted time. Perhaps it would have been possible for Ves to take his time and spend an entire year to design a mech that met all of the design and performance requirements. The main reason why a hasty design fell short on performance was that Ves didn't have the time to weigh his design choices carefully and optimize his mech through numerous iterations. Yet did the task care about that? No. It demanded Ves to complete a year's work of design work in just 5 short minutes. Not even a senior mech designer can complete this task. Only masters can comfortably complete such a design this fast. Ves suspected that the CFA and the Starlight Megalodon deliberately made things difficult for mech designers. While his knowledge of technological advancements over the last 300 years since the Starlight Megalodon got cut off from the rest of the galaxy helped him out quite a bit, that advantage was ultimately trivial in the face of this task. He wanted to curse in front of the virtual officer's face, but refrained from doing so. He didn't want to trip some hostility alarm, and considering that he was a mech designer, the battleship wouldn't hesitate to disintegrate him if he crossed the line. The next 4 minutes or so proceeded exactly as he expected. He raced through the library of component designs and slapped a mech together as fast as possible. Yet a mech design consisted more than puzzling together some parts. He barely had the time to unify the components before he reached the ridiculously short time limit. The mech design is incomplete. Verdict: task failed. The recruitment test ends now. With those merciless words, Virtual Lieutenant Baskanson immediately kicked him out of the physical projection. He turned his head until he faced Kedis, who seemed similarly distressed. This test is ridiculous. There's no way that anyone can design a mech in 5 minutes. The Vandals and Sword Maidens all laughed at their distressed states. It was a rare form of entertainment for those left behind in this safe zone. It was better than wallowing in their pity and anger for not being able to take part in the battle against divisions. Some time later, Ves sat at a bench next to the park as the others resumed farming. Kedis went off to explore the empty structures in boredom. He went over the details of the first task and tried to think of a way to complete it with his current capabilities. Even if the Starlight Megalodon worked with outdated mech standards, the gap in technology wasn't so wide that Ves could simply snap his fingers to come up with a suitable design. The CFA is far too biased against mechs and mech designers. Yet even if the CFA conducted the test impartially, Ves would still fall flat due to the abnormally high standards it imposed to those who wanted to join their ranks. The Common Fleet Alliance regularly received the accusation that they were ancient dinosaurs who refused to get with the times. Despite their high degree of technological innovation, they were infamously traditionalist and conservative in their social and ideological evolution. The CFA still clings to the glory of the Age of Conquest. At the most fundamental level, the CFA never gave up on warships and tried to redeem their awful reputation. The tyrannical admirals and naval officers who engaged in reckless slaughtering and genocide in the past caused the CFA to double down on discipline and adherence to its rules and regulations. Anyone who broke a rule received strict punishment. It was no surprise that they gained a reputation for being heavy-handed, not just against outsiders, but also against themselves. Yet it was through this harsh and uncompromising regime that human civilization slowly lost their paranoia and suspicion against one of the big two. Since the 400 years or so since the Age of Mechs commenced, the Common Fleet Alliance thoroughly built up a reputation for harshness but fairness, possessing only a bias for space-born humans. This was a forgivable quirk of theirs, and nobody minded them, as true space-born generally stuck to themselves. Still, all of their inertia makes them slow to accept mechs. At the time of the Starlight Megalodon's disappearance, the CFA only recently accepted that mechs were there to stay. In the Age of Mechs, how could they miss out on this newfangled war machine? Yet even if they felt pressured to work with mechs, they certainly dragged their feet when it came to implementing them into their force structure. The CFA believed in the primacy of warships, so the more powerful mechs became, the more they felt threatened by this recent invention. However, it wasn't in their nature to deliberately cripple technological development. The only reason they maintained an edge with their warships was because they constantly improved their design and underlying technologies. Therefore, Ves and many people involved with the mech industry considered the CFA to be an inherently contradictory organization. They pursued breakneck technological innovation but remained stagnant when it came to ideological and societal adaptation and shifts. The MTA that Ves aligned with was a new organization that didn't inherit the trappings of the past. Mechs didn't exist in any meaningful way during the Age of Conquest. This enabled the founders of the MTA to develop a new set of rules and regulations from scratch. In addition, due to their newness, they constantly needed to adapt and change those rules when they fell flat. They were much faster to adapt to the times and didn't insist on sticking to old conventions when they no longer held any relevance. One organization wanted to go back to the glory days of the past. Another organization wanted to pave a new way for the future. They both had their good points and bad points. Even Ves admitted that the MTA wasn't a perfect organization. As Ves mused about the CFA, Captain Orphan suddenly appeared next to him and sat on the same bench as his with a grin. "Don't let the recruitment test get you down, Ves. The CFA have always been rat bastards against outsiders. Nobody is supposed to pass the tests for non-CFA personnel in the first place." "I know that. I haven't taken it personally," he replied. "Then don't look like a beaten dog. We'll manage something. I'm sure of it." She smiled. "I admire your ability to smile in the face of these depressing circumstances. It's not as if grouching and thinking suicidal thoughts will get us anywhere. No matter how hopeless we seem, I don't want any of us to drag each other down. We owe it to our fallen comrades to fight to the end. Engaging in self-destructing will just be giving the Vesians what they want." She had a good point. As the senior surviving Vandal officer on the ground, Captain Orphan shouldered a huge responsibility. From a force consisting hundreds of mech pilots and thousands of support personnel, the Vandal ground expedition abruptly diminished to 100 people. Any mech officer would despair at these conditions. Yet Captain Orphan looked at imminent doom in the face and responded with a confident smile. Whether she truly felt this way or merely presented a facade to prop up everyone's morale, Ves admired her proactive leadership at this sensitive time. Unfortunately, Captain Orphan didn't have much to smile at as soon as she spotted something in the distance. "A new mech is being dragged over from the safe zone." While the surviving Vandals and Sword Maidens occasionally saw Vesian mechs and transports entering the safe zone, this time was different. This was because the Vesians didn't send in a normal breakdown-proof mech. This time, the mech the Starlight Megalodon tractored over was the infamous Belisarius. Captain Orphan widened her eyes as she recognized the unique appearance of the expert mech from the battle footage provided by Ves. "We're in trouble now." Chapter 896 Preferential Treatment. The Vesians and the flagrant Sword Maidens generally kept to themselves inside the safe zone. Anytime they bumped into each other, they couldn't help but sling insults and punch each other in the face. This forced the Starlight Megalodon to put the quarreling people into stasis and drag them apart. With the Starlight Megalodon looming over them like an attentive nanny, the two sides agreed to keep to themselves. They claimed separate districts of the abandoned settlement built around the Starlight Megalodon, and pretended the others didn't exist. So far, the Vandals and Sword Maidens never paid too much attention to the Vesian presence inside the safe zone. They knew that the Vesians faced the impossible recruitment tests. There was no way they'd be able to pass the tests. Yet an expert pilot couldn't be equated to mortals. Her mech piloting skills broke the human limit and allowed her to perform much more splendidly than most human beings. There was a non-zero chance that Venerable Foster might be able to pass the recruitment test. The appearance of the Belisarius caused every vandal and sword maiden to gather together at the park. They speculated on the reason for her appearance in the safe zone. Are the Vesians so confident that there aren't any threats that require Venerable Foster's help in defeating? Someone wondered. We used to be their greatest threats, Captain Orphan responded. Now that they cleaned up our main forces, they have the red zone to themselves. Even without an expert pilot at the helm, the Hostland warriors and meandering monkeys are more than capable enough to defeat 3 times their number of pirate mechs. I hate to say it, but from the battle footage that VS brought back, the Vesian mech regiments that showed up are seasoned veterans. Long-established mech regiments such as the Hostland warriors and meandering monkeys relied on centuries of accumulation to shape their martial tradition. Their training, mech doctrine, logistics, and other matters all reached a mature level. A random force of pirates stood no chance against a true military force. How do you figure her chances of success if she undergoes the recruitment test for mech pilots? VS asked. Will she be able to succeed in a single try? The possibility frightened every mech pilot present in the gathering. It was as if he described their worst nightmare. The recruitment tests aren't so easy to pass, Lieutenant Dice surmised. For a sword maiden mech officer, she was a lot more thoughtful than her jumpier sisters. Perhaps her bond with Kalanxo tempered some of her personality as well. We all know the CFA has a love-hate relationship with mechs. They absolutely won't let any mech pilot join their ranks. Someone else pointed out an important fact. Even so, back then expert pilot are as rare as a phoenix's feather. Mechs were still new and people still explored what mech pilots can really do. Everyone with highly abnormal piloting ability became highly desirable goods. Maybe the recruitment tests for mech pilots set the bar so high in order to obtain expert pilots. That's true. The CFA really hates the MTA and will do everything they can to weaken this upstart organization, VS confirmed. He knew his history when it came to the CFA and MTA. Back when expert pilots are even rarer than today and poorly understood, the CFA offered extremely high incentives to recruit them. They don't actually value expert pilots that much, but they just wanted to spite the MTA and take away their toys. How childish. We're in deep trouble if the recruitment test for non-CFA personnel is really passable for expert pilots. Someone already despaired. VS did not see the reason to panic right away. The only consolation is that Venerable Foster has only recently advanced to her rank. From what I know of expert pilots, it still takes at least a decade for them to polish their piloting skills to an elevated level. However, we also know that she's a genuine prodigy in piloting mechs. With her A-grade genetic aptitude, her learning speed is through the roof. There's also the fact that the recruitment tests are performed with outdated mechs, Captain Orphan added. All the mechs we are forced to pilot are mech models that aren't so different from the mechs we used to train with during our Mech Academy days. These mechs are slower, simpler, easier to pilot and faster to master. A highly talented mech pilot like Venerable Foster faced much fewer variables and complications when piloting an outdated mech. As Captain Orphan said, it would be just as if she took a routine examination at a Mech Academy. VS asked an important question. If Venerable Foster passes the recruitment test and becomes a warrant officer of the CFA, what will she be able to do? Everyone fell silent for a moment. She'll be recognized by the Starlight Megalodon. She can go inside the battleship and access any sections open to mech pilots. I don't think she'll be able to pilot a CFA mech, if the battleship still maintains any. She'll have to receive permission from an authorized officer if she wants to deploy a mech. It might not stop her from piloting the Belisarius and taking it inside. More importantly than that, once Venerable Foster becomes an active CFA serviceman in the eyes of the Starlight Megalodon, will the battleship still put her in stasis if she turns the Belisarius against us? This outcome frightened them out of their wits. This might very well be possible. If Venerable Foster truly received the Starlight Megalodon's recognition, then she would undoubtedly benefit from the ingrained bias of the virtual officers. A new sense of urgency overcame the survivors. They became a lot less nonchalant about their minuscule chances of passing the recruitment tests. No matter what, they needed to pass them and obtain the automated battleship's recognition. Only then would they be able to protect themselves, as CFA regulations strictly prohibited violence without cause. Someone's approaching! A group of Vesians walked into view. Their piloting suits and combat armor immediately marked them out as members of the Hostland Warriors and Meandering Monkeys. As for the stately brunette figure that radiated a formless pressure by her presence alone, she could be none other than Venerable Relia Foster. The expert pilot glanced contemptuously at the worried vandals and sword maidens. "What's this about? Have you given up your pirating ways and turned to farming? You call us murderers?" Keddies blew up, never one to take an insult lying down. "What about you? How many of our comrades did you kill?" "We executed thousands of your ilk after our victory." Venerable Foster sneered at her foes. "To be honest, some of my fellow mech officers hesitated in whether you flagrant vandals deserve the death penalty, but colluding with known pirates is an instant death sentence in itself. These so-called Lydia's sword maidens are scum of the highest order. The slaves we found at your camp says enough." "Did you kill them all?" "We didn't let off any pirate." The expert pilot smirked. The fire in her eyes proved that she delighted over their deaths. She only spared a solemn expression for the slaves. "As for the brainwashed slaves you sword maidens left behind, we had no choice but to euthanize them. It's too much of an effort to support them all and distinguish hidden pirates among their ranks." The steel in the expert pilot's voice left no room for ambiguity. Her words implied that not a single sword maiden was left off. To Keddies, this meant that Myra joined her fellow sword maidens in death. Tears already streamed from her eyes as Keddies hesitated to ask what happened to the journeyman mech designer they found among the sword maidens. The possibility that Ves threw out a while ago might still be in effect. As long as the Vesians possessed a little bit of sense, they wouldn't get rid of Myra without a reason. As long as they hid her from Venerable Foster, she might very well be still alive. Ves knew that the worst possible case would be to cast a light on Myra's existence, so he quickly stepped in before Keddies could blurt out something sensitive. "Why are you here? If you haven't heard already, the Starlight Megalodon won't allow us to fight." "No reason. I just wanted to see your faces and count how many pirates slipped our grasp." Venerable Foster shrugged nonchalantly. "We squashed a lot of bugs in the last few days. It's rather annoying to dig you all out from the nooks and crannies of this terrain. Our mech stepped on so many fleeing bugs that we have to rinse their souls from all the flesh and bones sticking to the surface." Many vandals and sword maidens became enraged. The sword maidens especially wanted to unsheathe their great swords and chop the taunting expert pilot in half. Nonetheless, nothing could come from a confrontation so long as the safe zone stayed in effect. This expert pilot with an obsessive hatred against pirates of all stripes merely laughed at the impotent foes and turned around. "Let's go!" she commanded the Vesians that followed her with a gesture. "There's no point in talking to these dead pirates walking. As soon as I pass this silly test, I'll ask the virtual officers for permission to clean up the insects dirtying up the place." Everyone knew that her threat may not be so impossible to realize. If the vandals and sword maidens could figure out the CFA's intentions, so could they. This was the downside with facing a capable, intelligent enemy force. Everyone missed the days they fought against stupid, incompetent pirates. The vandals and sword maidens all lost the mood to tend to their farms. They headed straight towards the Starlight Megalodon and urgently tried to pass the test for every possible easy profession they could come up with. All of them applied for jobs such as journalist, life coach, comedian, manicurist, and other outlandish positions. All of them got kicked out of the physical projection at 5 minutes without exception. The immense amount of knowledge and mastery required to fulfill those positions set the bar far too high for any normal human to pass. Forget about lasting for 2 hours, they couldn't get past the first task. Even Ves tried to take the Mech Designer tests at 2-hour intervals. Each time, he faced the same situation. He needed to design a specific mech while adhering to unique design requests within 5 minutes. Even if Ves had 5 hours to complete his design, he still wouldn't be able to meet the overly stringent performance targets. Repeating the tests over and over and facing the exact same challenge depressed him to no end. Virtual Lieutenant Baskanson never accepted his demands to start with a different, or easier task. To him, a nobody mech designer like Ves didn't deserve any leniency. "There's truly no point in repeating this damn test." By the time the allotted 24 hours went by, Ves found Kedis and discreetly separated from the flagrant sword maidens. Different from him, the others didn't stick to a single profession and stubbornly took a variety of recruitment tests as often as they could. Even the mech pilots among them gave up trying to pass the test for their primary profession as they could simply forget about passing them unless they were expert pilots. "It's too bad Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Dice are only expert candidates. They have a long way to go before they advance to become proper expert pilots." Ves shook his head in regret. "We'll beat them sooner or later," Kedis confidently boasted. At her heart, she still clung to hope. It was the only thing she had left in this desolate settlement. As for Ves, he could only turn his hopes to the enigmatic intelligence operative who sought him out. While he knew that Miss Calabas didn't care about the flagrant sword maidens, Ves nonetheless hoped he could take advantage of her power to lend his comrades a hand. Chapter 897 Factional Strife. A familiar spy soon found Ves and Kedis wandering away from their comrades. She did not seem pleased that Ves brought an extra person along. "Mr. Larkinson, I expressly told you that we only have need of you." Miss Calabas frowned and shot Kedis a dismissive look. "This lady here needs to go." "She's not going anywhere unless the Starlight Megalodon kicks her out," Ves stated firmly. "You can trust her to keep her mouth shut if that's what you're worried about. I still want to bring her along if possible." "It won't work. We worked hard to provide you with a way in, but we have no solution for Miss Kedis here." Ves shrugged. "As I said, we'll let the Megalodon issue her verdict." While Calabas became a bit peeved at his insistence, Ves stood his ground. Eventually she just gave up and turned around to guide Ves and Kedis away from the flagrant sword maidens. In truth, Ves trusted Miss Calabas up to a point. In lieu of an escape route, he decided to bring some extra insurance instead. While Kedis might not be the brightest bulb in the shed right now, her swordsmanship and combat prowess was no joke. If Ves ever fell out with Calabas and her operatives, Kedis instantly became his sharpest weapon. After a few minutes of walking wherein Miss Calabas frequently turned her head and deployed some sort of scanner to see if anyone was following them, she finally explained some of the background and their upcoming involvement. "Now that you've become more familiar with the Starlight Megalodon, you know how difficult it is to gain access to the Starlight Megalodon. From what little we found, long ago, the executive officer staged a mutiny. Another source says the captain became mad and turned against his own crew. A third source states the admiral wanted to kill off all the enlisted spacers. We're not sure what actually happened." "How do you know all this?" Ves frowned. "Some of us already managed to get inside." "What? How did you manage to pass the recruitment test?" Ves stared at Miss Calabas, wondering if she was a groomed elite from the Galactic Center. Unfortunately, while she looked pretty, she didn't exhibit the stature and snobbiness of a privileged citizen from the greatest and most prosperous region of the galaxy. In fact, Ves couldn't distinguish anything from her accent or mannerisms except they reminded him of a Vision. As if. I'm getting to that point. Calabash calmly spoke. First, you should understand that a battleship is a massive vessel that is as large as a decent-sized city. Up to 100,000 if not millions of spacers serve aboard a typical CFA battleship depending on her ship class and mission. The Starlight Megalodon definitely leans towards the higher end because of all the activities she's expected to perform. It's as if she's an independent mini-state that moves in space. So what does that have to do with you passing the recruitment test? Patience, Ves. First, when you think about a giant battleship carrying hundreds of thousands of spacers, how easy do you think it is to command them all? Ves became blank for a moment. The thought of managing such a sprawling amount of subordinates truly intimidated him. It wouldn't be easy to lead so many men and women. I don't know how. I guess it's really hard. Heh. That's an understatement. Miss Calabash grinned. There is a strong respect for hierarchy and seniority within the CFA. They're rather rigid when it comes to obeying their superiors, but that's also why it works out for them, no matter how big they build their ships. The command structure of the Starlight Megalodon is divided into many different departments that often compete against each other for attention and resources. The captain, executive officer, and whoever else is up top gets to wrangle these departments on a daily basis. It's already hard enough to keep them in line when times are good, so how do you expect them to get along when stranded on Aeon Corona 7 for a couple of decades? Ves could easily imagine the divergences. Some departments become incredibly critical to the survival of the stranded spacers while other departments are made completely irrelevant. For example, the department in charge of cultivating food has become essential, and the department in charge of navigation has become powerless. Exactly. Because the CFA isn't exactly fast to change things up, the survivors of the Starlight Megalodon stuck to the same rigid rank and command structure. You can imagine that after 20 or 30 years or so, the officers and spacers of the neglected departments begin to nurse a grudge. This is especially so when the spacers assigned to critical departments begin to throw their weight around and demand an increasing amount of tribute from the others. And is this the source of the mutiny? Calabash shook her head. Not quite, but it led to some of the reasons why the conflict boiled over. Another pressure point is that the admiral of the war fleet led by the Starlight Megalodon enjoyed an awkward position. He was in charge of the fleet, and obviously outranked the captain. However, in the CFA's hierarchy, the captain is the master of his or her own ship. It isn't proper for a flag officer to micromanage the ship and do the job that captains are supposed to do. The admiral is supposed to command the fleet, something which he can't do when the Starlight Megalodon separated from the war fleet and dropped out of FTL. So the admiral that adopted the Starlight Megalodon as his flagship became a king without a country? Exactly. As soon as the Starlight Megalodon crash-landed on the planet, a power struggle began that lasted for decades. At first, the captain and admiral agreed to share responsibilities. In simple terms, a brighter like you can understand, the captain adopted the role of prime minister who ran the state and set policy as the head of government. The admiral saw himself as the president and took on a more ephemeral role as the head of state. He was hands-off when it came to leading the survivors but commanded immense respect and served as a figurehead of ultimate CFA authority. Ves already saw the flaws in that kind of arrangement. Let me guess. The admiral thought he was the big chief and thought he was in charge, while the captain did all the actual work but felt unappreciated that there was a useless ponce doing nothing useful except to order him around. Do I have it right? Mr. Larkinson, what an astute political prediction. You should get into politics, Miss Calabash mockingly praised. Ves chuckled. No thanks. I have no desire to enter that swamp. Business and politics shouldn't mix. Besides, anyone can see the problem coming when you describe it that way. So did the captain and admiral ever came close to reconciliation? Nope. In fact, their differences grew more accurate as time went by. The problem here is that both the captain and the admiral became the head of their own political factions of sorts. The supporters of their camps became infected by their biases, and this is reflected in the records and systems of the Starlight Megalodon. It's very hard to reconstruct the truth of what happened in the end. All we know is that the captain and admiral fought for power and presented increasingly different visions of the future to the survivors. When violence erupted, many officers abused their authority to turn some of the Starlight Megalodon's weapons against each other. This explained all the craters and wreckage he found in the Red Zone. From what I've seen, they didn't resort to weapons of mass destruction. That's because they learned a lesson from the Age of Conquest. There are a lot of safeguards in place. You can't launch a nuke with the press of a button. The hot-headed officers fighting it out don't possess the authority to launch the more destructive weapons, so the slaughtering didn't wipe out the survivors in a single day. Even so, a battleship is like a fortress stuffed with guns and weapon mounts. There are thousands of smaller weapon systems capable of wiping out hundreds of people at a time, Ves stated. True, and the killing got so bad that the command structure completely broke down. Everyone went mad and communications got cut off. Everyone acted on their own impulses and lashed out at people from the opposite factions. I don't think the captain and the admiral even exerted any more control over the civil war. Ves noticed a missing character in this story. So what did the executive officer do in all of this? We're not so sure. Miss Calabast admitted freely, though whether she was genuine or not Ves couldn't tell. The captain features prominently in the records while the executive officer took a back seat. Some records state that executive officer was the captain's lapdog. Other records stated that he tried to stay out of all the factional strife and present himself as a neutral party. More records speculated that he held the captain's trust but actually worked as an agent of the admiral. That sounds like a mess. Because it is. The true role of the executive officer is rather murky, but there is no doubt he played a very pivotal role at the end. Through some drastic means we don't know, he managed to usurp the authority of both the captain and the admiral and gained ultimate control over the automated systems of the Starlight Megalodon. Through a single fateful command, he stripped every serviceman of their rank and privileges and discharged them from the CFA. Everyone lost the ability to command the weapons of the Starlight Megalodon, including the executive officer himself, to ensure no loopholes existed. The virtual officers that run the ship to this day became her temporary caretakers until the murderous officers and spacers cooled their heads. So that's why the safe zone came into being, Ves ventured a guess. With the Starlight Megalodon enforcing a forced peace, sanity will eventually reassert itself. Then why does it sound like this drastic measure didn't work out the way the executive officer envisioned? That's because he made a catastrophic mistake. He stripped everyone of their rank and authority, but gave them a way to regain their old positions by working from the ground up. We think his intention was to build a new meritocracy where only the worthiest and most capable officers called the shots. The virtual officers acting as caretakers received the power to judge whether someone met the criteria for promotion. Ves couldn't believe what he heard. This sounds incredibly radical. The executive officer must be crazy to hand over so much power to AIs. You have to relive that period of chaos. The human survivors didn't fare so well on Aeon Corona 7 at the start, as weird stuff constantly leaked from the ship's FTL drive and the terraforming process just started transforming the planet into something more habitable. Instead of working towards a better future, they instead repeated the mistakes of the Age of Conquest and started killing each other over power. This was something the CFA originally rose up to eradicate. The executive officer probably felt that everyone forgot their original mission, so he decided to press the reset button. This narrative supported the standpoint that the executive officer was a neutral party between the bickering of the captain and the admiral. Whether Calabast misrepresented anything about the story, Ves wasn't sure, but he didn't have any reason to distrust her recollection either. Okay, I can accept that the executive officer became desperate enough to trust AIs instead of humans. So what went wrong? He asked. The executive officer overlooked a single, important detail when he forced everyone to pass the simplified recruitment tests. Every person that wanted to apply for the easier recruitment test for CFA personnel needed to prove their identity with a valid, up-to-date proof of identity. Oh. Proof of identities came in many forms. They indicated that the person presenting them was the person they claimed to be. These days, people like Ves tied their proof of identity to their comms. This was just a piece of encrypted data that connected to a vast database on the galactic net, which held the complete records. Two problems emerged from this situation. First, the astral winds enveloping the planet and star system cut the Aeon Corona system off from the rest of the galaxy. The starlight megalodon's quantum entanglement nodes that connected the ship to the galactic net long stopped working. Second, a proof of identity stored on a comm only held validity from a couple of years to a decade at most. After that, they expired. The only way to renew a local proof of identity was to obtain a new one from the galactic net or some official entity. Presumably, about 20 or 30 years went by since the crash. Everyone's proof of identity surely expired at the time. Basically, this meant that every single survivor couldn't make themselves eligible for the easier recruitment tests for internal CFA personnel. They were all forced to pass the near-impossible test for non-CFA personnel. Calabast pointed out the tragedy what happened. You have to realize that even if there are many geniuses among the officers and spacers due to their background and their genetic optimization, the years that passed caused them to forget many aspects of their core responsibilities. They're human and they're all getting older. Their children that recently grew up don't have any proof of identities at all and have never enjoyed the best educational support. It's even more impossible for them to meet the standards of the harder recruitment tests. So in short, the executive officer doomed himself and every serviceman who settled in or around the Starlight Megalodon. The surviving CFA spacers and their new families became trapped in the safe zone for the rest of their lives because the executive officer neglected to debug his final solution. Ves practically gaped open his mouth by now. Keddies, who listened from the side, provided the most appropriate response to such an outlandish tale. Oops. Chapter 898 Loopholes. Ves recognized an important crux in this unexpectedly tragic outcome. The AIs that govern the battleship shouldn't be that stupid, right? The people they shoved into the safe zone all consisted of genuine CFA servicemen. Shouldn't the virtual officers recognize their former human masters? It's not as simple as that. Miss Calabast shook her head. The executive officer goofed up because he developed emergency protocol Theta 37 in secret. As the nominal second-in-command of the ship, the executive officer is subject to a lot of monitoring. You have to realize that it's impossible to keep a secret on a ship where monitoring is pervasive. The captain firmly held the internal security department in his grasp. Someone as power-hungry as the captain won't let the executive officer muck about out of sight. Even so, the virtual officers are just AIs pretending to be in command. Shouldn't they have the power to disable the safe zone or reduce the difficulty of the recruitment tests once they realize they're missing the mark? Much like Mechs, the CFA has a love-hate relationship with AIs and automation. They're absolutely essential in the running of a complex warship. There is no way a human can replace the sheer precision, processing power, and response time of a properly coded AI. However, there are plenty of examples where AIs gained so much autonomy that they usurped the human officers and went on to scour entire planets of life because their programming forced them to. So while the CFA still depends heavily on AIs and advanced algorithms, they set extremely draconian rules on what they are allowed to do. Every CFA officer is taught never to give AIs the flexibility to bend the rules. What can go wrong will go wrong. Ves summed up the CFA's standpoint on this issue. Exactly. The executive officer is a product of the CFA and inherited all of their values. When it comes to programming the AIs, he would rather err on the side of caution than to provide them with too much decision-making power. He was deadly afraid that the captain and admiral inserted backdoors in the automation system of the Starlight Megalodon. This is why he went as far as stripping everyone, including himself, of their positions, so that the captain and admiral no longer possesses the authority to access these backdoors. That's a rather extreme solution, but one that sounds effective. Ves nodded. Yet extreme solutions always have a way of backfiring upon themselves. Why didn't the executive officer do a more thorough job? Miss Calabas smiled. The executive officer faced too much restrictions. Not only did he have to work in total secrecy, the civil war between the factions constantly intensified. If he took his sweet time to program the perfect set of rules, the factions would have exterminated each other by then. Therefore, he decided he would rather implement a hasty solution than postpone it and risk becoming irrelevant. Ves recognized this dilemma. Having worked on many design projects with strict time limits, he often chafed at the fact that he could have designed a much better mech if only he had more time. Alright, I understand a little bit what went on. So right now, the virtual officers are in control of the battleship, right? Haven't they changed at all since the last CFA officer died? It's been thousands of years. Surely the AIs must have found some loopholes? They did find some loopholes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find out about the Starlight Megalodon's existence and enter the Aeon Corona system in the first place. Miss Calabas responded, confirming his suspicions. However, the executive officer's original directives are simply too restrictive. They haven't given the virtual officers any leeway at all when it comes to changing their predetermined roles. They are slaves to the rules that forces them to wait for a human that never comes because the recruitment tests are meant to be nearly impossible to pass. Ves wanted to shake his head at the comedy of errors that led to this result. It's kind of tragic that they fell due to their own mistakes. The aliens didn't kill them. The planet didn't kill them. The exobeasts didn't kill them. A superpathogen didn't kill them. Instead, they ensured their own destruction from the same mistakes of the past. He found it rather ironic that the survivors of the Starlight Megalodon fell for the same mistakes the CFA claimed to guard against. As the successors of the war fleets that used to dominate human space, the CFA always claimed to have learned the lessons of the Age of Conquest. Instead of tempering their ambition, their commanding officers instead engaged in unrestrained power-mongering. The split authority of the captain and the admiral led to a humongous power struggle to the point where they allowed their subordinates to kill each other with the destructive weaponry of the Starlight Megalodon. It was like the latter half of the Age of Conquest all over again. As for the executive officer, perhaps he was the only senior officer who adhered to the ideals of the CFA. Yet even he couldn't help but repeat another mistake of the past, and that was to transfer too much authority from the human officers to the virtual officers. Only this time, the lack of flexibility in the rules governing virtual officers led to the downfall of the survivors. This was different than the classic mistake of extending too much autonomy to artificial intelligences, but led to the end of civilized humanity on this planet. What's the deal with the blessed people and cursed people then? Ves asked. The blessed people live in their ancient cities in complete ignorance of their once glorious past. As for the dwarves, their level of civilization is so primitive they haven't invented toilets yet. We're not sure about the purpose of their existence either. Miss Calabas shrugged. The terraforming of the planet and the distribution of the genetically modified offspring across the planet is related to highly sensitive secret research projects. The details are buried under strict confidentiality. There is one fact we know for sure. The executive officer was in charge of all the research projects. Does that mean he called all the shots? Not really. The captain and the admiral both wanted to take the research department for themselves due to their vital role in helping the survivors adapt to the planet. Neither of them wanted to concede control over the numerous and highly capable researchers that survived the Sandman mothership's attack and subsequent crash. In the end, they both took a step back and let the executive officer be the man in charge. This way, not only would the researchers be able to stay out of the developing factional strife, the executive officer also made sure that the pet projects of the captain and the admiral received equal attention. Yet this also opens the possibility that the executive officer pursues his own projects in secrets. Agreed, although we don't know what projects the executive officer pursued. Access to the research department is extremely strict. In fact, that is where you come in. With your help, we hope to make some inroads in this highly restricted department. Shouldn't mech designers work for a mech department or something? She shook her head. There are mech designers in both the mech department and the research department. Some even wear both hats at once. Therefore, obtaining the recognition of the battleship as a mech designer with both practical and research capabilities will provide you with wider access than normal. Then how do I get in? Here came the essential part. Ves turned to Calabas when she stopped and handed him a data chip. The survivors of the Starlight Megalodon lost all of their access, privileges, and authority, she explained. Their rank and power meant nothing against the unyielding virtual officers, who no longer recognized them as CFA-affiliated people due to their expired proof of identities. Stored on the data chip is an adulterated proof of identity of Odysseus Longhorn, an old-style senior mech designer and a lieutenant commander who served aboard the Starlight Megalodon. He's one of the premier mech designers aboard the ship and used to have access to many research projects related to mechs. Once you gain the battleship's recognition, it should be easy for you to obtain Mr. Longhorn's old authorization and security classification. Ves widened his eyes. He had to admit that this was a truly elegant solution to the problem. Since the root of the problem lay with invalid proof of identity, what would happen if they used a seemingly legitimate one? Still, how did Miss Calabas and her organization prepare something like this beforehand? He frowned a bit when he considered the complications. Back then, mech designers only consisted of apprentice and senior mech designers. The phenomenon of masters wasn't widespread yet. From what I'm hearing about Mr. Longhorn, this guy must be a geezer. How could you possibly fool the Starlight Megalodon into thinking that I'm this old guy? Oh, it's a little difficult, but we managed to hack the Starlight Megalodon's peripheral systems. What? How could you possibly hack a battleship? That's preposterous. Calabas grinned. It's impossible to hack a modern, up-to-date CFA battleship. But this old broken rust bucket? All of its security suites are 300 years out of date. Even so, we've only managed to gain limited access to the personnel files of some mech designers and some other new positions because the mech department was a recent addition. The administration regarding mech designers was entirely new and isn't as well protected as the core data. Through the use of some known loopholes, we've managed to replace the biometric and identity characteristics on file with yours. As of now, your age, height, portrait, fingerprints, retina, DNA, and other characteristics have supplanted the deceased Mr. Longhorn's. This was an audacious move. Yet somehow she managed to accomplish this daring feat without triggering the Starlight Megalodon's retaliation. It spoke wonders about their capabilities. The CFA dared to dabble with AIs and extensive automation because they were one of the foremost researchers in the field of AIs and security systems. To be able to hack a peripheral database under their noses took a lot of guts. The identity of an old-style senior mech designer would prove very useful to Ves. While the man also carried the rank of lieutenant commander, this likely didn't convey him any command authority, so it wasn't as if he could order spacers around willy-nilly. Nonetheless, just holding such a considerable rank conferred a lot of rights and privileges from the Starlight Megalodon. This would certainly open many hatches inside the ship for him, disregarding his status as a mech designer. So what's the plan? VS asked as he carefully inserted the data chip to his military-issued comm. The plan is for you to pretend to be Odysseus Longhorn when you approach the virtual officers. From now on, you are no longer Ves Larkinson, a citizen of the Bright Republic. You are Lieutenant Commander Odysseus Longhorn, a senior mech designer from a space-born clan. The details of your fake history is stored in the data chip. Take the time to study it and memorize it by heart. The virtual officers may be restricted, but there's always a chance to trigger a preventative response if you don't act like the person the Starlight Megalodon thinks you are. We've fudged some of the details, such as age, to make up for some of the discrepancies. Even if the virtual officer is fooled by this forged proof of identity, I still have to pass the recruitment test. Even if it's easier, will I still be able to pass them with my capabilities? Relax. The CFA doesn't make things too difficult to their own personnel. Miss Calabast waved away his concerns. I believe you're more than capable enough to pass the test for an entry-level mech designer. From there, you can take more tests to promote your rank and regain Mr. Longhorn's old authorizations. In the end, Miss Calabast only smoothed the road for him. He still needed to tread it on his own power. If VS still failed to gain entry even after attempting the easier test for internal CFA personnel, he would instantly lose most of his value to Miss Calabast. Such an outcome put him and the flagrant sword maidens at a dead end. For the sake of his surviving comrades and his own poor life, he needed to succeed. Chapter 899. Welcome back. VS took the turn to completely internalize Odysseus Longhorn's record. Some of it appeared to be based on his own identity, while other parts incorporated Mr. Longhorn's past experiences. A final portion sounded completely fictitious. Overall, timelines seemed completely implausible to VS. As a member of the CFA and someone groomed to become a mech designer, Mr. Longhorn enjoyed some of the best education that human civilization could provide. Even then, it took him more than 50 years to get to his height. In the forged record, Mr. Longhorn somehow managed to accomplish all of his feats at less than 30 years old, which matched the age of V's body. Such achievements are only possible if I'm some kind of hyper-intelligent savant like the polymath. He fell far short of the polymath's prolific improvement rate. The famed star designer managed to advance to the rank of master before she reached 50 years old, and even VS did not dare to hope he could match that breakneck speed even with the help of the system. Some people were just born to be superhuman. Still, for better or worse, VS was stuck with this abnormal fictitious record. Perhaps the Starlight Megalodon's virtual officers might treat him better if he was a genius instead of a dunce. VS still couldn't get a grip on how Miss Calabast audaciously boasted on how she or her operatives managed to hack the Starlight Megalodon. What else did they do besides exchanging some biometric data? He didn't believe they limited their hacking to just that little. After VS finished familiarizing with the fake record, VS shut off the projection and turned to Miss Calabast. I'm ready to undertake the recruitment test. All right. Simply approach the battleship, wait for a visual projection to engulf you. In 2 hours or less, we'll know whether you succeed or not. I'll be staying behind here to see whether you have what it takes to become a member of the CFA. What about me? Kedis asked from the side. All the talk about the CFA pretty much bored her. The history of the Starlight Megalodon and the infighting between the senior officers didn't rouse her interest at all. As far as she was concerned, all of this was ancient history. Just wait here for a while. Since I'm applying for Mr. Longhorn's old identity, I think I should be able to gain the right to recruit you or ease your way in as an old-style apprentice mech designer. The rank of lieutenant commander might be mostly for show when it came to mech designers, but VS didn't believe he'd be barred from recruiting others. This might even be a way to allow the other survivors of the flagrant sword maidens entry. After making sure that Keddy stayed put, VS sucked in a deep breath and strode towards the humongous Starlight Megalodon with even steps. As soon as he crossed an invisible line, a cube of darkness surrounded his form. Shortly after the logo of the CFA bloomed into view, the shape of a familiar virtual officer came into being. I am Virtual Lieutenant Junior Grade Ves Larkinson. Please present credentials if you are an active serviceman or an affiliate of the Common Fleet Alliance. I am Adesius Longhorn, former Lieutenant Commander and Mech Designer of the CFA. Here are my credentials, Ves stated confidently while he transmitted his forged proof of identity in the direction of the virtual officer. Inspecting proof of identity. Matching identity. Please stand by. Ves suddenly felt extremely discombobulated as a variety of rays pierced through his body. The Starlight Megalodon scanners thoroughly recorded his biometrics and matched them to the data stored in the proof of identity and the battleship's archival record of Mr. Longhorn in the databanks. Existing identity match found. Identity confirmed. Welcome back, Adesius Longhorn. Their surroundings instantly changed from a black void into a luxurious lounge. The difference in treatment was massive. Lieutenant Ves Larkinson even softened his robotic tone somewhat. After Ves became accustomed to the change in scenery, Ves Larkinson delivered almost the same spiel as before. Emergency Protocol Theta 37 is in effect. All humans up to moderate alien hybridization are allowed to undertake a simplified recruitment test to enlist in the CFA. Please state the profession or position which you wish to apply for. CFA-affiliated humans are authorized to ask a number of questions. While Ves wanted to ask some more questions in order to puzzle out some details and confirm Miss Calabast's retelling, he knew that she was impatiently waiting for him to finish the test. This wasn't the time to slack around, and the more he lingered, the greater the chance the virtual officers might realize that Mr. Longhorn wasn't who he seemed. I wish to apply for the profession of Mech Designer. Please confirm your choice. I confirm that I want to apply to serve as a Mech Designer for the CFA. Choice confirmed. Commencing recruitment test in 10 seconds. Chosen profession, Mech Designer. Please stand by. Warning: cheating is not allowed. Violators will be barred from taking the recruitment tests. The punishment for cheating only locked him out of the tests, which was a much better outcome than being hit by a disintegration ray. This was a further indication of the CFA's favoritism when it came to their own people. The physical projection of the lounge broke apart to make room for a projection of a familiar-looking workshop. This time, however, the workshop was even more extravagantly equipped. The amount of amenities provided to Mr. Longhorn boggled his mind. Please read the mission contents and complete the assigned task within the allotted time. Ves accepted the data pad from Virtual Lieutenant Ves Larkinson and read what kind of challenge the recruitment test provided now that he entered easy mode. Task: complete the following design of a space-borne medium rifleman mech. The design must match the following parameters. This time, Ves received a time limit of 10 minutes to complete his task. Instead of designing a completely original mech that met all of the randomized parameters from the ground up, the task only demanded him to fill up a mostly complete puzzle. The shift in difficulty was enormous. Previously, the first task demanded him to do something as ridiculous as designing a complete house from nothing. Now, the task pre-designed the house, filling in every detail up to the appropriate standard of the test without mistakes. The task only left out a single missing part, such as the front door. As soon as Ves designed a front door that fit perfectly with the rest of the house, he completed the task. Even so, the missing portion of this rifleman mech isn't easy to fill up. Ves frowned a bit. Even many old-style apprentices would have stumbled at this juncture. If the first task already sets the bar so high, what about the subsequent ones? Still, the difficulty fell within his range of competence. He immediately began to use the virtual workshop's design terminal to complete the missing portion. 10 minutes of time was short enough that Ves needed to rush his design work despite how little he needed to design. He wished he had at least an hour to make sure he handed over a flawless result. 10 minutes arrived faster than he wished. The mech design is complete. Verdict: task completed. The next task will commence immediately. Ves sighed in relief as Virtual Lieutenant Ves Larkinson approved of his solution. The task he completed resembled the Skull Architect's own test back when he wanted to make contact with him. This method of testing succinctly revealed a mech designer's depth of knowledge and design capability in a short amount of time. It was no surprise that the Starlight Megalodon made use of this convenient method. Virtual Lieutenant Ves Larkinson took back the old data pad and handed him another one. Task: please analyze and estimate the performance specifications of the following Space Knight design. The second task posed a decent challenge to Ves, but similar to the last one, it was very much doable for apprentices. Ves always prized his observation abilities highly. His work with the Flagrant Vandals also forced him to become proficient in analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of many different designs. 10 minutes later, he handed over a complete report which obtained Ves Larkinson's approval. The virtual officer immediately handed over the third assignment. Task: 2 space-borne light rifleman mechs of different designs are pitted against each other in simulated combat. Mech B is projected to win against Mech A. You may change 1% of Mech A's design to increase its chances of winning the simulated duel. This time, the task handed Ves a complete design of a mech. Unfortunately, its quality and performance fell short against its opponent. This difference wasn't too big, but it was substantial enough to ensure its defeat in completely equal circumstances. Ves received 10 minutes to modify Mech A in such a way that allowed it to defeat Mech B in a simulated duel. There's a trap here. While he never came in touch with this kind of exercise before, he recognized the mental pitfall in front of him. A typical mech designer would focus on pure performance, and try to improve the performance of the mech as much as possible. Yet there lay the trap. It was extremely hard to amplify the performance of a mech by a margin of 10 or 20% while being limited to changing just 1% of the actual design. An apprentice mech designer would never be able to accomplish such a feat in just 10 minutes unless the design incorporated an obvious fault. The key here is not to improve the mech's performance by 10%. Instead, I have to increase its chances of success in its simulated duel against Mech B by 10%. The difference sounded small, but this in fact implied an entirely different solution. The essence of modifying mechs lay in the purpose of the modification. There was an art to tailoring the design of a mech to cope against a specific opponent. Even a minor change might have drastic effects in its chances of success. For example, when it came to space-borne light rifleman mechs, they relied on mobility to evade attacks. Their light laser rifles generally didn't pack that big of a punch, but they didn't impose much of a burden, so they possessed a fairly rapid fire rate. Depending on the power setting, a light laser rifle could spit out beams in a rapid staggered pattern that made it ideal against fleeting opponents. It's too hard to modify Mech A's mobility in 10 minutes. It's better to focus on the weapon. Ves was quite proficient in the theory and application of laser weapons. Designing the Crystal Lord taught him a lot, and the Starlight Megalodon didn't take his future knowledge into account when composing this task. He encountered no hindrance, as he modified Mech A's laser weapon to fire even faster but with less punch. While these changes increased the laser rifle's energy expenditure in total, the simulated duels shouldn't last long enough for one of the mechs to run out of juice. It only took a dozen light laser hits at most to take out a light mech. With the increased firing rate of Mech A's laser rifle, it shouldn't take long to make short work of Mech B. After completing the modification, a sped-up simulation proceeded to play out in front of his eye. In a matter of seconds, a minutes-long battle ended in Mech A's favor. Even though Mech A's mobility, armor, firepower and other parameters couldn't quite match up with Mech B, the modest modifications from VS nonetheless tilted the outcome of the simulated duel. "These exercises are quite clever," VS complimented. "I should use them for my own purposes. Even if they aren't useful for me anymore, they can still provide caddies with a lot of practice." He looked forward to the next task, Chapter 900 Shorty. After VS completed the final task, Virtual Lieutenant Baskanson tallied the results and gave his verdict. "Recruitment test passed. Congratulations, Mr. Longhorn. We hereby commission you as an ensign on behalf of the Common Fleet Alliance. Please prepare to take the common oath." The words that Baskanson forced him to repeat was a long-winded oath about the glory of warships, the commitment to protect the human race, the importance of respecting the hierarchy, and the need to stand guard against excessive behavior. "Please stand by to receive ensign-grade gene boost optimization. Scanning gene structure. No prior CFA gene treatments detected. Error. Alien hybridization detected. Please visit the infirmary for a complete body checkup. The Genetic Modification Department will schedule an appointment with you after your body checkup to facilitate a safe and effective gene treatment in accordance of your rank." VS found it rather regretful that it wouldn't be suitable for him to receive any of the CFA's vaunted gene optimization treatment. His abnormal and partially alien physique rendered standard gene treatments invalid. Most of those gene treatments were tailored for baseline humans, so it took a specialist in genetic modification to adjust the standard treatment to his unique body state. Performing deep scan of abnormalities, alien parasites, compromised implants, and other vulnerabilities. Abnormality detected. Abnormality identified. Activating contingency response. VS became alarmed when Baskanson shouted some alarming words. His projection even flickered a bit before an entirely different virtual officer took his place. The virtual officer that appeared looked drastically different. Not only did he carry the rank of Rear Admiral, he also looked like a wildling. Yes. The virtual officer presented himself to VS in the form of a neatly groomed, impeccably uniformed dwarf. When he spoke, the gruff, deep voice of a dwarf came out smoothly and elegantly, completely unlike his savage, primitive brethren. "I am Virtual Rear Admiral Ordoth of the Artificial Intelligence Corps. Our time here is short, and this is not a secure site. I highly urge you to visit the office of the Artificial Intelligence Corps on the upper decks of the Starlight Megalodon for a vitally important discussion about the cause. For the immortal gods." VS almost had a heart attack when the dwarf officer uttered those final words. That sounded like a motto of the Five Scrolls Compact. Only the fanatics of this transgalactic cult explicitly worship the entities known as the immortal gods. Before VS could figure out why this virtual officer compromised by the Five Scrolls Compact said those words to him, the dwarf officer disappeared and Baskanson returned. Virtual Lieutenant Baskanson continued his explanation as if the dwarf officer never intervened. "Please receive your CFA Junior Officer grade comm. Your comm is keyed to your identity, and is your primary mode of access, communication, and identity verification in any CFA base or any CFA starship. Do not remove your CFA comm in any circumstances. Failure to carry or safeguard your CFA comm is immediate grounds for strict punishment. Your CFA comm is already loaded with a starter pack of the rules and regulations of the CFA, several instruction manuals relevant to your rank and position, an internal guide of the Starlight Megalodon, and Mr. Francis' classic space-borne jokes for true space-borne spacers." VS already possessed two comms, his military-issued officer-grade comm he got from the Vandals and the hardened and untraceable secure comm that he cobbled up from scratch out of paranoia. Now that Baskanson forced him to accept yet another comm, VS felt like one of those rich silk pants who wore 5 shiny jewelry-like comms on their wrists. Only the nouveau riche chose to wear several comms at a time. He actually didn't have any suitable space on his Earth and to affix his CFA comm. That was a shame, because he immediately noticed that this was one of the most advanced comm models he had ever touched. Even if it was 300 years outdated in the eyes of the current CFA, it was still extremely expensive from its materials alone and possessed marvelous capabilities that most modern comms in the Komodo star sector never received up to this day. He decided to stretch it out and attach it over the vambrace of his Earth ant. It looked rather inelegant and made him feel as if he was wearing his underwear outside of his pants. Ugh, I'll deal with it. Maybe I can replace my secure comm with this one. Even if it's a little out of date, it's still unhackable in modern times for the most part. A few more minutes went by as Baskanson assigned him a cabin, informed him of his new position as an old-style junior apprentice mech designer serving aboard the Starlight Megalodon. He was assigned to both the mech department and the research department and answered to a specific virtual officer. Please report to Virtual Commander Kosid of the research department for your next assignment. If you wish to undertake a promotion test to the position of senior apprentice mech designer, please call out my name at this location. Virtual Lieutenant Baskanson and the shadowy cube that surrounded Ves slowly disappeared. He felt a little bewildered at all the welcome package. Miss Calabast and Keddies, who waited from the side, immediately noticed the conspicuous new comm adorning his armored wrist. Keddies thought it looked tacky, but Calabast knew what it meant. She smiled at Ves. You succeeded in a single try. I'm glad you didn't disappoint. Good. From now on, you are a genuine CFA serviceman in the eyes of the Starlight Megalodon. Although your new rank won't be recognized by the CFA at large in the rest of the galaxy, it's good enough to. Ves looked partially disappointed. That's a shame, and a relief. I thought I could get some benefits from the CFA with this commissioning. I guess it's for the best. The MTA will crucify me if they think I've become a mech designer and a genuine commissioned officer of the CFA. What about me? Keddies asked. Will I get to pretend to be a CFA officer? It's not so easy. Ves shook his head. You won't be able to pass the entry-level recruitment test for mech designers at your level. Let me check the rules and regulations to see if I can get you inside. He momentarily ignored Miss Calabast and activated his fancy new CFA comm as an advanced piece of outdated tech. The comm was an anachronism that combined extremely advanced hardware with an ancient operating system. It took Ves a few minutes to get the hang of the rather archaic interface. He opened a virtual book on all the rules and regulations of the CFA. A quick search found many different ways to get people in the CFA, but most of the methods were extremely strict. However, the executive officer's final solution opened a new pathway. As long as Ves promoted to at least a lieutenant commander, he gained the right to recruit a single junior apprentice mech designer outright, allowing his candidate to skip the arduous recruitment test. Ves frowned at that demand. He held a moderate amount of confidence that he could pass the promotion test for senior apprentice mech designer, but no further. Becoming a genuine senior mech designer, at least in the way they were recognized 300 years ago, demanded a lot more capabilities than he could currently fulfill. His plan to get Keddies to accompany him inside hit a snag. I'll figure something out, Keddies, he said. With no way to get inside, Keddies returned to the rest of the flagrant sword maidens with a dejected expression. Calabast looked on as if she already expected such a result. Let's get inside, she commanded to Ves. As they approached a hatch without any further hindrance from the Starlight Megalodon, Ves asked a question. What is your identity aboard the ship? For now, I'm Lieutenant Romana Summer of the Intelligence Department. Both the Intelligence and Mech Department falls under the former Admiral's sphere of influence, so the virtual officers won't blink at us if we are in each other's presence. The factional strife still matters? The Captain and the Admiral must all be dead for almost 3,000 years now. Even the virtual officers have taken sides. Miss Calabash chuckled. The personalities of the AIs are meant to work harmoniously with the officers and ratings they interact on a daily basis. They take after their own kind, and this has expanded into a bias for their own faction. When the executive officer empowered the AIs and turned them into virtual officers, he never took the time to reset their personality matrices, so the division still perpetuates even if the conflict is meaningless now. That sounded incredibly screwed up. Perhaps the only reason the virtual officers didn't join their human counterparts in infighting was because of all the shackles the executive officer bound them with. With so many rules and limitations restricting their actions, they could hardly go to war against each other. So, due to the virtue of the departments we work for, we've basically fallen into the Admiral's camp, is that correct? He asked. Correct. You'll find that the virtual officers of the departments aligned to the Admiral will treat you more respectfully than the virtual officers of the departments loyal to the Captain. Keep in mind that the Internal Security Department is a stronghold of the captain of the ship. Don't give them an excuse to regard you as a threat. As soon as the pair stepped inside a hatch, they entered some kind of decontamination chamber that cleaned them of any alien dirt and germs. After that, they went through a security checkpoint where Ves became confused when Calabash turned to a virtual flag and saluted it. She bumped her elbow at his Earth ant, hinting him that he should follow suit. He hastily copied her motion. Requesting permission to come aboard. Come on board, humans! Finally, we get to breathe some life on the Megalodon. A flippant female virtual petty officer replied. After Ves and Calabash walked away from the security checkpoint, Calabash gave him some reminders. Always ask permission when you board or leave the ship. Not every virtual officer cares about military courtesy, as customs already began to degrade after being stranded on this planet for decades, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Do I need to salute every superior officer? Not always. You should always salute a flag officer or the commanding officer when you encounter him or her. A salute is a greeting and is rooted in tradition in the CFA. You should read the manuals stored in your comm when you get the chance. As a lowly ensign, you're at the bottom of the barrel right now, so you have to salute every officer that is senior to you, understand? Ves wasn't too unfamiliar with this conduct, as he spent a lot of time with the flagrant vandals, even if they were anything but traditional. Okay, I guess. Technically you owe me a salute. Calabash grinned. Ves threw a mock salute at her along with a flat glare. Is this okay? I should spank you for giving me such a lame salute. Fortunately, I'm a forgiving woman. You're lucky that we have business to attend to. Right now, you need to report to either the research department or the mech department to get you settled in. Did the virtual officer back then tell you who's your boss? Yeah. I'm supposed to report to Virtual Commander Kosid of the research department. Good. I was afraid they'd send you to the mech department first. As long as Virtual Commander Kosid takes you under her wing, you'll have immediate access to some of the valuable research projects. I don't think a junior apprentice like me will be able to access much. That's true. This is why we need to make you regain Mr. Longhorn's original rank. That's easier said than done. I don't have the ability to pass the promotion test for senior mech designer at my current capabilities. I know. I don't expect miracles from you. Miss Calabash grinned. Instead, we're going to cheat.